legendary Indian filmmaker Raj Kapoor says, the show must go on, and so it will. Hello, everybody. We were living in BC, and we are now living in AC. BC, AC, before Corona, after Corona. I say I don't like this Corona. It's changed my life in too many not so nice ways. So is Corona a he, a she? Do I call it it, they? Like what? But whatever. I've got to live with it. And I've got to live despite it. And I will. And we will. Hashtag India fights Corona. Hashtag world fights Corona. Hashtag humanity fights Corona. And it's going to be the survival of the fittest. We're going to sock it. We're going to mock it. And we will rock it. We will heal the world. We'll make it a better place for you and for me and for the entire universe. That 1992 MJ song, Heal the World, they don't call him the king of pop for nothing, do they? So everyone, welcome to a new world and welcome to a new normal. This is the first ever Digital India Event IP Conclave. This is an initiative brought to you by Event Capital. This is in partnership with Event FAQS Media, in association with the Event and Entertainment Management Association of India. It's supported by DLF Shopping Malls, powered by Marriott Bonvoy. Our knowledge partner is Whistling Woods International, virtual production by Tag Labs. This is a group initiative of Lakshya Media Group, and videography there is by Lakshya Live Studios. Poof! And I am Geetika Ganjudhar. And I've been anchoring for 20 years, but never in my wildest dreams, and I have some pretty wild dreams, did I ever dream that I'll be hosting a full-blown online summit. But kuch bhi ho sakta hai, kehte hai na? So everyone, welcome to the summit. It's the biggest and the best coming out of India so far. We have world speakers, we have world subjects, we have world trends, and we have world participation. And I'm going to acknowledge the world with a namaste. It's a social distancing friendly, and it's also me saying to all of you out there that the best in me bows and acknowledges to the best in you. Let's begin. So the first session is very aptly titled, Looking Ahead with a Positive Mindset. And steering this first session is Janak Bora. He's CEO of Event Capital. He's someone who has 20 years of experience, man, across industry segments, whether it's digital, whether it's live entertainment, whether it's consumer products, or whether it is management consulting. He has been actively involved in developing and launching key properties such as IFA Awards, Kingdom of Dreams, and F Awards. Before I hand it over to the moderator of this session, I'm also going to welcome in the panelists, and they are Dr. Bhaskar Das, Group President, Republic TV Adjunct, Professor SPJIMR Media Lab, a mentor at MICA, Parul Thakur, Senior Area Director, Sales and Distribution, South Asia, Marriott International. She's coming to us from Bengaluru. And Rima Sangve, Managing Director and Co-Founder, Pinkathon, Maximus Mice and Media Solutions Private Limited, and Zonal Head West, Tima, Mumbai, coming to us from there. So Janak Bora, take it on, and I'm sure going to be telling them as to when you're mounting the physical version of the conclave. I'm sure you can't give them an exact date, but my guess is as good as theirs. So get set, go everybody. The first ever Digital India Events RP Conclave, Janak Bora opens this up. Over to you.
Rocking, Geetika. Thank you so much. You've already imbibed so much energy in this session. And I hope the rest of the day goes equally on high on energy. So thank you. I'm really honored to be able to open the proceeds for the India IP Conclave, the digital edition. There's a lot that we can look forward to throughout the day. I'd like to really welcome our partners, Bhaskar, Parul, Rima, on the session. Thank you so much for making time for us.
Thank you.
The whole idea behind the Event IP Conclave is the industry together, the live events and the event IP fraternity together, all get together, try and look at ways and opportunities on how the industry can grow. What all can we do to not only survive, keep constantly innovating, keep constantly growing. The previous edition was hosted last year in April, just about a little over than a year more. This was in JW Marriott in Bombay. We had more than 600 attendees and we had upwards of 70 speakers. It was a great initiative at Event Capital. went on really successful, and that actually gave us the kickstart and the encouragement, the words of encouragement that we received from everyone in the industry from different segments that told us continue with this initiative. It is going to work well for all of us together. So moving on from there, we said, okay, like Gitika has already mentioned, there will be an on-ground edition of the India Event IP Conclave coming in soon. We're all waiting for the lockdown to get by us, waiting for the situation to get normal. But hey, the idea is not to talk about anything negative. We're only looking forward with a positive mindset. And we said, why don't we actually expand the scope as we go digital? Let's bring in more international perspective to what the global perspective, what the global members of the industry are looking at. How do they see things changing? What is the new normal? What are the innovations that one can expect in the event and the event IP space? So here we are. Today, we have more than 37 speakers from across 7 countries. We've covered Middle East, we've covered Singapore, we've got Australian region also covered, of course, a lot of eminent speakers from across these segments and a lot of big hitters from the side. So that's really the background, but I want to take this opportunity to welcome all our audiences on behalf of the Lakshya Media Group, Event Capital, Mr. Alok Jalan, Deepak Chaudhary, and the entire Event Capital team that's done wonderful work over the past many years. And we look forward to continuing developing some unique initiatives as we go ahead. So that's really it. I wanted to ask some questions to our partners here. The focus is looking forward with a positive mindset. Bhaskar, my question to you. You've got 4 decades of experience. You've gone through various business cycles, ups and downs. You've seen the good, you've seen the bad. What is your group, Republic TV, and what is your personal view? I remember speaking to you earlier in the day, and you said something that's really stuck on to me, I guess, for the rest of my life. The permanence of impermanency. Can you share your thoughts on that? On what should we look forward to?
Thank you very much for inviting me, and of course for the lovely introduction. See, when you spend 4 decades, question is you have gone through multiple business cycles. I can remember at least 5 of them, but the difference this time is, whereas that was essentially financial-led kind of disruption, this time pattern is slightly different. It is medical, come economic, come social, and of course psychological. So if you look at it, and also it is a pandemic and not an epidemic. But the interesting part is, any such crisis, I've noticed that while you face a slightly challenging headwinds, but post that, it always comes out to be like a bouncing back with a pent-up demand, with a pent-up emotion and all that. And this time it is much more. So one part I'm very positive that once this staggered way, the lockdown is withdrawn, I think there will be definitely economic cycles will start moving, and big time. Challenges are inevitable of life as well as business. I think it is a great time also to perhaps find a way out. Say, for instance, you have found a way out for doing this kind of important conference. At Republic, for instance, we are also facing a problem, but you'll be surprised that news is now so important because people want to remain enlightened. News is ahead of even JCs and sports and kids channel and movies channels, of course. But the interesting part here is, of course, that we're a derived demand business. Means when our business associates sneeze, we catch cold. I'm talking about the advertisers who usually help us defray the cost of running the channel. So we have changed our style. We decided that we must stay with the advertisers who is actually looking to stay in the life of their users, who are my viewers. So what we have done in, say, for instance, Republic Fluid is a storytelling laboratory where we create stories now when we're talking to brands and saying that this is not the time to get away from the salience part. You can rationalize your investment, but what is important, show the human side of the brand, propose the corporate citizenship that you are actually eligible for in terms of your responsibility to the society, larger community discussion. So if you look at it, and we are getting good response, and Republic Fluid or Republic in general, while the viewership is going up, the business associates are facing multiple challenges. We're trying to solve it for them in such a manner, whether it's logistics management, whether it's a communication, whether it is about developing the demand side of their business, like we're discussing with companies for developing immunity, for safety, for remote working. So, and we are getting very good response. I think in normal circumstances, we wouldn't have done it. So I'm confident when I mentioned to you, I believe in the permanency of the impermanence. This is also has to pass. This is the peace time, and we should get ready. I think new technology, new ways of doing things will come, and we shall again come back rocking, I'm sure, because human ingenuity, human skill, whether it is coming through a vaccine or in terms of lockdown, in terms of social distancing, fact remains this is the time when innovations will happen, technology will be leveraged, and I think it will be a great time post COVID-19.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Gives us a good perspective of what a large media house is doing in the interest of continuity of business. Coming to our other partner, Parul here. Parul, you represent the Marriott Group. Marriott is a key stakeholder in the live entertainment industry across the world, not only in India. And a lot of us here as audiences and as panelists and speakers, we've done some work somewhere in time with the Marriott Group. Looking at what Bhaskar said and looking at the topic for our panel today, human ingenuity, looking forward with a positive outlook. What is it that your group is doing in the interest of business continuity?
Thank you, Janak. First of all, I want to start off by saying good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on whichever part of the world you're at. I also want to say thank you to Deepak and to you from Event Capital to really giving us this opportunity to Marriott to be partnered with the IP Conclave. This is our second year of partnership, and we truly, truly value our partnership with you and the industry at large. It's very, very encouraging that during these unprecedented times, you've been able to very, very quickly take this conclave on digitally, which was supposed to have been organized at the St. Regis. I think that's encouraging, and that it just shows how positive mindsets I think humans have to really quickly adapt to situations and really tune the operations and thinking and innovation to suit the current circumstances. Given that in mind, even at Marriott International, as partners to you, we've already taken numerous steps. We have been in the background really planning a recovery plan. And as part of our operations, we have a very, very strong plan called We Care, where we've redesigned operations to suit the new normal. Right from the time where the guests arrive at the city and you have car transfers to check in to check out, we've taken care of everything to suit the new normal. Specifically going into events, keeping the social distancing norms right now, our events team and our sales team is redesigning the flow plans, flow charts for our events. We've already come up with innovative designs in terms of our food and beverage offerings, in terms of our service sequence to really suit the new normal. And as you said, it is be extremely positive, and I can assure you that our teams are really standing by, and we're ready to get on stage immediately in partnership with all of you to serve guests as per the new normal. But it's something that we have to accept with a positive frame of mind, and as I said, we'll be ready. We have plans. We do feel that buffets is probably something that we will have to stay away from for the foreseeable future. So there will be innovative styles in terms of, it'll be one-on-one food service sequence. We're looking at more bento box with different cuisines that we've built. So there is innovation, but I'm sure that, we will be able to operate it under the new normal.
So we look forward to working with you again. I guess the entire industry is raring to go. We're just waiting for you to come, let the world recover, and we'll be back to normal, back to business. Yes,
absolutely.
On a private,
I wish you all the very best for the rest of the conclave.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Moving over to Rima. Rima, you represent EMA, which is a large body that caters to the well-being and the growth of the industry as such. What is EMA doing? You look after EMA West personally. What are you guys doing in the interest of business continuity? Sorry.
So I think, Janak, what I'd like to first start with is thank you, Alok, thank you, Deepak, and thank you, your team at Event Capital, for putting up such a stellar event in the middle of crisis. I think, the fact that we're going to deep dive into the world of intellectual properties, given the visionaries of today and the icons of yesterday created by them, I think it's going to be an exciting journey as of today. And I remember how 30th April last year happened as well, and it was as exciting. And I hope the content today is as exciting. But on the EMA front, what we've done is, I think we were very quick to realize that, of course, now ground events are not going to happen. The mood is going to be mundane. We are not going to, there needs an uplift of mood. And in the quest of that, in the quest of building the trust of the industry, what we did is we created something called EMA Live, and we moved onto the digital platform thanks to our digital team, our NEC, and everybody putting in lots of efforts at the back end. And we created something called EMA Live, which was an online program. It was literally like an OTT platform, and it continues as on today. And we devised an entire program around it. It started with a fitness program. It went to the series, which is the Michael Malay's knowledge series. It then went on to, various knowledge forums and live industry performances. So all of this put together, it created a content platform. And today, within about 3 to 4 weeks, we are the event industry's largest platform for communications and networkings. The numbers are almost 60,000 followers. We have 60% rise in page views. We have a 40,000 average view rate. And the best part is we have 150 followers day on day. And this is the power. So in every adversity, you need to find an opportunity. And that's exactly what EMA has done. And I preach that for today. And the idea is that we stay positive and keep building trust and creating value, because when we do that, we will see results like this. And this is my take on current scenario that we're going to face.
Thank you, Rima. We've been following what EMA has been doing. It's really interesting stuff. I guess we're running short of time now.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
I just zipped through my...
Thank you, everyone. We really appreciate your time, your support. Thank you, Event FAQs, for helping us build this online edition of the Event IP Conclave. To the audiences watching this webinar, I can only tell you one thing, that you've seen a lot of webinars, but please hold your patience through the day. You'll hear a lot of interesting stuff going through the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Janak. All the way best.
Thank you, Janak. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
So everyone out there, that was the first session at the India Event IP Conclave 2020, the first ever digital hour of the Conclave. The second session is now coming your way. And the second session is a natural progression of the first session. It says, when life hands you lemons. Kya kare, shikanji banaye? Not shikanji, but when life hands you lemons, you've got to look ahead. And to look ahead, you've got to look at where you're positioned currently. Remember Alice in Wonderland? When Alice was falling down, down, down the deep, dark rabbit hole, she's very curious to comprehend, why was this happening? What was happening? And where was she headed? So come on, everyone. Let's put on our Alice hats. And let's try and get to know what the new real normal is all about. Now, steering this session and helping us rabbit down the deep, dark hole is the moderator of this session, Karishma Hundalani, who's head brand and content Event FAQs Media. Event FAQs Media, of course, is partnering with us on this conclave. Now, a few years ago, when the Event and Entertainment Management Association of India listed the 10 most influential women in the Indian experiential zone, she was one of them. Can you imagine the Indian experiential industry without Event FAQs? Nope. So she right there is the brain behind the stellar quality outputs, the pioneering initiatives, and the unique market presence. She is someone who contentedly pockets all that is eventful in India, in the UAE, and today is known as an erudite, scholarly mind on all subjects that are experiential around the globe. Joining Karishma in this panel are illustrious gentlemen themselves. We have with us Sanjoy K. Roy, who's Managing Director, Teamwork Arts, and the President of the Event and Entertainment Management Association of India. And we also have with us Ashish K. Rajani, who is the founder and CEO Book My Show. Okay, Karishma, whenever we meet on real ground on stage, we always give each other a hug, a Janu ki Jappi. I can't give you one today, so here's a virtual hug to you. Karishma, take this on. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Gitika. Of course, virtual hugs is all we have, and I do appreciate it. I'm so delighted to be representing Event FAQs Media at this digital edition of the India Event IP Conclave, which is in partnership with Event Capital. And we as a team appreciate greatly the opportunity to bringing industry experts together to share knowledge. And that's the premise of this opening session. I have with me two undoubtful leaders of the live events industry, Sanjoy Roy and Ashish Rajani. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm going to dive straight in because we're on a tight schedule. When life gives you lemons, so let's really first start off with understanding the situation a little better. Sanjoy, if I can start with you on your expert opinion. I know you liaise very closely with governments internationally. You're speaking to associations in the performing arts realm. What are the voices out there? What is the real situation now for us to be prepared for?
Thanks, Karishma, and hi, Gitika. Hi, Ashish. Good to see you all. And yeah, unfortunately, I'm not necessarily the bringer of good tidings, and this has been a very difficult period. And I've been in touch with both the governments in India, but also a number of governments across the world. As Ashish will tell you, the total loss right now in the event industry worldwide it has hit the 1 trillion number, with most events being either postponed or being cancelled. And going into 2021, we're already looking at some amount of cancellations coming up, in a sense that nobody really knows where COVID-19 is headed. What is clear is that COVID-19 is here to stay. It's not going anyplace. And we have to start working on how do we build trust? How do we build faith? Right now, everything has been about creating fear. Stay inside, stay indoors, don't move out. This will be life-threatening, so on and so forth. And sure it is. And we've seen this across the world, United States, Italy, Spain, etc. But like the flu, like HIV, like polio, this is something that once it's in our systems is going to be there. And even if the vaccine comes out, and we're now hearing that India has 2 options, Oxford has already action to, America started testing in the second phase, 3 vaccines. So there's 77 possible vaccines out there being created or tested or invented. But by the time they come out, and by the time they're rolled out, and by the time they get to India, and we get to 70% of herd immunity, and by the time the rest of the world gets immunity, like with polio, and I'll use polio as an example, the polio drops or the polio vaccination took 5 decades of dedicated work by every government across the world and social organization to get rid of it. HIV, as you know, still kills millions more people than anything else. So let's now understand what's next. Yes, we have to relook at the way that we do business. Can we do the tomorrow's lands of the world? Can we get in 10,000, 50,000, 70,000 people? Certainly not today, and certainly not in the coming months, but maybe in the future. But what is the protocols that we need to put into place to ensure that we can do that? The other big challenge looking into the future, and that I suspect is going to be an equal challenge to the health crisis, is the crisis in the economy. If you look at the American figures coming out today, the America's dipped 4.7% minus on its GDP last quarter, and it's going into a minus 8.7%. The figures that we're seeing for India in this quarter is going to be minus 27% of GDP. These are not simple numbers to get our heads around. This is a unique situation, not seen since the Great Depression. This is not about 2008. This is not about 9/11. This is a whole new world. So how do we address this issue? I think Ashish, from the BMS part of it, I think he'll give us a very interesting perspective. But I do believe that with every crisis in the world, there is an opportunity. And we are seeing this opportunity today. Clean rivers, blue skies, views of the Himalayas from Saharanpur, animals coming back into our space, etc. Can we cohabit? Can we relook at consumption? Can we be mindful about our environment and everything that we do? Can we be responsible to each other? Can we be responsible for safety, health, peaceful coexistence, and pushing back on hatred and fear? This is the opportunity time for all of us. And in that, how do we work with technology? How do we work with all of the incredible artistic talent that we have across the length and breadth of India and the diversity? And how do we take India to the world and bring the world to India in these difficult times?
Thank you, Sanjoy. I think you covered all the topics I had in mind, but I think we'll take it to Ashish. I know you also are, of course, in touch with your international counterparts, your peers. What is it like for BMS, or maybe in your industry? What are you thinking at this current moment? Give us some insights.
Well, firstly, thank you for this, and I appreciate being here and with everybody around. And it's great to see that everybody is still thinking together in some sort of function and trying to make sense of this. Look, this is unprecedented. It's never happened before. Nobody has ever seen this. Nobody saw it coming, and the length and the breadth and the depth of this is still unknown. So people can only second guess. You can react. You can try and do and make sense of it and be reactive. But look, I believe that nothing in life is permanent. It's temporary, right? Your existence here is temporary. And therefore, good times and bad times are both temporary. The thing is, how do you conduct yourself in that time is of utmost importance. And so stock market goes up, stock market comes down. When the markets go up, everybody is euphoric and bullish, and they forget the bad times. And in bad times, they forget the good. And I think memories are very short. And so what you've got to remind yourself in good times that is temporary, and in bad times, it is temporary. So markets will bounce back, things will come back. Like Sanjoy said, you need herd immunity. There is question marks over BCG, overlay. It'll come back in waves. How much will it impact? Will it impact people with comorbidity issues? How will contact tracing be done? I'm a part of various task forces with the BMC at the central level, at the state level, We're trying to do our bit and try and understand as much as we can. But from our own perspective, look, as far as we're concerned, revenues for Book My Show are down to zero. We're making no money. It's down to zero, right? For the first time in the history of the company in 21 years, for the last 30 days, we have been down to zero. And it's what you do in this period. How do you break it down into being nimble, being effective, looking at life in 3-month tranches and for the next 1 year? How do you conduct yourself with employees? What do you do with your stakeholders, your vendors, your partners, your board members, your shareholders? And then look at life from the next beyond 1 year to the next 3 years and then 5 years. And how do you catch up? And what's going to happen? What's going to happen socially? What's going to happen economically? How much devastation will take place from the economic devastation? And I don't mean us losing some bucks or your numbers going up and down. How much livelihood will be taken away? And how will people recover out of that? How many millions and millions of people are going to stay for another generation in the poverty, under the poverty line? And I think it's also going to be social behavioral changes. Today, you go into the elevator and people don't know whether to wish you, not to wish you, shake your hand, not to shake your hand. Should they give you a fist bump or touch your elbows or touch your toes? Whatever it may be. There is a lot of this interaction between friends itself that has become a little odd if you do end up sort of bumping into somebody. I think it's going to take time. But again, like I said, in India, we are very resilient. Even after the attacks in Bombay, people went back and it was fairly quick. This will take time. It'll be very, very staggered. It'll take time to open up. There will be measures like Sanjoy said, but it will be it'll be an extremely slow start. But eventually life will get back to normal. Whether it is 6 months from now, a year from now, a year and a half, depends on a lot of other factors which are not in our control. And when they come, they come.
Can you give us a few examples of what BMS is doing in these times? I know that you guys are already out there virtually. Just a little insight so that it's inspiration.
Sure. Look, I think you've got to look at it holistically. So number one, what we did was from the second day of the lockdown, we created a human chain for our employees. So 1,600 people across 7 countries are broken down into 115 groups. And there's a group moderator for each group. At 10 in the morning and 10 in the evening, we check on each other on their mental health. Is everybody okay? And that's all we need to know. I do a town hall on Friday at 12 o'clock for the entire organization. And it's transparent, it's open, it's ask me anything, questions come in, and it's live streamed every Friday. To our consumers, we sent out all the information that we could. There's another one coming out on Monday, and we are keeping abreast on everything that we do. In terms of the company, the DNA and the culture of the company is what's most important. It's the quality of your input. And only you can help yourself before helping other people. When you're on a plane, it says, right, help yourself, put the mask on you before you help somebody else. So you have no right to help anybody else until you don't stabilize yourself. So what we did was we were nimble, and it's the DNA and the culture of the company, because we've been through the global financial crisis. And before that, we've been through the dot-com bust. A lot of companies haven't been through that. We went from 150 people down to 6 in 2001. So my memory bank, if it serves us right, we know exactly what needs to be done. You've got to cut fixed costs. You've got to be very clinical about it. You've got to create a Noah's Ark, because if the Titanic sinks, you can't save anybody. But if you have a Noah's Ark, you can always come back. There are a lot of companies like ostriches with their head in the sand. And if they don't wake up to this reality today, and they think, oh yeah, things will be fine, we're going to continue to spend, let's cut 5% here and there, you will not survive. There will be a lot of companies that will go under. Of course, that throws up activity for M&A and acquisitions and acqui-hires. But it's unfortunate that a lot of people will disappear. So what we've done is we were very nimble to move on the 5th day and move digital. So we've served more than 2 million customers in the last 25 days on people that have come, registered, bought a ticket, not paid for it, because I don't think it's the right time to start charging people. We don't feel right about it because consumers have stayed loyal to us for all these years, 20 plus years. This is the one time that you can give back. But we've been curating and creating events which are online, real time. We did something called Live from HQ, where we had Pratik Kuhar, and we had Indian Ocean, we had Veer Das. We're doing some work with Sanjoy. We had Bittu Segal do a whole series on environment. We've got the second Stay Fit India challenge, which is going on. So there's a ton of work that's going on. It's exciting, it's fun, it's a new way of working. We've created a video platform with a paywall where we have the ability to deliver it and pay for it. So there's a lot of nimbleness that the team has shown from working from home and delivering these products and services well before their time. And these were always in our sort of things to do, our list of things to do. But now that there's no business as usual, I think we've been able to take some of these future forward and future proofing our business and be able to fast track and do it and deliver it right away.
Yeah, I think that's the most amazing thing of these times. We've really had the opportunity to bring out aspects that we couldn't perhaps pay attention to. Sanjoy, I'm going to head over to you in terms of, I'd like you to play the industry president, the industry association president hat this time, and really tell us, like Ashish spoke about, the importance of really sticking together. What can we do as a whole, as a unit now in preparation of a post-COVID or a post-pandemic, or even while on that path?
I think something that Ashish said, everybody must take to heart, which is you need to get your ship in order first. Of course, you can do a lot of stuff collaboratively. And like he said, people like us, people like them, we're always in conversations, in conferences, trying to look at the next opportunity. And there are opportunities, and much of my conversation with our colleagues in EMA or anywhere else in the world has been to look at, so what is the next opportunity? What are the new opportunities out there? And the other day I was talking at the wedding conference, and then I talked to the folks in the East, and I told them, don't just look at the fact that the door is closed and there's no opportunity out there and you have to collectively bang the door down. Turn around. Maybe there's a window open behind you. And maybe that window provides a whole different space and a whole different environment. In terms of the industry per se, this is the time that, as Ashish said, get your ship in order. But do it, I would just add to that, do it with empathy and do it with responsibility. Because you know that when you ask somebody to go or leave, there isn't a world outside there waiting to take him or her on. So look at what's the best way for you to deal with your own situation. Can your colleagues come up with solutions for you? Can some of them take voluntary pay cuts? And what's the kind of stuff that you need to institute? But more importantly, it's the time for knowledge and information sharing. The kind of opportunity that you have today when you're shut down and you're stuck, you're at home. Yes, you're doing your housework. Yes, you're trying to coordinate spaces with your family, which is also maybe difficult. But it's the time to read, to hear, to research, to understand, and therefore enlarge the scope of your thinking. The more you know, or the more examples you see, not necessarily in the copy, cut, paste mode, but really it's stuff that will trigger a thought process in your head and make you go out and say, hey, these are my strengths. I don't have a strength here. Maybe somebody else within the industry, a fraternity, will have a strength there. Can I come together and see in a very narrow way, not in this hail fellow, well met kind of let's go and have a beer, because that's not the alternative today. But really strategically, can you come together to be able to create new opportunities? And I can tell you, we are seeing opportunities out there. And Ashish, just to add, we are now looking at revenues. I mean, at some point of time, we will start putting some of our stuff behind subscription or paywalls, but we're already seeing revenues now flow in from, our well-wishers, supporters, sponsors, etc. Nowhere near, the figures that any of us are used to, because a live event finally creates a memory. Unfortunately, a virtual event can provide an opportunity for knowledge dissemination, but it won't necessarily embed and memory. But given that, I still think that there's huge opportunities. People need to work, this notion that we all have to work together, we all have to love each other, it's a notion. I think we have to accept that each of us come from different backgrounds, different spaces, different ideas. We may not love each other, but if we can work together to share strengths and weaknesses, knowledges and opportunity, learnings, both good and bad, those That's the space that I feel industry bodies really need to work in tandem. And, I sit on a number of bodies, as you know, not just EMA, FICCI, many of the international bodies, etc. And that's what we're trying to do, seeing how best we can help our ecosystem be able to find their own solution. We don't have the solution. We can only edge you towards what could be your unique solution. My cut in levels for my colleagues in my company is not the same as Ashish, and it can't be. And it won't be the same of some of our other industries.
So to that point, Sanjay, a couple of things, what we've done, and if this can help people, because we've seen this twice over in our journey in the company, what we did was that we took April and we've taken everybody's leaves and we have utilized the leaves, but paid everybody's salary in full. Book My Show runs a voluntary program in the company where we all contribute to certain people who are below a certain salary, their kids' education for life. And we've doubled down on that. We run a charity called Book a Smile. And what we've done with Book a Smile only, and it's a very, very healthy charity. Every time you buy a ticket, we take that 1 rupee. We've used that corpus and allocated about 20% to COVID related causes this time, rather than sports, music, arts, and whatever that we do for underprivileged. So what we've done is a few things, and I think it's our responsibility as citizens, as corporate citizens, to be able to do the right thing in this period and to be helpful to society and communities. So what we've done is a 100,000 square foot office in Bombay, where it's completely shut down. What we've done is that we've taken our cafeteria and we're serving 1,000 meals a day for breakfast to frontline health workers, which is a healthy, balanced meal. We're giving it to all the chowkis of BMC, as well as the police chowkis between 6 in the morning and 7. On top of that, what we've done is that we've taken charities where we've given hazmat suits, PPE suits, and food programs that we're running for daily wage workers. On top of that, we've partnered with Bombay Municipal Corporation, and the call center starts on Tuesday. The Book My Show call center reopens on Tuesday, where every hospital is now allocated like a theater, and every bed has now become a ticket. Because what's happening today is it takes patients 6 hours to 16 hours to find the right hospital and the right bed. And because they're going to the closest hospital and they don't know which is the level of hospital based on the severity of their sickness. Now what we have done is our SLA is down to 1 hour. So you get a barcode, you go to the hospital, we scan. So Book My Show is using its tech engine to be able to help patients in Bombay reach the right bed in the right hospital. And it's going to go onto our app starting next week. So those are some of the things that we are doing to help the communities around us, serve the people that we can, use our corpus for Book a Smile, and then do work with the government and partner with them to be able to do that. And this is being funded directly by us. It's not being paid by anybody. There is no PR around this. We're not putting it out in press. We're just doing what we are supposed to do. And then, of course, future-proofing the business, where we've started a 5-week project with one of the big consultancies. And we are in the 3rd week of that to future-proof the businesses. So I think it's about keeping your wits at end, being as helpful as you can, doing the right thing, focusing on the quality of your input. And I'm a racer. I sail boats every Saturday for the last 20 years. The elements of nature are not in your control. The wind or the tide doesn't change as to your whims and fancies. The only thing that you can do is adjust the sails. That's what I'm doing, adjusting the sails.
That's an amazing note. Thanks, Ashish. That's actually something that I wanted to end on, to see how we can really give back also in times like these, because as people at the helm of the industry, of course, we have a responsibility beyond our businesses as well. Thank you so very much. It was an opening session, so rather short, but the insights were exactly what we imagined to be. Thanks once again to you, Sanjoy, and to Ashish. We'll hand it over back to the organizers. Thank you.
Karishma, just before you hand it back, I just wanted to say to Ashish, don't forget the artists. If they don't perform and if the lighting person doesn't put the lights up, they don't eat. So anyway, that's something you and I will
talk about. last 10 seconds before you wrap up. So Rambo Circus, it is a circus which is a dying form of art where it's been suffering, and they're in Maharashtra, stuck somewhere in tents. We just funded their families, themselves and their families, their food and rations for the next 3 months, and we funded their livelihood for the next 3 months without any payback, again from my charity, just making sure that the circus and the wonderment of circus survives this period and they can go back to being who they are.
Cool. Anyway, we'll get back. We'll do some stuff on our art matters, etc.
I'm glad that all rolling. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Back over to the organizers.
See you guys.
Hey, and that was Business Sessions coming to you right from us at the first ever digital avatar of the India Event IP Conclave. Here comes your way, the next session. Okay, this next session focuses on how we can keep event brands alive and the growth opportunities and insights with regards to the UAE market. Now, when it comes to UAE, I cannot speak further without raving and ranting about the World Expo 2020, really. Very soon, the Bureau International Day Expositions will be getting together for an assembly vote and will be probably postponing in all possibility the World Expo 2020. Now, this is really going to be sending shockwaves through the UAE economy, and many a major project are going to be derailed, especially tech-related projects. Yeah, 25 million people were supposed to engage with us at the World Expo 2020.
25 minutes, right?
At the World Expo 2020, 25 million were supposed to engage. And what's going to happen now? What does the future hold? In fact, this whole property was to burnish Dubai's image as an investment, as a tourism, as a hub in the Middle East region and the North African region. What does the future hold now, really, in terms of the region's economy, in terms of the region's market stakeholders, in terms of the region's experiential operators, or those from outside who are interested to come in there and operate as experiential planners? Let's just dive right in. Yeah. We have guests here on this session. I welcome them all. We have with us Girish Bhatt, Managing Director, Dun Events. He's joining us from Dubai. We have Guy Nagata, CEO, Coca-Cola Arena, joining us from Dubai. We have John Lickrish, CEO, Flash Entertainment, coming to us from Abu Dhabi. We have with us Sudhir Sial, CEO, Middle East Book My Show, coming to us from Dubai. And moderating this session is Vishal Nagdev, who's a co-founder and director at Event FAQS Media. Now, Vishal there is the driving force behind all those blockbuster IPs that Event FAQS rolls out, whether it's WOW Awards or whether it's the Experiential Planner Expo or whether the Gourmet Entertainment Show. He very actively collaborates with clients on building IPs for them, both in India and in the UAE. And he's very passionate about global trade, about history, about yoga, and about performing arts. Vishal, the other day I saw you on your social media trying a handstand. How's that going? Take it over.
Thank you, Gitika. Well, I can confirm it's not going too well. It was a 30-day program. I think I need another 30 days. But hello, everyone. Welcome to the digital edition of India Event IP Conclave. Truly a heavyweight session. Not for me, but for the 4 people on the panel discussion. 3 of them from Dubai. Actually, all of us are from Dubai, but I know Guy. Hello, Guy. Let's have everyone know who Guy is. Yeah, that's Guy from Coca-Cola Arena, who's right now in New Zealand. Thank you so much for taking the time out, Guy. We have Girish from Dun Events. Dun Events is one of the largest event and entertainment production companies. Most of the Indian event industry already knows about Dun Events. They've done some projects in India. We have John from Flash Entertainment. John, can we have your hands up? Yeah. Again, Flash is Abu Dhabi's largest entertainment production company, involved in the biggest IPs that happen in Abu Dhabi. And then we have Sudhir from Book My Show Middle East, a very unique company. You know Book My Show from India, but in UAE, I'm sure it's true in India too. They're not just a ticketing company, but they've also partnered with promoters. They have invested into IPs. They are creating new IPs. They are also have in the past brought international IPs into our countries. So, gentlemen, thank you very much, first of all, for joining us today and lending your expertise. We have a 30-minute session, so I'll dive right in. Just to set some context, because we are talking to a predominantly Indian audience right now, and all our businesses here are predominantly UAE. I'll start with you, Girish. If you can give us a little perspective on the IPs that your organization manages, what kind of disruptions have taken place, and just to give us a perspective from what has happened from March and what you see happening until October, November, December this year.
Thank you, Vishal, and thank you, Event FAQs and Event Capital, for putting this through. Hello, everybody in the panel, John, Guy, Sudhir. Great to see you. So Dun has been in this industry for almost 15 years now, and we've seen a lot of IPs that have homegrown from us, with Redfest being the first one that we initiated back in 2013. It has seen the seventh year this season, and 2 years back we recently acquired Jazz Festival. So it has been 2 editions that we have successfully managed Jazz Festival. Besides this, there are other IPs that we manage, which is blended, which is a blend of red and jazz, blend of genres, blend of decades, if you say so, and we do it once in 2 or 3 years. We've tried our hand with Filipino Music Festival, and we have an IP umbrella, comedy umbrella brand called DXB Labs, under which a lot of comedians have come and done stand-up comedy. Fortunately for us, we were lucky that both our festivals, Redfest and Jazz Fest, just scraped through before the March and before the entire COVID-19 scare came in. Having said that, it's not that there weren't any casualties. So one of the KPIs was to get a particular number of attendees. We did see people's behavior changing when it comes to ticket sales.
Wait, what date was this exactly?
So Redfest was on the first weekend of Feb, and Jazz Fest was the last weekend of Feb.
Okay.
So more or less, we managed to finish off without any.
Did you see the scare, the social behavior pattern in both events, or was it more prominent towards the end of Feb?
No, it was more prominent actually in Redfest. Again, okay. Redfest is where a lot of millennials, a lot of young teens come into play, and we usually get about 40 to 45% ticket sales in the last 10 days running. So we saw quite a bit of difference in the last 10 days of running, and then people were waiting till the last minute to buy a ticket, and people were not committing 10 days in advance or 7 days in advance. And every day there was news about something with regards to COVID coming out from China or coming out from Italy or Iran, and that kind of did play a significant factor in the consumer behavior.
Of course.
Moving towards the end of Feb, in Jazz Fest, it was not that prominent an impact in the first 2 days, but by the time the third day, there was a scare, I believe in Yas, where there was a lockdown, and that saw a major dip in the last day sales and refunds coming into play.
What about the months ahead? Girish, if you could just quickly tell us about your April to October calendar, what was disrupted and what's the plan right now?
So all our events in April to before summer have been now pushed to post-summer. Okay. Again, we are playing a very cautious, conservative approach, and we are hoping that everything will come back, not to normal. We understand it's not going to come back to normal. But so today morning, we have cancelled one show, which is Iron Maiden, and that's now going to not happen this year and may happen next year. So we are issuing refunds to each and every ticket person who has bought. Again, Guy, it was supposed to happen at the Coca-Cola Arena. There are other 3 shows that are planned. 2 of them are planned in the Coca-Cola Arena, which we have pushed to October.
Okay.
1 in November. So
they're still hopeful of the October-November show. Of course, we have to wait and watch, but they are on the schedule right now. And what are the artists? What are these shows in October-November, just to get an idea?
October, we have Louis Tomlinson, one of the former One Direction members. And in November, we have Russ, who is a hip-hop artist. And we have one British comedian by Romesh Raghunathan, who's also going to come in World Trade Center in October.
Super. So that's a bit of a Dubai perspective, one of the largest entertainment production companies from Dubai. Let's move to Abu Dhabi. John, if you could tell us a little bit about the intellectual properties that Flash manages, has been managing or producing for the last few years. A little bit about the disruptions and the plans in the next 6 to 9 months. What's on the schedule? What's completely cancelled? Just for the audience to get a perspective.
Yeah, we have a number of entertainment-based and sports-based IPs that we created. The first one and the most important being the Yasalam program, which is WOW in Arabic. It's a series of events that we created in support of the Formula One. It's slightly bigger now, when we first was slightly bigger before when it was first implemented. Now the private sector's picked up a lot of the pieces that we've dropped away from. But that's a series of big concerts after the F1. Which happens at the Do Arena. And we typically have done events on the city and the free events on the beach, as well as club nights and after concert is what we call it. Certain hip hop and DJs playing in the clubs around the city. We have our tennis event, which is an XO at the end of the year, kind of around the 18th of December, which is 6 top 10 players of the world. We have Nadal, Serena Williams, Federer, Djokovic have all played in this tournament, which is broadcast globally around the world. Something else that we created specifically for our city as well as the facilities that are existing. We've done a variety of different events for other stakeholders. We've created a science festival. We've created other sporting events, which obviously we don't have the rights to, but we're very adaptable in this market. I think we have to do a lot of things, but we haven't seen a lot of impact because we have a new arena that's in the final stages of development, and we had really planned to put most of our content once that had opened up. Now it's going to be in September. Typically, Ramadan is very quiet for us. We don't do a lot of events. And through the summer months, because of the heat, we just didn't have the facilities. Now that we do have the facilities, we had planned to be doing a lot of stuff in the fourth quarter. We're hoping that's going to continue. So we haven't seen a lot of disruption in our business plan at this moment, but that was a little bit lucky as opposed to obviously planned.
What's the new arena called, John?
It's the Etihad Arena. It's a 18,000 indoor facility on the waterfront of Yas Island.
Wow.
So, yeah,
that would make for the second arena because there's already the Yas Arena, right?
Yeah, we have the Do Arena, which is 45,000 people. It's an amphitheater basically outside where we host of all our Formula One events and all of our big concerts like Eminem and the Madonna, the Rolling Stones, the Coldplays, the Rihannas of the world that we've brought in on a quite a regular basis. So,
sure. And what's the calendar now for the new arena? Have you planned something from September, October? What's the current schedule?
Yeah, I think we've got the first event, which is a Disney on Ice event, which will be the first week of September. The rest of the calendar we're kind of holding right now. I don't think we want to announce. I think it's the wrong time. We're not sure, if the public's going to be engaged, and I think we're more concerned on making sure that we have our operations built for purpose for really the new world and what everyone's experienced. So I think it'd be premature for us to be talking about filling arenas or even half filling arenas at this time. We're still waiting for guidance on health and safety codes and what the licensing authorities are going to do. Obviously, we're speaking to them because we're probably one of the bigger event promoters in the country and been around since 2008.
Of course.
With the history of the Pope's Visit, the Asian Cup Championship, the Club World Cup, and a variety of other. I'm
going to touch on the subject of having a big production and artist block for first week of September in terms of any innovations in the way you're managing artist contracts. But I'll come back to that. I'd like to move to Guy. Coca-Cola Arena, the newest, most buzzing venue, the most exciting development rather in the region in the last 1 year. It's managed by ASM Global, and that's the company that Guy represents. So we're lucky to have not just the perspective of Coca-Cola Arena that works with the leading promoters of the region, but also a global perspective. Guy, if you could tell us the disruptions, the plans for the next 6 to 9 months, we'd love to hear that from your point of view. Working with
Thanks, Vishal. Good evening to everyone. So we started seeing some pretty significant disruption in line with Girisha's comments through the latter part of February. A number of shows that we had with Dun Events in particular and some other promoters, some anxiety in and around what was happening globally and led to a number of postponements. So fortunately at the moment, majority of the content that we had running through latter part of Q1 and into Q2 is effectively up and shifted itself into the late Q3 and Q4 this year. But to John's point, that's obviously pending on municipality requirements and regulations and how we can, as an industry, I guess, help shape that direction moving back. One of the key things that we're speaking about from an ASM global perspective is having a key voice within the industry and collectively, and all of us in this panel, I think, would probably agree, sharing some insights and some direction about how we do come back to market at an appropriate time. So at the moment, we're very focused as a business on, we've progressed out of effectively that crisis management phase, I guess, cancelling events and forming, working with promoters and forming ticket holders and, significant number of sponsors that we have locked in with the venue. Clearly we opened Coca-Cola Arena last year in June, a strong family of founding partners and our naming rights partner Coca-Cola. And so working with all of those partners in terms of managing their expectations. And I'll say they've been incredible. We're very fortunate in a way that the same people we were negotiating with 18 months ago are still at the table and still have a lot of equity in the relationship. So, that's a good thing if ever there's a good thing that's come out of this in terms of timing. But, from a ASM Global perspective internationally, we are the largest venue or facility manager globally. There's been a really extreme sense of what's happened in and around the world in terms of facilities, a number of them being used in terms of supporting frontline staff from a medical services point of view. Obviously, effectively all venues are pretty much closed at the moment and operating to support governments where they can. And managing the relationships with our team and our key stakeholders as well. So, Miras are the owner of Coca-Cola Arena in Dubai. We're working very closely with them and their teams in terms of how we progress now more to a business readiness perspective. So we've been, very focused on, from our perspective, what this new order looks like. How do we come back into business? How do we manage what is effectively an oxymoron to social distancing, because we are about putting people together in a live ecosystem.
And a very large number of people together. So
and enjoying that environment and, supporting the promoters that we work with, and fortunate to have obviously Girish and Sudhir and John. We want to work with you down the line as well, and that's no secret in that.
We did the first event, don't forget.
That's right.
Arena.
So, it's important in terms of, finding that perspective to move forward, how we can eliminate a number of those touch points and give people some comfort. But it's going to be a process that's going to take, some steps with a lot of different stakeholders in terms of managing that expectation. One thing we are very confident about from an international perspective is that there is demand for what we do, but it's just finding the appropriate time. A lot of people are dealing with very challenging situations personally and professionally at the moment. We need to be very mindful about how we are proactive and pushing our own agendas at the moment. I think we need to keep a sense of kind of humanity in terms of what's happening around us for now. So that time will come. We'll be ready. We'll work clearly with Dubai Municipality, DTCM, our partners, our promoters, our team. And however that is shaped, we'll make sure that we come out ready to meet the demands and figures of the market when the time is
super. Thanks. Awesome. Guy, I'm going to come back to you quickly where we've obviously consumed a little more time. We have 800 people with us. Just a quick request for everyone to speak up a little louder, just because we're broadcasting on multiple channels. Let's come to you, Sudhir. Book My Show Middle East. Quite an impact you all have had in the market in the very little time that you've been here, playing a ticketing platform, playing an organizer yourself, collaborating with governments, collaborating with other IP owners. Just if you can quickly tell us about the business that is disrupted, the next event on the calendar, so we know what the optimistic view of events in Dubai are like.
Sure. Thank you, Vishal, and hi to all the panelists and to everyone who's watching. We had a good start. We started about 10 months ago, and we've grown our business to over $5 million in this market and promoted about 7 shows in Dubai, both at the Coca-Cola Arena and at Dubai Opera. And Guy's been a great supporter, and we've done events across Western and an Arab music festival, some Indian content like Rahat Fateh Ali Khan and Dabang and so on. Obviously, in some ways, this happened at a time when the season itself is low. So from that perspective, the impact could have been worse. But with the Coca-Cola Arena and indoor venues coming in, June and July also became months where there has been more content in Dubai like we saw last year. So I guess as promoters, we've lost out on that time and potentially losing out on November and December as well. So we had a Social Nation, which we actually co-presenting with Event Capital, which was scheduled for March, and then we moved it back to May. But we've had to move that back. We were also presenting and partnering with a promoter in bringing Ilay Raja, one of the biggest South Indian artists, for a huge concert at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, which also now has been moved. Also, we part of our focus has been in bringing some of our Indian IPs, like Grubfest, which is our food IP, which we recently acquired, and we've been working with both Dubai and looking at other opportunities to bring it. So that's also
what kind of timeline for like IPs like Grubfest?
So now we were looking at it in August, September now, but now it has to move again to December, January, right? So
it's a good trigger also to think of the fact that events like the Grubfest or IPs like the Grubfest still have a better chance because you can have a big aspect of the social distancing still in place.
Absolutely. So and we also had a large Western music artist, Western artists we were co-promoting, collaborating with Live Nation, which also is likely going to move because we've seen that most Western artists are now rescheduling their tours to 2021 in light of what's going on. So we've actually reshifted our focus to two things. One is what can we do in the exhibition space, or what can we do in the theatrical space, which will probably be the first sector to come back. Mm-hmm. And in the exhibition space, there are a lot of interesting exhibitions out there, and there is innovation where you can actually reduce the number of people coming into your exhibition and actually limit the people inside the exhibition to only families, so people are comfortable being with their own family members, right? And that's one opportunity that we are pursuing, and everybody else should also look at, because on the one hand, the economy has been hit badly. A lot of people have lost jobs, salaries have reduced, but on the other hand, people have also starved of entertainment. People have been locked in their homes for a month now, and perhaps the next 3-4 months, and people are dying to come out and experience something, which is why the online virtual initiatives that we've had, like Live from HQ, where we've brought Indian artists online, those have actually seen tremendous viewership, right? So we've done something with Veer Das, Pratik Kuhad. In India, we've followed that on in Dubai, where we've had 3 weeks now of performing arts and music. And we've seen strong viewership, and the same artist who would get in, say, 1,000 viewers for a physical concert is actually getting 8x that number.
Yeah, the digital consumption certainly has gone up. Very interesting insight there, specifically with examples of the Grubfest, and perhaps even the Marvel exhibit that was recently done in India could again become the kind of entertainment content which could survive over the next 6 to 9 months, where social distancing norms can be followed. We are running a little late. I had 2 questions for each of you, but we're going to do it more like a quick fire round now. Girish, I want you to just quickly share some innovations that you're practicing, innovations that you've seen around yourself in the industry, and of course, opportunities you see from a 9 to 18 month window, per se.
In terms of innovation, it's a very broad term. And again, to all the viewers, everybody who's listening into it, innovation does not need to come top down. Innovation can come bottom up as well. So this pandemic, what has affected us is just not affected the events industry. It's affected the core of the consumer behavior across all industries. So we need to now look at what value we can add to that consumer behavior. And once we crack that, that would be innovation.
Perfect. So make that your starting point instead of the business plan that you were following earlier.
Yes, absolutely. So again, it is disruptive in nature, but we also need to understand that this is a evolving pandemic. So we need to ascertain various trigger points. And as those trigger points trigger, you need to you need to have those opportunities come into play, or you need to have those particular innovations planned for those trigger points. If we are able to do that, then that's great.
Very interesting. So there is hope. Clearly, there are opportunities. It's just a relook at the programming. Guy, any observations from you in terms of how programming conversations are already changing in light of the current situation, in terms of what promoters are thinking in the next 6 to 18 months in terms of content programming? Any observations there?
I think we touched at the panel before we went live in and around this, the conversations between artists and promoters and venues in some respects. When you have a Europe and North American market, the largest touring markets globally, being impacted so significantly, it does make it harder on other regions in terms of trying to acquire content and talent. What we're seeing from an ASM global perspective is discussions around major sporting franchises coming back probably first to honour their broadcasting rights, or try and honour their broadcasting rights. There's obviously enormous demand both from a live perspective, but people want content of some description. Hence why the great work that Book My Show have been doing, that Live Nation's been doing in terms of online portals, activity around the world has been so sought after. So we see some upside, some positivity around promoters wanting to be back and booking dates with us as early as late August and September. A lot of that's going to be in and around Dubai municipality and DTCM having comfort in terms of the regulatory environment. ASM Global is looking at a number of initiatives, particularly around venue hygiene and how we can give consumers, both fans, artists, suppliers, promoters, comfort that they're entering an environment which is going to meet the new requirements and figures. So there's a lot of work-ons in that space, but we fundamentally believe there's opportunity. If you listen to someone like Michael Rapino, you have Live Nation, they're very confident that they can shift and pick up all the artists that have cancelled and move them when the time is right and not lose opportunities. So it's just when is the right time and when will that be opportunity available.
Super, thank you. John, I wanted to come back to you on quickly on the point about booking artists and any innovation or any differentiated technique now while negotiating contracts. You have someone, an act with Disney coming up. I would imagine this is a huge production, a lot of artists involved. So if you can give us a little insight into how artist booking and content booking is evolving in the light of the current situation.
Well, I mean, it's really non-existent. A lot of discussions that we're having are based around our fall schedule, and those are very tentative. If you want to be good at it, you got to have a very thick skin and get ready to be told no over and over again, and be able to negotiate like a used car dealer. But I think the innovation in the space for us that we're really looking forward to is because you've seen an uplift in facilities and the quality of promoters who have been here for a substantial amount of time. We've been here for 12 years now. I've seen variations of different entities come through. Now we think we have a good regional network to rely on. So coming out to content providers and artists and saying, look, we've got 4 or 5 stops, which could be in KSA, could be in Bahrain, Abu Dhabi, in India, and then possibly Lebanon eventually, is a much more appealing routing for content to tour, which gets us into places, gets us similar to what happens in Europe or Australia. Obviously North America is massive and Europe is massive, but that's really where we're going to see is the quality of promoters having sustainable and reliable venues that they can go to, and having international standards in place and being as professional as possible is what's going to drive the business.
Time to leverage the legacy. These are the times when the legacy of your company matters most. My last question to you, Sudhir. We had a little chat, and since you are primarily a ticketing platform, I just wanted to hear from you any innovations on monetizing content digitally so far. We spoke about a Vidas example. Whilst of course live events will bounce back maybe 18 or 24 months from now, some of the habits will remain. What are your observations on the innovation front? We have just 1 minute, before we move to the next section.
We've seen, we've started off with the tickets being free, but as things have evolved, we've seen that that customers are willing to pay for intimate audiences. So if you limit the number of audiences to say 100, 200 people, and you only activate certain cities, we've found that customers are willing to pay, and not huge amounts. So you'll say maybe $20, $30. And there are global case studies of companies like StageIt and so on, which have actually been around far before the pandemic. And I think more frequency, lower price tickets, smaller capacities, there is an opportunity if it's in a repeatable fashion. Also,
localized, customized to a certain demographic.
Absolutely, and to a certain city. And stand-up comedy is a key example, right? And music also eventually. Secondly, can the form factor be changed from just video to 3D video, something more immersive, where consumers will be willing to pay? To experiments that consumers will pay, because now people are understanding that this situation could go on for longer than initially expected.
Of course. Let's hope we see a lot of innovation. I could go on for hours. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are almost entering the next session's time. Thanks again, and over to you, Gitika. We'll continue on our backroom chat.
Thank you so much, Vishal.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We are right now at 850 people. Thank you so much.
We are EMA. We are the change.
Hi, this is A. Rahman, and I'm wishing the entire event fraternity all the very best for this edition of India Event IP Conclave. I'm sure we will present wonderful experiences to our audiences again. Cheer up.
Hit it! That's what I'm talking about. Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one, I'm the lady that will bring you down. There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the rivers, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one, I'm the lady that'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this
From the beginning. Okay, now. Are you ready?
joint on the corner where the big boys play.
And I'm back. For those of you who've just joined us, you're watching us at the first ever digital avatar of the India Events IP Conclave. Yes, it's the biggest and the best that's come out of India so far. We have world speakers, world subjects, world trends, and world participation. Right now, sitting at 850 eyeballs. Boy, am I happy about that. Okay, let's head into our next session. That's going to be looking ahead at the live events market in the Southeast Asian region. Now, we all know that the Southeast region comprises of the destinations such as Malaysia, Indonesia, Burma, Thailand, Singapore, and many more. Well, for the longest time now, this region has been looked at as a very dynamic region, economic. And right now, that is why it's probably one of the most severely hit regions in the world with regards to economic conditions. They're saying that the impact could be far worse than the 1997-98 Asian financial crisis. Yeah. We're also going to be throwing in the Australian perspective into this basket and diving right in and trying to figure out how they're going to be handling the future coming live. Moderating this session is Ajay Nair, Managing Director, OML Entertainment. He's joining us from Mumbai. When it's Ajay, IPs only get much louder. He's the guy who's created a lot of history in the Indian experiential zone. And Ajay there is going to be talking to Jasper Donat, co-founder and CEO of Branded, who's coming to us from Hong Kong. We have Kenneth Tan, CEO and Head of Product, Southeast Asia, Book My Show. He's coming to us from Singapore. Loretta Alabons, Managing Director and Content Producer, LAMC Productions and LA Comedy, joined us from Singapore. Susan Provan, Festival Director, Melbourne International Comedy Festival, coming to us from Melbourne. And Taylor J. Agism, Vice President, Business Development, AEG Asia, and coming to us from Singapore. For those of you who are getting this feeling that our audio is low, you can just very conveniently switch to the YouTube telecast or go on to Facebook. We've shared the links in the chat and the Q&A window. So Ajay, are you ready? I'm handing this over to you.
Thanks, Gitika. Hi, everybody. Obviously, we can't see anybody on this, so we're going to assume that there's a bunch of people watching us. And thank you, everyone, for joining on time from across the world. What we're going to do in this panel is going to try to avoid words like uncertain times and in this black swan event and stuff like that, because I'm assuming you probably heard that a few thousand times in the last 5 weeks. And we're going to straight dive into practically what's happening and what do the panelists think about their specific markets, the kind of events that they have been doing, and what are the changes that they sort of expect going forward. As a caveat, I think it's very safe to assume that everybody on this panel and everybody who's speaking today has actually very little clue of exactly how all this plays out, but we're going to try to put our best estimates to that. With that, I'm going to start with Jasper. Jasper, you obviously have been running Branded and running events all over the world, not just in Asia. Jasper is the man behind the successful YouTube FanFest property and many other properties with brands. One of the things about FanFest that's always struck me is that it's an incredibly intimate experience for fans. So it's not like going to a music concert or a comedy show. You get to meet and greet with a lot of the YouTubers that you have spent years and months following. And that's a very integral part of the experience, right? Literally the touch and feel of it. And you've done this across Asia, in the Western markets as well. How do you sort of see events like that pan out? I know even with It's a Girl thing, it's a lot like that. So how do you see events like that pan out going forward? What are the things that you would like to do with these events just to make it easier for people to attend again?
Hey Ajay, hey everyone. Firstly, thank you for inviting me today. This is amazingly impressed that everything is actually starting early rather than being on time or even late in the case of most of our events. Look, I think it is challenging at the moment, but it's also a massive opportunity. And whilst the ability to have face-to-face meetings is completely annihilated at the moment, the digital shift and acceleration to digital allows more people to meet more people albeit in a digital space. I don't believe that digital meetings will ever take the place of physical meetings, but you talk about the YouTube Fan Fest, talk about any event that has meet and greets, any concert, you have to be in that city, you have to have a ticket, you have to. So people have now become talent and artists have now become way more accessible to way more people. So I think that's actually quite exciting.
Right. And if I could just ask a follow-up, Jasper, but you think, especially when you are talking about YouTube celebrities or Instagram influencers who you see online all the time, do you think there is an ability to monetize events which are purely digital, especially given that a lot of it is brand underwritten? Because is the experience differentiable enough from what they anyway watch every day on their screens?
I think everything has a value. I think the value of, if you look at conferences, probably the value of sessions, the on-stage sessions has reduced dramatically. But I think people will always pay for to meet other people that maybe they don't know, or they in business connections. I think meeting with YouTube stars and Instagram stars and what have you. Look, it's a lot of them are uncomfortable. We never used to charge anyone to meet with a YouTuber because a lot of them are uncomfortable with that anyway. So I don't know, but everything has a value. You remember years ago, 9 Inch Nails were one of the first bands to ever embrace digital, and they literally put their entire lives on the web, and you could go from anything you could have a 9 Inch Nails pencil that Trent Reznor had written with for $1, all the way to something like $150,000, and they'd come to your house and perform. Everything has a value, but ultimately it boils down to the artist and whether they are comfortable charging to meet them. And I'm pretty sure most of them are not so comfortable in that. Got it.
I'll come back to you in a bit, but moving on to Susan. Susan's kindly joined us from Australia, which is probably the latest. It's past 8 in the evening there. I think one of the things that everybody's noticed that Australia has actually been relatively successful in managing the pandemic compared to a lot of Asian countries, a lot of Western countries, and in fact was one of the last to actually go into a lockdown mode. I know the Melbourne International Comedy Festival, which you've been running very successfully for a very long time, was almost on till the very, very last minute. A bunch of the comics that we work with are almost ready to fly out there. Melbourne International Comedy Festival obviously takes over the entire city. It's an incredible community event, multiple venues activated for a long period of time, for close to over a month. And then, of course, a lot of the comics travel across Australia as well. The community nature of that event obviously requires the public infrastructure, the city sort of to come together. How do you see that panning out, especially in a market like Australia, which I think has different characteristics than a lot of Asian markets? It's a country of people who love their freedom, who want to be out, who kind of have been protesting against the lockdown even before it began. So how do you see Melbourne International Comedy Festival and other events in Australia sort of come back?
Hi everyone, and I wish I was there in India rather than here for this. But those issues you mentioned, AJ, all that stuff we are absolutely starting to think about and talk about right now. Now we're past the date that our festival would have finished now. So after having a very weird month where every day we'd be saying, we would have been doing this today, or we would have been doing that today, and feeling sad and sorry for ourselves, we are now very much focused on what happens next. And yes, we had to cancel our festival. We had built the festival. We had paid for everything. We were ready to go, and we literally cancelled it 5 days before our first big television gala, and 10 days before the whole festival was ready to launch. So we were ready to go. So it was a bit of a disaster. But we are, now focused on the next year. Australians have actually really got on board with the lockdown. People are pretty generally have been keen to try and stop the spread of this virus and have been pretty well behaved. And we are lucky that we have, compared to all of you guys, we have a relatively small population. We have a lot of space. We've kind of been in a physical situation. I think, we are a massive island. We've been in a physical situation where I guess compared to a lot of countries around the world, it is easier for us to contain than for many others. So we are already looking at getting through it and maybe the lockdown starting to be able to break down, for people to be able to start going out a bit more. But I actually think that no one's going to be really confident about going out and sitting in little venues crowded up against each other. Certainly not comedy venues where everyone's laughing loudly, which means your germs are coming, going everywhere. It's we are, even though our next festival is a long way away, we are very much thinking that the market's going to be quite hard to read. People are probably not going to be really comfortable about going out and sitting as part of a big audience, probably until a vaccine is discovered. It's going to be, it's a really weird and unknown situation. We're facing a situation next year where, maybe our borders might, our government might decide that they're still not letting anyone in. We hope not, but who moment it all seems still very unknown, and we're having to kind of talk about and plan for about 10 or more different scenarios. It's quite challenging.
Yeah, and if I could just follow up on that, especially the last thing you mentioned. Obviously, you book a ton of international acts who come in every year to perform at the festival. And I know these artist conversations would have been interesting, to say the least, while all this is going on. Do you see any of them, it's very early days, even thinking of traveling again at all?
I think all the artists that we are still, that we communicate with constantly, everybody wants to come back, and we, of course, want them to come back. And all the Australians can't wait to get back on stages with live audiences, opposed to, everyone's been very busy online, but it's just not the same. But we will be very keen to have people back the minute we can, and I think it will really depend on what is happening in the countries that people are coming from. So, for example, some of the Southeast Asian countries and Asian countries have actually been way more successful in containing things and getting things under control than the United States and Britain, for example. So, it's not weird to imagine that artists from our, side of the world might be able to come to Australia before Americans, maybe. I mean, it's so impossible to say, if a vaccine is discovered and found to work, or treatments so that people are less afraid of becoming ill. There are so many variables that are going to impact on audiences. So I think, and in Australia, young people who are relatively healthy and who have much stronger immune systems and are not getting as ill with this virus, in Australia, they are the ones that have been most strongly hit by the economic crisis that we are all in as a consequence of the health crisis. So it's our core audience, the young people, 18 to 35 or 40-year-olds, they're the ones who've lost their jobs in much greater numbers than older, more established people. And so even if people are able to go out and do things, we're facing the things, well, maybe our core audience just might not have as much money to spend. They might want to come out, but instead of buying tickets to 10 shows, they might only be able to afford to buy tickets to 4 or 5 shows. So that's going to impact. So we've got to balance all of those things. And, the next 6 months are going to be an absolute kind of watching, waiting. I imagine that we'll be doing about 25,000 different budgets and different planning scenarios before Christmas. It's, a lot to think about.
Thanks, Susan. And I think that's a great segue. Taylor, you obviously have been working in Asian markets for a long time. AEG has successfully brought several global IPs to Asia in the last few years. You're investing very heavily in entertainment destinations in Thailand and Korea. Is there a recalibration happening, especially given the economic outcome of what's sort of going on? Are there thoughts about scaling back investments or sort of looking and deciding how to sort of deploy it differently?
That's a good question, and nice to see everybody, and thank you for attending the panel. Personally, I've never been busier during this circuit breaker period. It's something where everything that we're working on seems to be moving full steam ahead, which is a good feeling, and I think should be optimistic for the entire industry. In terms of the real estate side of our business, as you mentioned, we're working on some major development projects in Thailand, in Korea, which we're planning to launch on time. So we've broken ground and we continue, even though right now there's some quarantines in different markets, some others which don't have quarantines, continuing to develop our plans on time. I think the Korea project in particular is particularly interesting to the audience, just because what we're doing there is we're building a Disney-esque, I would say, K-pop culture district. So looking at all the different elements of Korean culture and trying to find a way to make it more immersive so that people who love that kind of lifestyle can go somewhere as a destination and not just attend a concert, but have many other ancillary events or experiences which provide them a closer touch point to the culture. So from an IP perspective, working with our partners at CJ, it's very interesting how they're trying to bring their entire portfolio to life. We're also looking at new projects around the region, whether it be arenas or theaters. We continue to have strong relationships with different government authorities and also with different developers around the region. So I think it's strong from that perspective.
Thanks. Thank you, Taylor. Moving on to Loretta. Loretta, obviously, you've been a very successful promoter in Singapore for a long time. You've brought a bunch of international acts into the market. Singapore, again, is a very interesting market in that it handled the crisis really well in the beginning. There was a phase where it was supposed to be the best country in terms of how it's managed it. And now, obviously, there's been a little bit of a relapse and a longer lockdown, etc. And it's also a country where the government is very proactive. There is a lot of interaction with different industries in terms of making sure economically this is handled. What are you seeing specifically for the market, both in terms of being able to tour artists, in terms of the government being supportive of opening up venues again, and just getting on with business maybe in 3 months or 4 months from now?
So, Ajay, well, thank you very much for having me on the panel. Yeah. So, regarding to Singapore, we are currently on lockdown right now. So basically, it started from April 7th, and it was supposed to last until May 4th. And then there's an extension. So we are basically on lockdown till June 1st. Mm-hmm. So we're just here. We're not able to do any shows, large gatherings. So I just want to set for the record, we, LAMC Productions, did the last rock concert, I think, in Asia with Scorpions and Whitesnake. Okay. So that was March 5th. And what was originally supposed to be at Fort Canning Park, we had to scramble because, we were in the midst of the COVID-19. So we had to scramble. We had to change the venue. I would like to put that in record because it was an outdoor venue. And then we changed the venue from Fort Canning Park and we went to Star Theatre. So, so we did the last, we did the last rock concert. It was a great show with, it was, I wish more people could have attended, but, it was a great success. And yeah, so moving forward, RJ, I think we're actually just sitting and waiting. Mm-hmm. I don't have a crystal ball. So we're just, keeping track of how America is doing, what the Americans are doing, right? I guess we're waiting for the vaccine. And then we're just sitting and waiting. There's nothing much we can do.
Is the government actually thinking of any economic support for the industry yet in Singapore, or that's also way down the pipe?
Well, there's a lot of support for businesses. They're giving all the packages. Businesses have access to loans, bridging loans, but for our industry specific, not yet.
Okay. Yeah, we are the last priority, I guess. But thanks, Loretta. And moving on to Kenneth. Kenneth, obviously, you run one of the most successful ticket booking platforms in India and now are growing aggressively in Asia. And I mean, I know again from personal experience in India, that's a business which just dropped off in one day, right, across the board. What do you think is the role of a company like yours, a platform like yours, to, as and when events come back, is there thought towards figuring out how to certify events so that fans think it's safe to attend an event? Is there a process of audits that you think Book My Show will play a part in across the markets that you operate in?
Well, hi everyone, and thanks for the invitation, Ajay. I personally think that there will be a strong pent-up demand for shows when it's finally open. Just the other day, I was at the supermarket. It was my turn to buy the groceries. My wife said, "Okay, go to the supermarket, get me this." And it was rather inconvenient. The supermarket is in a shopping mall. You have to show your ID, you have to record down, take your temperature, do all sorts of stuff. But the surprising thing for me was that when I went into the supermarket, there were a lot of people. Okay, within social distancing measures, but there were a lot of people. And most of them, as I observed, weren't even buying anything. They were window shopping in a supermarket. I think we've all been locked down far too long. People are trying ways and means to figure out how to get out and how to do something. And if I were to remember my experience of SARS in 2003, the moment the cases died, and even before any vaccine was found, people were out buying tickets. So I believe strongly that the pent-up demand will be there. The challenge would be whether the government would still instill measures like within the venue, do you have to leave 2 empty seats before you have another group of people sitting down? Is there a need for a ticketing company to, instead of disallowing orphan seats or single seats, to force people to leave single seats? Maybe we have to modify the technology such that we are able to help implement the social distancing within the system when people buy tickets. So I think there's quite a bit that can be done. One thing that I find interesting was that this is like a one big giant pilot exercise for digitization. We all know about food delivery. We all know about online meetings and streaming live content. But I noticed that the local theatre, at least in Singapore, despite all the persuasions in the past years to try and stream their past live shows online so that you can get a wider audience, they never get onto it. Inertia was strong. Because of this, they found out that while they were getting about 4,000-5,000 tickets for a regular live theatre season for one event, when they put it online, they had 50,000 people watching it. So they were forced to go through this pilot exercise, which led them to start wondering, is there more we could do? Are there more that we could do even when the normal comes back? And even for Book My Show, I think you guys in India, you probably have noticed that in a span of less than 1 month, in fact, in 2 weeks, if you go to the Book My Show website, which most people will assume will be blank because we sell basically movies. But if you go to the Book My Show India website, you'll be surprised at the online streaming content that is going on Book My Show. Would this be the new normal when Book My Show finally starts selling tickets for shows? Will we still do online streaming contents? Well, it's something to consider. So I think this whole exercise has created an interesting episode where all of us were forced to try something that was in the back of our mind, but maybe we never thought of trying it. So now that we've tried it, it'd be interesting to see when the normal comes back, how many of us would still do some of the things that we have been doing during this period.
I think it's a super interesting point. I think just as an example, so one of the events that, one of the IPs that we've been doing for 10 years, which is NH7 Weekend in India, we obviously had to go online because of this. I mean, the event's in December, but we thought we should try out an online version. Over 2 weekends, I think we reached, obviously it was free, but over 2 weekends, we reached more people than we ever have reached on ground in 10 years of doing it. And again, it was a fairly first spec attempt. We're trying to figure out how artists can actually play music, whether the experience is nice for fans, instead of it just being a chat with fans. So in fact, I think one of the things we are noticing, and Weekender, for example, is in partnership with Bacardi, is that irrespective of whether we do the live event later this year or not, we'll definitely be doing a lot more online versions going forward. It also helps fill up a lot of time for artists who otherwise are not, let me say, not busy during the week, but at least not touring or traveling during the week. So I think we're one step away from figuring out how to monetize it really well. But it does look like it will remain in some part, even if it's not as extensive as it is now. So absolutely take that point. And on that note, I think if I can go to Jasper, you work a lot with brands. And I think most brands are in a wait and watch mode. But at the same time, the only place they can actually spend money right now is on digital, right? They're not doing outdoor hoardings, or especially in India, they're not doing print because newspapers are pretty much, I don't know whether any of you know, but for the first time in the history of Times of India, there were no ads in Times of India last week at all. Usually 80% of the newspaper is ads, right? So it's that bad for newspapers. So TV and digital are the only two places where brands are able to spend right now. How are you seeing conversation with brands evolve while doing this? Because obviously some of them still are selling things. They still want to reach out to customers. And digital seems to be one of the ways they can do it.
Yeah, look, I mean, just before answering that directly, just a couple of comments. Like you said, NH7. I remember going to the first NH7, and I do hope to go to an NH7 again. It is an amazing experience, and one that can't be replicated in a digital space. But as long as you change the experience for the fans, then, as you said, you're going to reach more people. As soon as you reach more people, if you've got more eyeballs, then the brands are going to be interested. And actually now what you can do is demonstrate how many, you can demonstrate much more of a value to brands with digital metrics rather than just saying how many fans are going to be turning up in your promotion and stuff. And I'm a 51-year-old bloke, and I think that the live experience is the best thing in the world. And I remember every single concert I've ever been to. But tell that to a 17-year-old, 18-year-old boy who spends his life on Twitch. They don't care about live experiences. Yeah, they're online and they're meeting people and they're with their friends and they're doing what they enjoy. So if you can converge the live and digital experience, then I think there's a great opportunity, and it makes it even more measurable for clients, and therefore when they're spending again, I think the live industry is in a very good place. But we've got to wait. We've got to wait for the bounce back. And to what Susan said earlier, I think you're absolutely right. People are going to be nervous about going out, and whilst every single teenager on the planet will run out the door immediately and we can't stop them, I think the millennials and what have you, and slightly older Gen X's and what have you, they're not going to want to go straight to a stadium and sit next to someone at a cricket match or a comedy or and I'm sure I'd love to come to the Melbourne Comedy Festival and I'll see you there next year, but people are going to be nervous and stuff, so we have to be ready for that. But again, jumping into that digital space and merging the two, not replacing, but merging the two. When the brands bounce back, then I think everyone's going to be ready for it. Look, we're doing, everyone's streaming live. We're doing, I'm going to plug this. We're doing Music Matters live from home tonight at 9 o'clock, Singapore, Hong Kong, 6:30 in India. We've got a brilliant Singaporean act performing from their house, and we've been doing it twice a week. And the views aren't amazing, but it's a lot more than we had every week beforehand. So we're building a new community, and we're building something that sponsors are going to buy into. So, again, seize the day. But I don't unfortunately, Kenneth. And if I heard myself saying this 4 weeks ago, I'd have shot me. I don't believe people are going to be going to big events in the near future. But I think in sooner rather than later, I hope. But we just need to just get digital.
And I'll get Kenneth to respond to that at the end. But before that, I think if I could ask, and by the way, anybody who wants to ask questions who's watching this panel, please feel free to use the Q&A or the chat option, and we'll try to get to them in about 10 minutes from now. If I can ask Susan and Loretta, has this also been an opportunity, because you can check out so much talent online right now, for you guys to figure out how to program for as and when things get better? Are you guys looking at a lot of new acts in comedy, Susan, in comedy and music, Loretta? And are there any interesting trends or acts that you have discovered because you're sitting at home and watching content all the time?
Well, to be honest with you, RJ, the only content I'm watching is Netflix. I mean, all the shows that I normally won't watch, it's like it just watching. Yeah.
And Music Matters live from home, Loretta. You're watching Music Matters live from home twice a week. Yes. I know you are.
Yes.
Have to look at that.
Yeah. So, I mean, Netflix, and I mean, we're still keeping, updates, with all the various agents, they're sending us all, we're getting a lot of new music coming through. So I guess the good thing about this COVID-19 for us as promoters is we actually have time now to sit down and listen to the albums, listen to the artists. In the past, I'll be honest with the group and anyone who's listening, we're just rolling it out, show after show, just churning them out, doing the shows, booking the shows. When the show's finished, okay, the next one goes on sale. So it's just it became very repetitive. So now we could actually appreciate the music, listen to the music, enjoy, go on Spotify, check out all the new releases. I for one could not do that because we were so busy and entrenched with the shows. So this is a good thing in a way for us, for me. I can't speak for the rest, but I'm going to talk for myself.
Sounds good. And Susan?
I guess for me, I've been incredibly impressed by how, after the initial shock for our comedy world, with people going, oh my God, we can't go and do the gigs that we always do, everyone's kind of picked themselves up and started working on ways to do stuff online. And it's been hard because you can't just do an ordinary stand-up gig and put it online, because it's so personal and so depends on relationship to an audience and the intensity and the intimacy of comedian audience in a room responding to each other. But people have been finding ways of doing it, and I've been really impressed by that. Like one of the big agencies here, Token, have done a deal with, I think it's with Stan, one of the digital streaming TV networks, where they're sending around to make things look good. They're sending around little packets of cameras and lights and putting them on the front doorstep of comedians, and then there's a technician on the line telling them how to set it all up. And they're creating material and recording it from their couch in their home. So they're not trying to do their normal stand-up show. They're doing stuff that works, that is about being home and has that different feel, and people will respond to that. It will work because it's made for that digital online environment. For me, as a festival programmer, I have very rarely booked people that either I or my colleagues, associate directors, have not seen live, because what we do is produce live shows. And while I'll look at a lot of online stuff, a lot of tapes of people and stuff, for me, nothing beats actually seeing someone in a room and seeing how that person relates to and responds to an audience. So I have to be honest and say I'm probably looking at stuff digitally and thinking it's not so much that I will book that person necessarily, but I'm building a list of people that I want to go and be able to see live next year when I am able to travel and go and see people live again.
Got it. And I think, to your point, so we had a comedy festival which was supposed to happen middle of March and which we cancelled. And it was a debut edition of it. And we actually took it online last weekend. Ticketed shows, about 1,000 tickets that we sold over the weekend. And yes, the comedians had to reinvent what they did. None of them did stand-up. They all did panel shows. And I think there's a lot of teething trouble with it. But we're probably going to do an edition every weekend beginning next weekend. So yeah, I think artists are finding ways to unlearn everything that they know about comedy, especially after the first 2 weeks, where I think most of them chill, saying that, hey, we're going to come back in 2 weeks. Nothing can beat the live experience. And I think that cynicism has gone away a little bit. Taylor, if I could ask you, again, you work a lot with brands, and as AEG, obviously, you have operations across the world. Are there online models that you're thinking during this interim to build as AEG, including some of the IPs that you've been working with for a long time?
Sure. So obviously the industry is going through a massive disruption, and I think we've all experienced the pros and cons of online experiences and streaming platform kind of play at home. Obviously, from a comedy perspective, I agree, nothing beats live, but Saturday Night Live has done some pretty cool stuff with the shows that they've created from home. But again, like Jasper said, nothing does beat the live experience. So from our side, we're continuing to develop and look at how to find this sweet spot, I would call it, to innovate during this period. So it's trying to identify where can we work with online platforms more effectively to grow our fan base. Just a good example is what we do globally with YouTube. Obviously, they have a big partnership with our Coachella Festival. They recently put out a 20-year retrospective documentary, and I think that was a pretty successful way to kind of look back at history, but also ramp up for the future. So if it happens in October, we'll see. We're hopeful it will, but I think here in Asia, we're speaking to the same typical players that Facebook see, which is the Amazon Live, all of them, Google, Spotify, whomever, and we're trying to figure out the model that works in the new world.
Sounds good. Sounds good. And if I could go one last time to Kenneth, and I think partly I agree with Jasper also in terms of at least the reluctance that we are seeing or we expect to see for people to sort of come out to events, and the way Susan mentioned as well. But at the same time, hopefully it's the other way around, and you have had experience with the previous epidemics. The question is, what is a model for the industry? I mean, you talk to and work with pretty much all parts of the ecosystem, right? The promoters, the artists, you're on the ticketing platform, you're talking to fans directly. Are there interesting models you're seeing purely from a monetization point of view, which can actually scale, right? I think all of us can do these cute little small events where 1,000 people come, 30 tickets support, etc. But theoretically, online models should be infinite, right? I can do a show from Bombay and everybody around the world can attend, even if it's not the perfect substitute for a live experience. Are there monetization models that somebody like Book My Show is working on, saying, hey, this is what we can bring to both artists and organizers, and which are hopefully long-term and not just during this lockdown?
I think we are seeing more promoters approaching us saying, do you have something where I can do my own ticketing? Mm-hmm. Because I'm preparing something that's not a very large scale. And because it's not large scale, I'm not expecting a lot of revenue. But still, I need ticketing help. But can I do it myself so that I relieve you of the effort so that, the cost is lower? So I think we will see a trend of more promoters moving in the direction of wanting their own ticketing. And it may not be just the very small ones, but I think more and more promoters will feel, I want more control of ticketing and more control of my own data. And it's not just the large venues wanting them. So one of the initiatives that we've been working on is a B2B2C concept, whereby instead of just being the B2C, we want to be able to empower promoters and venues to have more control over your own ticketing, your own data, your own analytics, while at the same time, we're still providing the B2C platform to enable you to reach out to as wide an audience as possible. So that's been something we've been working on quite extensively.
Got it. I think we're almost out of time, and I don't think there are any questions yet. So I'm just going to ask for one last final thought from each of you. Whatever, and I mean, I'm glad that we've gone through the whole panel without once commenting on Jasper's background. But one final thought from each of you. There's a bunch of people who are working in. Oh, sorry, there is a question. Sorry. How do we actually bridge live and digital experiences in the real world? I think we've spoken about it a bit. I think there is no, I mean, I'm sort of answering on behalf of the panel and happy for anybody to join in. I don't think there is a perfect bridge because these are vastly different experiences. I think one of the things that we are thinking of, and I'm sure everybody who does IPs on this panel is thinking of, is how do you actually create high-value events digitally versus just an artist showing up or a performer showing up in their pajamas and just doing something for half an hour, right? So I think just like how the best live events in the world are different from the 1,000 other live events that also happen at the same time, how do you create a differentiated virtual experience is something I don't think anybody's really cracked it so far, but something I guess all of us are sort of thinking about. On that note, yeah, I think if I can have one final thought, there's a bunch of people who do events and who are part of the event industry who are attending this. What's the one thought in less than 30 seconds each that you would like to leave them with? Jasper?
I've never said anything in less than 30 seconds in my life. I can't believe that none of us have mentioned the Travis Scott show, because that did 12 million viewers, and that's all about community. He had his community, and then you had the Fortnite community. Let's mix the digital apple and the live tomato, mix them together, and you have a fantastic masala, right?
Sounds good. I mean, that's an amazing Indian analogy, but thank you. Susan?
I think that being forced, artists who don't work a lot in the digital realm, being forced to do that now is good for those who are figuring out a way to make it work for them, and it will ultimately expand their audience in the same way that the invention of YouTube revolutionized the way people expanded their audiences. This whole situation is going to push all of that along a bit further, and I'm really looking forward to this weekend. Mark Watson, who's an amazing British comedian, is going to do one of his 24-hour shows, which he does at festivals around the world. He's going to do it online. And it will be a complete shambles, but that is him and that's what he does, and it will be amazing, and it will be something that his live audiences can participate on both sides all over the world. And that's something quite special that will feel like an absolute marriage, if you like, of the digital world and the real world, and something that people will talk about in the real world for years to come, and will want to go and see his live shows even more. So that's just an example of how this confluence of everything can be made, I think, to work and make things, expand audiences for artists, which in the end is what we want. More people knowing artists and therefore wanting to spend money on them.
Sounds perfect. Thanks, Susan. Taylor, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I think that obviously we all think West, but you look at the development of COVID. Obviously, it started here in the East in China. I think China are a very good example of a country that have contained it through the last few months. A lot of the cities are going back to normal. A lot of my colleagues based in Shanghai are living their lives as usual. And I think that live events will be brought forward much quicker there than potentially the rest of Asia and potentially the rest of the world. So I think it's a domino effect. And once people start to see other people enjoying themselves, they'll start to feel more and more comfortable attending events. And when it comes to the size of the events, obviously that's going to be case by case by the countries. But our hope the large events will continue in the short term, not just years away, as some pessimists might feel.
Sounds good. Thanks, Taylor. Loretta?
Well, I guess I think what I'm only waiting and looking forward to is just for the country, for Singapore, just to lift the ban June 1st. And after that, I think we'll get a clear picture of where we're going to go for our business and what we're going to do. Digital-wise, yes, we're looking at some platforms. But again, everything is just, we're just waiting.
Okay.
We're just waiting it out, yeah.
Yeah. And watching Netflix in the meanwhile.
Yes. Yes.
Kenneth?
Well, I'm hopeful that there will be this pent-up demand, which I mentioned just now. But in planning for the rest of the year, the reality is we adopt the attitude that's similar to what Jasper and yourself are saying. So in planning and budgeting, we plan for the worst, but we hope for the best.
Sounds like the perfect mantra. I think there is one last question. Is digital really the way ahead, or is it just for the COVID period before the vaccine is released? I think it's a bit of both. my sense is a lot of the things that we learn how to do in these few months will survive. Maybe not at the same scale once live also comes back. But it's going to be a combination of the two. But meanwhile, while all of us are waiting and watching as to what's happening, digital definitely is the way currently, even if it's not going to be all that is going to be there in the future. And Jasper, we didn't use the word pivot at all through the entire panel. So kudos to the entire group. Thank you so much.
Unprecedented.
You didn't even swear. Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody, for making it. I know you're all busy in different parts of the world. So, and I'll hand this over to Geetika. Thanks, everybody, for having us on this panel, and have a rest of the great conference rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, AJ.
Hi, and I'm back. You know what? This is good. Not bad at all. I'm at home. I'm in my study. I have my favorite pillow. I have a cup of tea. I'm not wearing heels. I'm okay with this. You know what, everyone out there? The world is on a jumpy, bumpy ride towards a new destination. The new normal. Yeah. It's going to be a whole new human civilization, a whole new human experience, and a whole new human relationship to Mother Earth. This is the change event of the century. It doesn't get bigger than this at all. Everything is going to change. And of course, events and experiential will change too. So in the future coming on, if you're chosen as the experiential planner for the particular project, the organization or the client could be putting into your hands his or her or their reputation. The attendee could be putting into your hands their physical well-being. You all would know of the supreme Hindu trinity, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, as in Shiva. Well, up till now at events, you've played Brahma, the creator, and if the event went wrong, then Shiva, the destroyer. But from now, you'll be playing Vishnu, the protector or the preserver. Yeah, the event experience will be important, but the hazmat casing of the event will be even more important. What are the new consumer expectations for you waiting out there with experiences? Let's find out in this session. Now, driving this session is the ultimate dreamer, really, from the Indian experiential zone. This is a man who single-handedly reorganized the weddings luxury market in India, now sitting at a whopping $40 billion. He is currently building the first privately managed marina along the uncharted east coastline of India. He is today viewed as a specialist when it comes to building tourism IPs in partnership with the government of India or state governments. He's also the founder of India's first hot air ballooning company, Skywalks. He is a pathological disruptor by heart. And I'm very curious to know how he's going to be handling this mother of all disruptions. He is talking to a very, very special guest, Christoph Drey, who is Vice President 5 Current and is joining us all the way from Dubai. Now, Christoph has 18 years of experience there working with leading event management, content, and event production companies. He was earlier executive director for the special branch of Cirque du Soleil called 45 Degrees. He currently sees over sports management events and special projects across the globe. Now, Samit, over the last few days, I've been reading your quotes that you've been posting online. And there was this one that said, when everybody's looking south, it's time to look north. How's that going? What's the plan? Tell us. Samit Garg, take this on.
Thank you so much, Geetika. And as always, you kind of just take it up there and, one tends to feel that you don't really deserve it. But thank you nevertheless. Chris, thank you so much for being with us. And a small correction. While Chris is currently working with one of the largest event assignments ongoing in the world, which is Dubai Expo 2020, but as of today, he's in Belgium. So I think half in Belgium, half in Finland. That's something about his life. But thank you so much, Chris, for joining us. And, unfortunately, the last 50, 60 days that have gone by have not been really great in terms of conversations that we've had. Some businesses have been lost, some dreams have been shattered, but I don't think so. That's how it's going to be for all times to come. And people have been saying that, consumer preferences will change, technologies will change, the way we look at doing things will change. I'm sure some of it will, and some of it may probably change for better. Some of it may change for worse, for all that you know. Keeping in mind the background that you come from, which is larger than life, stadiums, sporting events, live entertainment, theater, how do you think the reactions or the behaviors of the consumer is going to change, more importantly, Chris, over the next, I would say, not immediately short term, but medium to long term, 6 to 18 months of time frame, if we were to look at it. And if we were to also dissect, the entertainment or the impresario business broadly in larger categories, how would it change in the environments of a sport event, in the environments of a live event, or probably in the environment of a theatrical? To you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for having me. So it's a pleasure First of all, I mean, and during these times, I'd like to, experiencing, more and more virtual meetings. I'd like to quote one of my friends and in the industry, and he's now the CEO of the Sydney Convention Center, and he said, and I'd like the quote, and he said that the virtual meetings will replace real meetings when virtual honeymoon will replace real honeymoon. I think it's quite an interesting quote, and at the end, I do believe that we'll again soon meet again and gather all together in festivals or in other live shows or ceremonies. So, and and when the COVID-19 hit us and all of us, we were working on the Expo 2020 opening and closing ceremonies, which will maybe be postponed for next year. So, to your question, Samit, and thank you for asking. What I see is in our industry is that this decade and the next 18 and more months bring us to reconsider how to produce content for an IP and events large scale events and show perspective in a new world where the consumers and their behaviors have changed, and obviously the post COVID-19 will change the way we conceive as well shows. And I'd like to cite 5 elements that we should consider as even management production company. The first is the new attendees profile. The millennials will represent in the next year the largest segment in the labor force and therefore the largest pool of potential visitors and consumers in the next coming years. So they value more experiences and they are tech savvy. Saying that, the second element is the technologies. There are exciting changes, and innovations. And the digital and virtual transformation like 5G, virtual reality, and augmented reality, to name a few, will give access in real time faster and better to enhance our experience and other consumers perceive content. So at the same time, and the third element I would like to bring on the table is the way events will be perceived and shows will be perceived in the future. They'll be more immersive and experiential. So real life experience and connections, with utilization of, as I said, various technologies to engage and interact with the audience in an immersive show experience, connecting different art forms and with the audience in all new ways. And for instance, I'd like to take an example of that I know quite well is the Al Wasl Dome in Dubai at Expo 20 at the Expo 2020 site. It contains the world's largest 360 degrees video projection system created for the World Expo, and the building is equipped with 252 projectors, forming an immersive environment that it can be seen by the visitors inside, but as well as outside the museum. So then the last 2 elements that I'd like to share with you is more about the data.
I'm sorry, I'm intervening, Chris. Your video is off. So please, you can switch it on back and then carry on. Yeah, thank you.
So I'm sorry. So the last two the last two elements I'd like to bring on the table as well is more about the data and artificial intelligence is one, and we will use data in the future to better profiling the attendees, like smart gates, user booking experiences, and all these new data we could we could get from the visitors and attendees to enhance their experience. And the last one I'd like to share as well is the personalization, if I may say. It's more like all we create, from the beginning to the end, a platform for the user to be more, for them to be more engaged. So these are the 5 elements I think we should consider in the future for new IPs. I'm not saying that it's that it'll be all of them in one time, but I think these are the elements we should work on it.
So I have a question. Everything that you've spoken of is more or less kind of either technologically driven or by infrastructure or driven by infrastructure. But when we talk of live events, there is a huge, I would say, importance of this one word, which is called emotion. And because we as human beings are emotional people, and when you get into a stadium where there are already 100,000 people making noise, that is what infuses energy in you. Or if you're watching a very emotional drama, for example, and you do kind of become emotional about it. So how do you deal with emotion? If we're only talking of technology, if we're only talking infrastructure, if we're only talking electronics, what will be the positioning of the emotional quotient in the event environment circumstances?
Yeah, that's the challenge. So because I mean, again, all these changes, as I said, will impact at some point on all the producers. We deliver the quality and the emotions that the visitors expect. So and again, that's the biggest challenge we will face, again in the next quite exciting, because it gives us as well, the latitude to explore, new creative concepts and ideas. Using, as I said, more and more augmented reality, for instance, or other engagement tools for our attendees and visitors. The technologies are enhancing, if I may say, the attendees and visitors experience in the future, and it will enhance the experience in the future. So it's part of our role to pass this emotion using technologies and to take into consideration, as I said as well, the new consumer expectations.
So, a few days before, Travis Scott performed in the premises of Fortnite, and apparently some 12 million people were privy to that concert. And I heard my son was telling me that a few months ago there was marshmallow in some venue that they'd created inside this virtual world.
Yep.
And when you talk of all of these youngsters, because that's a realm that they believe in, they belong to, so there is a big rush for things like this. But do you think something of this nature will actually happen to your and my business as we move along?
But again, I think there are, when we speak about, live events or performing arts, it's different, when it comes to the content is different. If if it's a festival or if it's a concert or a ceremony or a show in a theater. So, but I believe that in the future, and again, I think we should adapt as well, the content. I mean, as you said, and one good example is Travis Scott, performing on a game, attracting 12 million gamers, and so it's a big hit. But again, I think that and it's one content, and we should, as I said, adapt our, the content to our own industry. So like, as I said, for ceremonies or a theatrical show, or so it's, and again, I think we shouldn't jeopardize as well the quality of a show, and the message will try to pass. So this new technology will, I mean, as I said, will help us to, and open us, new doors to new creative ideas and concepts, and maybe at some points to get more crazy when it comes to live events and live performances. But at the same time, I think we should consider as well, and we shouldn't forget that there'll be, other experiences that, visitor would like to see and would like to have, like the performance of Travis Scott.
So, I'll quickly try and sum it up until now. You started by saying that live, that virtual events will only be able to replace live events when virtual animals replace live animals. So that's interesting. That's how you started. And you're saying that in those 5 points that you've tried to put across, so 5 points of 5 currents, that the audience mindset is going to change as we move along. It's going to be more millennial. So one has to kind of reprogram, reconfigure to be able to meet those requirements. New influx of newer and exciting technologies in the interface will become relevant and probably be put more in use. Artificial intelligence will tend to become an important part, more immersive and more experiential engagements. And then you said the 5th point being, if there is more personalization that is possible, it will be great. So with these 5 points and whatever you said before that, I have 2 questions for you, Chris. Question number 1, what are you guys as 5 Currents planning to do, keeping all of these things in mind, for Expo 2020, which will now, for all practical purposes, become Expo 2021? That's my question number 1. And how do you foresee the larger-than-life business of events in the next 6 to 18 months? When do you see it coming back? You don't see it coming back? What's your take on that?
I think, I mean, as I said, I'm always, and many people can tell you that I'm always, too more optimistic. So I believe live events will come back soon, and people will soon, meet and gather again. As I said in the beginning, maybe in a different way and with more precautions. But at the same time, it will not. It is not the end of live events and live performance and live meetings. So and I believe, the next month will be challenging months for all of us to start again to live normally. The industry will most likely pick up, in September, and again in a different way, but a different way for the individuals to meet together. But it will start, and will start to pick up again in a positive way during the months of September, October, November. For Expo 2020, we still don't know if it will be postponed, but most likely it will be postponed in 2021. And as I said in the beginning as well, we were working on Expo opening closing ceremony when the virus hit us. So we'll continue, and the beautiful, and we're lucky because we're working on a beautiful, on a beautiful site, which is the Al Wasl, and when we spoke, about all the technology and all the elements, as I said, the one of the most important element as well is where the show will be produced. So and we're lucky that we have this wonderful dome in Dubai as our field of play. So I cannot divulge much more about the ceremonies, but it's a wonderful place and a wonderful building, and I invite you, all of us, to visit the expo in 2021 if it's postponed. Then for the for the rest of the and again, as I said, so sporting events, as you know, so the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games have been postponed as well to 2021. Most of the sport event has been postponed too, but there's many new events, not new events, sorry, but there's many events now coming in 21, 22. Be revamped at some point and chance, to give access to more maybe people online, but at the same time, I'd like to take this example as well of Travis Scott on Fortnite, because at the end it's more like a marketing tool rather than rather than a real, I would say, concert. And the 12 million people that have watched Travis Scott will definitely go live and see him on stage. And I think that's the beauty of using technologies as well as to push in the marketing of such a character like Travis Scott. And that's why, again, it will never replace the real live performance, because I don't see Travis Scott performing only on Fortnite or the game. So, and that's the beauty as well of using technologies for for the personalization, as well as the different different kind of experiential the show when it will come again live. So and at least I just want to say and conclude one thing is what is important is the quality content and the quality of the experience, because these are keys, whatever it's online and or live, and these are the two main important point when you create a live content for a live performance. So and I think as well, to keep in mind and to maintain this innovative vigor for the next generations of IP in this new world. So that was my conclusion at the end, to give a positive message to all of us that it is not the end, but I think it's the beginning of a new evolution, and I think we will all think using technologies as well, because it opens new doors to new creative ideas and concepts.
So to sum it up, you said that as far as IPs are concerned, one should continue to make sure that quality and content remain paramount. Add as many experiences as possible. Something that you recently added, which sounds very nice. Maintain the innovative vigor and try and embrace technology for betterment. So these are certain inputs that Chris has given to better the IPs that we run.
Exactly.
If all of this can be induced, and I think the larger umbrella picture is that he is positive, and he looks at September, October, November as the time frame for the live events to gradually start coming back. And I would not disagree, because this morning I was told that the Hong Kong Exhibition Center is opening doors, and they're starting with their first exhibition on the 10th of August. There is another big event that's already been announced somewhere in Scandinavia for about 1,500 people. So things are probably going to be falling in place sooner than expected. Thank you so very much, Chris, for sparing time and being with us today. And I hope these 20 minutes have been well spent. Thank you, dear friends, for bearing with us, for listening to what our friend had to say. And we hope that you have a lovely day ahead, enjoying the digital edition of the IP Conclave. Thank you.
All of us alive on Mother Earth in this year 2020 are a part of history that's been created. But we didn't create this history. It's been created and we're all a part of it. And right now, you're watching us at the first ever digital edition of the India event Conclave 2020, yeah. Okay, this next session is going to be all about helping you prepare for the post-COVID-19 events world, and we're giving you a Middle East perspective. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic, as we speak, is a Middle East region. Tens of thousands of people stand infected, and thousands of people have unfortunately lost their lives. This pandemic is going to result in further worsening government failures, sectarianism, clashes between secularists and Islamists, and further deepen economic cleavages within states and between states. It's going to further worsen the crisis already besetting the region. How the face of the future will look like in this region will depend on the choices that the governments there will make. Every industry will be affected, including ours, events and experiential, and the IP business. Let's dive right in. Moderating this session is Sudhir Syal. He's CEO of Book My Show, Middle East. Now, he's the man who was played a very critical role in positioning Book My Show as the default live entertainment platform in the region. And he today is going to be talking to Mossab Al-Habashi, Vice President, Benchmark, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Paul Berger, CEO, Arena Middle East and Asia, and President, ILEA Middle East Chapter, Dubai. And Thomas Oversen, Entertainment Director, Diriyah Gig Development Authority, Riyadh, coming to us from Saudi Arabia. Sudhir, it's all yours for this one. Take it on.
Thank you so much, Gitika, and thanks all of you for joining. It's a pleasure to be moderating this panel. And you mentioned a big year for events and something that is happening for the first time in 2020. Actually, Saudi Arabia went through an amazing bull run for live events over the last 2 years, and some of the people who were a big part of that are also on this panel. And they were two spectacularly profitable years in the Saudi events industry, so much so that a lot of the event community from the UAE have moved to Saudi to service their industry. I'm glad to have some of those in the panel. There are two rules for this panel, and we've discussed this prior. Firstly, all conversation will be positive, and the second is that no one can use the word unprecedented. And my panelists have agreed to stick to these rules. So I'm going to start with Thomas, who is in some way the father of the live events industry in the Middle East. And he's been at it for 20 years. Thomas, one quick question, and then I wanted to ask you a follow-up question. In your years, I'm assuming you've not seen anything like this before. Is that correct? Or how would you compare it to what we saw in 2008 when there was the meltdown in Dubai prior?
Yeah, you can compare. You could see when it comes to the financial crisis. Clearly, the COVID-19 is a different scenario. So no, you can't compare.
Okay, great. And Thomas, perhaps you can tell us a little bit about Diriyah. You are the entertainment director at the Diriyah Gate Development Authority, a very unique venue which has played host to some of the largest live events last year in Riyadh. Firstly, tell us a little bit more about Diriyah, and also what is DGDA doing in this time, and how are you all preparing for an events world post the COVID-19 pandemic?
So the Diriyah Gate is the project name. Our company or our setup is called DGDA, the Diriyah Gate Development Authorities, and the project centers around the UNESCO heritage site Conclave, which is the founding place of the kingdom, and the jewel in the crown of our project, but also certainly of historic sites in the kingdom. But there's a master plan to it. The site is the size of Manhattan. There's plans of more than 20 hotels, 8 museums, fully fledged indoor arena. And that master plan is just being initiated now. There's actual work going on site now. So before we even at the entertainment industry and live events returning, and as you rightly said, we've been the host of Formula E now for 2 years. It's returning for the 3rd year this autumn. We hosted the Rio season, where our friends at the Sports Authorities, now Ministry of Sport, put on the famous boxing event and a variety of sporting events, entertainment events. over what turned into be almost two months of entertainment. But before we even start looking at events returning, we have to implement social distancing and safe environments for just breaking grounds and building the project. So we're already doing that. But I don't think we've done any specific plans with regards to the events, because we, as everyone else, would be sitting back waiting for the instructions on what type of gatherings that we are allowed to have at what point in time. And it's not something that's going to happen very soon.
Got it. Great. And and there is also a plan to open a new arena at Diriyah. I think you had mentioned. If you can just tell us a little more about that before I go to the other panelists.
Yeah. So now annually we host the Diriyah season, which is put on by the Ministry of Sports, and it's sports based. So the anchor events, if you like, are sports. And then they put entertainment on top of that and have family gathering spaces, fun fairs, etc. So the plan is that as we build the master plan, we will have some permanent infrastructure that will, in addition to supporting the Ministry of Sports initiatives, so in addition to being a host for sporting events, we need to host all the other entertainment activities that we put on throughout the year. And our KPIs, I think, are to attract around 7 million visitors annually. So in order to do that, despite having this amazing UNESCO heritage site and retail and hotels and museums, we need to put on entertainment. So the indoor arena is a multifaceted, configurable type of venue that can host a variety of sporting events, and of course all the known touring and entertainment and shows.
Fantastic. Great. I'm just going to move to Mosab. Mosab is a vice president at Benchmark, which is one of the largest promoters in Saudi Arabia. Mosab, everyone, the big news which broke up a couple of days ago of the Saudi PIF investing $500 million in Live Nation. If you can help, since you work quite closely with the government, what is the mood in Saudi? What is the mood in the GEA about live events? What has been some of the conversation and discussions internally about what's going on?
Well, thank you very much, guys, for creating this panel. As you see, Saudi Arabia in the last 2 years have shifted tremendously with the entertainment industry, and there's a paradigm shift with the lead of His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh, the director of GIA. It was done a great job, honestly, creating 13 seasons in the whole kingdom, and the whole advertising and the feedback was enormous. Basically, what we see now is that the government is still focusing on entertainment and have great potential on the entertainment industry. And it is a very, essential in their life, and also the Vision 2030 that the Crown Prince is actually supporting. What we see is that entertainment is essential. There is a market for it. We can tell that we as a Benchmark itself have been working in entertainment since 2000. We've created over 520 projects. We have also done 90 concerts in musical own product. We have done Riyadh concert music and Jeddah. We had 73 artists performing 53 times. And most of the times we have over 84% of sales in tickets. That means that people actually want entertainment. What we see in Live Nation, it's a clear message saying that the government is still supporting the entertainment. There will be a new shift. And we believe, as Thomas said, Diriyah will have its own, picture. Jeddah will have its own picture, different areas of Saudi Arabia. I think it's a big support. It's going to be a big movement.
Fantastic, Mosab. Mosab, you're a Saudi national, so you've seen this cataclysmic change we've seen in the Saudi entertainment industry, right? Just perhaps 3-4 years ago, there was no entertainment at all in Saudi, and now it is by far the biggest market in the Middle East. What do you think? What is the mood amongst the people with the success of the seasons last year? And what do you think were some of the factors that contributed to the mind-blowing success that the market saw last year and 2018?
I would say it's a big reflection of how most of the Saudi citizens reflect towards the international market, right? Because people travel a lot. The Saudis always travel around the world, and they've seen different, entertainment, and they go to different, entertainment in shows. Yet when they received the concept that these shows and all the entertainment will come to Saudi Arabia, they started to think, yes, definitely. And we see Middle East, the big 3 days, the DJ, 200 DJs, it was enormous. So I think the big move is that there's a lot of jobs that be created, and we have seen new local brands that actually have been shown in the seasons. Benchmark have participated in 12 seasons, and there's a lot of job created. There's a lot of concept new products, and also now I think the people in Saudi Arabia are more into developing their own content to participate, because it's a big movement. And I think it's for the coming years, despite the fact that COVID-19 now is coming, that definitely we're working now on understanding the measurement that the government will actually put on the events, because now they just opened some of the businesses. So I think we're very optimistic that soon things will go better, and the entertainment will be a little bit more movement towards it.
Yeah. Fantastic. I wanted to move to Paul. Paul, thank you for joining this panel. Paul is the CEO of Arena Group, which is a company which is one of the largest for temporary event structures, and of course a whole number of other things within the production gamut. Paul, you've done quite a lot of work in Saudi Arabia, as I understand. What is your sense on what you're hearing from the market and from some of your clients? Also, what is your sense from being on ground in terms of when the market does reopen, what forms of content do you see coming back to the market first within live events?
Yes, thank you, Sudhir. Thank you for inviting me and having me on this panel as well. Yes, so the first part of your question, yes, of course, Saudi Arabia is very important to us as a company, and 2019 was an exceptional year for the Arena Group in the kingdom. We were very fortunate to be trusted to deliver some of the high-profile projects. Thomas referred to the boxing at Al Darir, and we were very privileged to work with the GSA and Blink on that project. Look, the message that we're receiving very loud and clear from the kingdom is that the moment it is obviously under lockdown, but the focus is that from October Q4 onwards, it's going to be, business as normal. There is a big push forward to be able to host events like Formula E, other boxing events. We are in the process of working again with our same client on a design, a new design, an upgraded design for sports events. So we don't know what will be hosted yet in the stadium, but we know there will be events. And not just a stadium, but hospitality as well. And we have weekly Zoom calls with our client, and we are very much engaged, as I said, on a weekly basis in designing and delivering a schedule for these events.
Fantastic. So it's clear there is still a sense of positivity. Thomas, I wanted to bring you back. I spoke about the Live Nation investment and the investment in Live Nation by the Saudi PIF, right? Firstly, what sort of a message is that for you from the government to this industry? Secondly, since you've in your past life, you've managed talent, you continue to manage talent in a big way. Given this pause that the industry is seeing, and given that we might not see too many tours this year, and that large promoters like Live Nation, AEG have been looking at changing the paradigm when it comes to more variable structures, do you think this event could be a line in the sand, as it were, to change the dynamics of artist deals, wherein you see deals with lower guarantees or zero versus structures that have been more prevalent in the West?
There was a lot of questions in one, Sudhir. On the announcement of the big investment by PIF. Firstly, strategically, it seems like a very smart deal to buy shares when price is low. In particular, if you're one of the big clients, then you have a pretty good prospect of returning that investment. but it's also it's a fantastic for the global industry that someone makes that kind of commitment at a challenging time like now. So first of all, this is a global investment. It's a smart investment. But what it represents for the Saudi market, of course, it's a clear direction. There's no way that investment would have been made if they weren't going to continue booking and booking the content, the sports and live entertainment events that they've done for the last 2 years, and no doubt on an increasing scale. So it's fantastic for the domestic market as well. I'm sure for Live Nation, it might be slightly different, because the balance sheet for the Middle East business might not benefit from this, because you now have a client that's also sitting at the table when deals are done. So in all ways, a very smart deal for PIF. Great for Live Nation to secure that kind of investment. The Middle Eastern team will be working very hard, and there'll still be business for people on the outside, I'm sure, as well. But what that means with regards to the sort of more short to medium term and getting back into business, I mean, I'm sure that Paul haven't had the most calls that he's going to get yet, because when we know how we can go back, it's very likely to be smaller capacities initially, smaller gatherings. And we don't have the small theaters that you might see in more established market globally. So for that interim period, I'm sure there'll be an increased demand for smaller temporary structures, so you can put on events for 500, 800 people in a safe manner till we get back to the large-scale gatherings. Because again, in Saudi, that market is so unique compared to the rest of the region. You have 30 million people that are domestic clients. They have just had 2 years of great experience with live entertainment. They can't wait for that to return, and they'll back it with their personal spending when it comes back. As we heard earlier, people are buying tickets for these events. It's not just put on as a marketing. So the underlying business for Saudi is so much different than, say, the UAE, where the majority of the ticket buyers are expats. It's going to take longer for them to emotionally feel comfortable about spending money again on entertainment. But Saudi is ready. The minute you can start putting on entertainment, people will be ready to buying it. And if it means smaller gatherings in the beginning, we need to put up temporary structures to service them. So that's what I see, sort of the small, short to medium term of returning to business. That means perhaps different content. And when you talked about artists and will they take lesser fees, I don't think Taylor Swift and Ed Sheeran are thinking that staying out of business for a year means they're going to take less when they go back on a world tour. I think what this means is that small to medium artists that can do the 15, 20,000 ticket sales per event now gets an opportunity to go out and get some gigs, because the big artists might hold back till they can actually do the stadium tours. It would make sense for Ed Sheeran to tour the world and do 100 shows with 500 guests only, right?
Got it. So you see the larger artists going back into the studios, working on their music, while you see smaller artists coming out and doing perhaps more gigs at smaller capacities.
Yeah, I just don't see the big artists that have benefited tremendously from being able to put on the most amazing technical productions in big stadiums. I can't see them becoming touring artists for small scale down events, but I see a lot of perhaps bands that normally can go out and do a world tour because the market is saturated in most cities with these big artists. In lieu of them not touring, there's a huge opportunity. And again, those artists will work very well in smaller venues. And in the markets like ours, where we don't have those small to medium scale venues, we can only produce those shows with temporary structures to start with.
Got it. More business for the Arena Group then. Musab, I wanted to come to you. As a promoter and somebody who's looking at theatricals. Does that mean that you project your business coming back first in Saudi? And what do you have planned? If you can share some of your plans for Q4 onwards, if that's when you...
Well, we're currently, we're working on with different partners. We have a lot of partners from around the world working on the IPs, shows already existing, because still the market is new for them. People actually they enjoy the different shows that from Disney, Blue Man, and the Cirque du Soleil. We've seen the tickets sold in Saudi Arabia. I think there is a market for them, huge. Venues are not, as Thomas emphasized, there's not a lot of small scale venues. I think the government now is pushing the support towards that, to have like a 1,500, 2,000 maximum of seating, also the 500s. I think the people still not fully consumed in terms of the IPs. There is a big demand for it, and we as Benchmark, we're working with a lot of partners. We're also creating our own content right now. We're pushing as much as possible to have a variety towards the IP, because I think it's a huge market, together with other businesses as well, which is a musical, concerts and the small events that is coming from the Arabic or the Saudi culture towards it. Yeah.
The economy has no doubt been impacted by what has happened, and consumer spending will no doubt reduce. How do you see this impacting ticket prices and sponsorships for your shows over the next 12 to 18 months?
Well, it is impacted, definitely. Still people won't come out right away and just join shows and participate, right? So I think there will be another measurement. Right now, we're doing the studies of the pricing of the tickets, comparing to the past also as well. The sponsorship definitely will be affected because a lot of businesses got affected with COVID-19. This all depends on how businesses will see entertainment as a return to their brand, to their marketing, to their sponsorship. But I think we are working right now, as much as possible. We took the possibility of the COVID-19 to work on development of the team that we work with. Our employees also develop new content and also do the market research on what are the major, let's say, industry that got affected, and we can work together with those in terms of proposing the entertainment industry as a sponsorship.
All right, Paul, coming to you, we mentioned smaller venues, smaller events, and there's a clear opportunity there. For the Arena Group over the next 12 months, I mean, you all have built a huge business. You all have been great at smelling out new opportunities. We have a large number of members of the Indian event ecosystem watching the show. What would you say are some of the other opportunities that could still be there over the next 12 to 18 months within the event industry in Saudi?
Well, I mean, for us, we're very fortunate in our event services space. As you referred to, we design and build temporary structures. And obviously, we're now we've changed direction, and we're working very closely with the Ministries of Health and supporting the COVID-19 relief effort. So actually, at the moment, we are very busy building temporary medical facilities here. That's certainly keeping our team busy, and it's also keeping our structures in use. And our focus really is now planning for Q4 and Q1 of next year, and that's where we're working, with our clients, and we talk about social distancing, and we talk about smaller venues and whether people will attend a concert or a show, and it's all a matter of whether the consumer feels comfortable.
Sure.
It's a choice, and if they feel comfortable, they're going to attend. If they feel safe, they're going to attend. And I think it's up to organizers to work with companies like us to come up with plans and where we can reduce a size of a venue and put more health and safety in that. And I think if consumers can see the way you enter into a concert, for example, it will be very different until we have a vaccine or until we have, some medicine or something.
So what is it things like temperature checks, a rapid COVID test? There are also conversations about tunnels, disinfecting tunnels, right? So are these some of the innovations we could see at venues?
Yeah, I think absolutely. That's exactly. But I think and obviously from our perspective, we're not in the medical profession, but what we can help and what anybody else in the event services industry can do is provide temporary infrastructure to do that. For us, it's simply about social distancing. So let's say, for example, very simplistic, not an event, but you take a large company that wants to get their employees back to work and they have a canteen. Okay. They'll come to us and say, we actually want to extend our canteen. We want to give our employees more space to be able to socialize, to have their lunch or whatever. So, this is where we can support it. And, and again, going back to events, clearly, it's very important that organizers, promoters will work with companies like ourselves, event management companies, to come up with solutions that give the consumer, give the public the comfort to be able to go out again, because it is going to be nerve-wracking. Do I see 40, 50,000 people in a football stadium watching a football match in the next 6 months? Probably not. So it's a case, there's a balance.
Sure.
Life goes on, and we've got to move forward, and I think that's where we as an industry need to contribute.
Got it. Thomas, Paul made a very good point about consumer confidence, right? As a venue and as almost being an entertainment complex, what are some of the things DGDA is going to do to help give consumers confidence, and how do you see this playing out?
Yes, I think the worst time to try and predict people's sentiment at a later stage is when you're in the middle of the worst part of a pandemic like this. I've seen different surveys where you've asked people when or if you would ever return to live events. And I think the worst in the sense of people not feeling comfortable going to events again, the worst I've seen would be 10% that would say, I'm never again attending an event. I don't buy into that, because my philosophy, as is the philosophy of many people in our industry, is that the live experience cannot be reproduced digitally or in any other way, and it'll never be possible. So you can do your streaming, and you can do your social distancing type of events for a period of time, but when it's possible again to gather and to have that live experience, people will be there to have it. It'll be very few. I mean, I don't think this is going to last long enough for us to lose a generation of young, inexperienced event goers that then never get hooked on it. It'll always be there. But clearly, it's both about making sure people feel comfortable when they actually attend an event, but also that we can comply with whatever restrictions we're giving from the authorities, so we avoid a spread. And so what Paul is saying is absolutely spot on. There's pre-vaccine and post-vaccine, because it's very different what we can do on either side, right? So all we need to worry about, I guess, is the pre-vaccine, and because that's where we have the biggest challenges. And so what we're looking at with our assets, our arena and permanent infrastructure, they are 18, 24 months to 36 months down the road, at which time, if we are still to look at pandemics, it'll be something new, I guess. So, of course, we have to bear in mind that we can have these situations. But so what we're looking at now is I'm building a temporary structure. So I now need to consider, should I build something slightly bigger than we would have done? We would like 1,000, 1,500 seats, something that can be used for conferences and exhibitions and smaller live events. Should we do something slightly bigger so we can still accommodate that number of people, but with distance? Or how do we utilize that kind of structure? That's probably where we are at. I think the biggest challenge right now are for people that have existing structures, say the Coca-Cola Arena in Dubai, for instance, the Etihad Arena in Abu Dhabi. How do you do events in those buildings if you can gather 15,000 people? How can you make it financially viable, but also enjoyable for people till, I'm not that I don't want all the business to go to Paul, but there are existing facilities that perhaps should look at a temporary or short-term business plan as well. And I think they have a bigger challenge than I have. We're building new, so we will build something that will be in place when we are past the main challenge with the COVID situation. And in the meantime, we will think about more what kind of content can we do. Sit-down events are easier to manage. So perhaps that's where we're looking first.
Got it. So if you were to look into your crystal ball, Thomas, what you're essentially saying is there's a pre-vaccine phase and there's a post-vaccine phase. And what you're saying is pre-vaccine events will still be around, but with social distancing measures. And for us to come back to what we saw with BTS, for instance, in Riyadh, we have to wait till after the vaccine. If I'm getting you correctly.
Just assume, so once there's a vaccine, I would assume we can just, if people have been vaccinated, they can attend events, right? So the challenge would be, what do we do before, and how do we work with whatever directions we get from the local authorities? How do we make sure that we can implement that, and as Paul said, implement that in a way that people feel comfortable with, that doesn't ruin the experience, but at the same time doesn't compromise you feeling comfortable about sending your kids, for instance, to an event.
Got it. Musab, what would if you were to look into your crystal ball, what would your prediction be of how we'll come out of this in Saudi, and what have been some of your discussions with the government and in discussions internally in terms of any timeline of any sort?
Well, again, I totally agree with what Thomas and Paul just indicated. No one actually knows when is the process will be. The measurements are there. Now they have actually made it a little bit easier for people to gather over 5 people, a maximum of 5 people. I think if you would do an event, you would probably have selected of social distance measurements to be implemented as Paul and Thomas indicated. Yet again, we think that the government will push slightly to enable, some of the events to be happening, but with different measurements. Yet the measurement is not out yet. We believe that still people won't come out as much as they used to, as opposed to COVID and previously the measurements. But we believe that the government is still going to pursue that with high measurements. Yet there's no laws, there's no guidelines that have been published yet. We think in the coming 2 to 3 weeks, hopefully things that come out will have more clearly, so we can work together with other partners, to plan, let's say, for example, the event atmosphere, how it will look like, the measurements. Also now there's other things that we're actually considering, is that the new health and safety measurements, the new boxes for what do you call them, the vaccinating and the curing as much as possible. So far we cannot measure, but most of the entertainment businesses right now are seeing the shift on online. Yet again, the entertainment in Saudi Arabia for physical, attendance, it's still on demand, because we see that people haven't got their injection of entertainment, let's say, of their daily, life and daily routines. I think Saudi Arabia will still push on entertainment, yet we will see the measurements, and then hopefully things go back way down, a bit better than it used to be. So yeah.
I see. Paul, just coming to you. Is your view similar, in line with Thomas and Musab, in terms of when potentially the market could return in Saudi?
Yes, I am in complete agreement. I think it's very difficult. We're right in the middle of the pandemic now. People's frame of mind will be very different in a few months' time, we hope, and be more positive about and receptive to going out and then actually socializing and attending an event. I think one of the things that the sports industry might be able to help in this way by hosting sports events, perhaps starting off behind closed doors, where you can start, get the football teams out there. You get content on television again. I mean, I think we're all missing watching live sports at the moment, whether you're a tennis player, a golfer, or into football, whatever that is. And I think that there is certainly a focus. We work very closely as a business in the sports industry, particularly in golf, and we're hoping that the ladies' championship in Saudi Arabia, which is scheduled for October, it was postponed obviously from earlier this year. They're very absolutely. We've got the structure there. They're determined to host this event in October, And I think, again, you can play that behind closed doors. You don't have that many spectators necessarily on a golf course. And if you are, you can observe social distancing. I think that's a sector in our industry. Sports is something that we can slowly reintroduce whilst we wait for the likes of Taylor Swift also being able to entertain us in a temporary venue.
Interesting point. Thomas, are you in agreement about the English Premier League is meeting and is considering going back with live sport? The WWE has already done it. UWC is also doing it. There are people are talking about moving sporting events to islands and then making it for a TV-only audience. You think some of these things at least help the industry and help some of the companies stay afloat during this period? What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, first of all, I just say that if Paul thinks Taylor Swift is going to come and play in a temporary structure, she's playing the P2 area in the rear when she comes. But, yeah, I think, with regards to what can be done in that sort of interim period, clearly lots of sports are great TV sports anyway, so it lends itself. Sure. And you can, if you don't kill the atmosphere for the performers and the athletes by not having an audience, then it's obvious that that's a way to go. It's much harder to do that with live music or theater. But I'm not so sure about the idea that, for instance, the going digital, like streaming a concert. Sure. It's very much the same sort of conundrum as a virtual reality experience with live music. It becomes very solo experience. I think perhaps what we see is some artists are coming up with new formats where was it Travis Scott that did some e-gaming, because he's into e-gaming, and then he threw a concert as part of an e-gaming event. And it's a new kind of thing, or rappers going head-to-head in clashes, and they play music against each other. And so these new formats can perhaps keep us going, ticking over for a period of time. But again, there's nothing that beats the live experience, and it will come back. And it's just a temporary period. The big venues that have, the few of them that have fortunately been built in this region will again be full. It's just a matter of how do we step it up to that, and what content do we do in the meantime. And it's just easier to manage certain formats than others. And unfortunately, the large concerts are probably the last to come back.
Sure. Facebook just announced a new platform for live events. And they've invested in Oculus in the past. So you're not a believer in the potential of augmented reality for concerts, Thomas. You're a non-believer in that space.
No. When I said virtual reality, augmented reality is completely different, because that allows you to experience together. You individually can have a different experience than the person standing next to you, but you are at the same event. So augmented reality will fundamentally change live entertainment, theme park experiences, whatever. But I just think when you're restrained by a physical device that you have to put on, in particular if it means that you're not enjoying what the person next to you are enjoying, I think that's a challenge. The minute you can have virtual reality enjoyed by a group, then I think that has a place to play as well.
Fantastic. Guys, you've been a fantastic panel. I really thank all of you for your time. The unanimous answer from this panel is clear. Live events will be back. You can't match the live events experience. And while business isn't great at this point of time, there are opportunities to consider and to sharpen your tools when the market does reopen. I thank Thomas, I thank Paul, and I also thank Musab. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey, so much of gloomy news around that I thought I'd get you some good news here. By the way, you're watching us on the first ever Digital India Event IP Conclave. This is one of a kind. It's the new normal, and I'm Geetika Ganjidhar, your host for the day. So the good news is that the 1 million square kilometer hole in the ozone layer above the Arctic region, that's healed. It's filled. Yeah. No credit going out there to the life around the globe coming to a standstill because of lower pollution levels due to the corona pandemic virus around the world. The credit there goes to the polar vortex and high altitude currents that carry cold winds to the polar region. Yeah. So that hole is fixed. What about the holes in our pockets? We're going to be focusing on that and more in this next session coming up. We're going to be putting the spotlight on an Ernst & Young analysis report of revival, growth, and opportunities for the Indian events IP business. And in this session, talking to each other are Shyam Chabaria, COO Head Branded Entertainment Event Capital, and he's coming to us from Mumbai. And we have with us Amir Swaroop, Director, Africa, India and Middle East Advisory Services, Ernst & Young, and he's also coming to us from Mumbai. So both of you chat while the world listens in. We, by the way, have about 1,000 people watching us on Zoom and more than 500 watching us on Facebook right now. So go on, guys. Take this on.
Thanks, Geetika. So I think before we begin, I would like to congratulate Deepak. I think the man has phenomenal energy. And I think has been at the helm of actually, running this with full might. And the team at Event Capital and Event FAQs, I think, working day and night to put this together. I think it's been a fantastic, day so far. And we've got lots more lined up. And before I, kind of set the ball and set it over to Amir, I would like to just kind of cover context. So what we're going to cover today, I think, is a topic we've all been discussing. It's the potential of the digital ecosystem, right? So all of us are here trying to go digital, trying to digitize our IPs. And I would say scratch the surface of the ecosystem and the core pillars which drive us to success there. So I think Amir has some great tools to kind of take us there. We also know that EY has done a FICCI Frames report, which they come out with every year. I think it gives us great insights as an industry. It really helps us out. As part of that, they've also conducted a survey for the IP Conclave, and we'll shortly hear the outcome. So we're waiting for that, Amir, I think, all of us. So I think before I hand this over to Amir, I think currently where we are, right, and this is my perspective, I think it's a very perplexed phase we're living in, right? At one end, we're sitting at home under lockdown, different emotions with COVID-19. Some are positive, some are, really down and, kind of at some moments does pull us down. But I think at the same time, I'm seeing a world full of opportunities there on the business side. It's given us time to sit, think, I think retrospect, and also I think pivot our business models towards digitization of the IPs. Where I come from, I've played the spectrum at both ends, both on the IPs and on the content side. I'm only seeing great opportunity out there. And I think the only difference out here, which we need to pivot to, I think is about wearing different hats, right? From event creators to content curators and upscaling, I think, ourselves and our teams to becoming digital marketers. And I think if we manage to do that, I think there's a world full of opportunities out there to go out and I think, garner revenue and build new revenue streams. Amir, over to you.
All right. Thanks, Geetika. Thanks, Shyam. And thank you, Deepak, for this opportunity yet again. I think these are exciting times. The catalyst in the industry with CIOs and CTOs have not been able to drive the digital agenda. COVID has done that. So looking at the optimism around that, I'll quickly go to the first slide. Since we have a short 10-minute session, I want to spend considerable time on the outcome of the survey we've done. Live events has continued to entertain, and we are all aware about this. Over the last year report, which we had come out, it had grown by 14%. However, last year we saw a slight degrowth of about 10% in 2019. However, while it was still continuing to grow at a healthy rate of 10%, it was still growing faster than the overall M&E sector. So overall M&E sector grew at about 8.9% versus, the 10% which the live events grew. So a lot of growth, a lot of entertainment, and you guys are all in the center of it. So There is no question about that. There's a lot of scope. What we are really seeing across, and that's in line with our discussion, which we'll be doing today. There's a lot of focus on digital, but really, what does digital mean for the event industry, and what does it really mean for the sponsors and the brands today, and how the event industry can really take it. So moving to the next slide, which is on the short survey we did, and this is the annual survey we do around the IP Conclave each year. We asked you guys, we asked all you guys, what do you think about the IP industry? What is digital happening? Do you see digital IP happening? The responses we've got are phenomenal. So while these responses corroborate my understanding of the industry and my interaction with the brands and the event industry, 100% of the respondents launched IPs in 2019. If you all recall the last, IP Conclave, I concluded in my last slide said 100% of are planning to. So you guys have, stuck to your word, and all of you guys have launched IPs in 2019. 90% believe that there is a possibility of digital outreach with IPs, and Shyam and I will delve a little bit more about this and what we really mean by this. 75% acknowledge that IPs have digital as a critical element. Now, is this digital as a critical element in the true spirit of what the brand and sponsors are looking for, or is this digital as a critical element in terms of what our understanding of digital is? 94% of the brands today want to explore digital IP. So you have business, you have a buyer, you have a consumer, you're sitting right in the same activations on digital IPs the brands right now. So COVID has acted as a catalyst, and this should have happened much earlier, or should have started much earlier, but it's happening now, and it will take some form and shape very soon. 90% of you guys have identified partners and alliances to be able to provide digital IP today. So, it's an evolving ecosystem. We need more content developers. We need more website developers. We need more app developers. We need more innovation to happen right now. Innovation is happening right now when we're all sitting here, and we never would have thought an IP Conclave would have happened in a digital form. And what avatar it tomorrow, we don't really all know. So setting up the context with the survey results which have come out, digital IP will be the driving force in the post-COVID era. Going forward to the next section. Now, I wanted to focus a little bit on this because this is where the turning point is. What do you need to make sure digital IP works today? So what are the brands and what are the sponsors really looking for? When they reach out for any kind of digital activity or digital activation, the worry is around privacy, data security, acceptance from the consumer. My brand reputation, I'm doing something digital, I'm something like, what if my brand is not treated properly, right? Things go viral in no time. So what kind of brand protection you're providing? And at the end of the day, measurement of ROI. Now, we all understand that in the digital world, ROI is way more measurable. Way more, a brand and a marketer can slice and dice it in many more ways to be useful for them. And one of the most interesting thing which I really came across is we asked all you guys, what is the metric which really works for you? What are the metrics for the KPIs which really work for you, and what made you win the job? And all of you said it was digital amplification and cost of reach. Now, this is connected, right? Your digital cost of reach is much lower. You're reaching to a much larger audience. You're giving brand that much more visibility, and that's why it's working. So while we are talking all digital, there are reasons why a digital amplification works. Now, the most important part, while we are talking digital and we're talking digital amplification and we're talking about digital reach, how does a digital IP help a client, or how does a digital IP can be explored as an opportunity for the event industry? So if you move on to the next section, which talks about successful extension of IP to drive first-party data. What's a first-party data? The IP owners, you guys, or the guys who execute IP, guys are sitting on the gold mine, which is the first-party data today. Now, today you're doing an IP. What have you earned by establishing that IP? There's no IP owner who comes and says, oh, I'm going to do this IP for 2-3 years. Everybody wants to establish it for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and make it immortal, pretty much, right? The objective is to get a lot of loyalty around your IPs, and that's the gold mine. How do you use that gold mine and take it to your sponsor or your brand to say that, hey, listen, while I'm going to do this activity, I'm going to create engagement around this, and this is the data I will be able to share with you, which you can slice and dice to remarket, retarget, and this data becomes yours, right? And then not just that, imagine when you're doing this activity and you're going to a brand and sponsor. Gone are the days when it was a brand presence, a brand logo, out of home hoarding, 10 people talking about, tweets happening, right? There is no pull to it. It's a push on the audience outside. The minute you create engagement, it's a two-way street. You're getting the audience to interact with you. You're getting audience to give you feedback. You can actually ask about your product. You can do product sampling. You can identify what Shyam wants to use, and you can, directly send the promotion or the scheme which you think that Shyam is going to, use it, instead of doing a spray and pray campaign in the digital media world. Now, there is education required. There is awareness required, both for the sponsor side and the brand side and the event industry and all of us put together. I'll quickly take you through one activity we did, and I'll explain you what I mean. So I'm on the KBC Play Along GeoChat case study, which EY executed. You would have come across and heard about, TV plus digital, a media plus digital. So digital has now evolved as an enabler rather than a medium on a standalone basis. And what I have been exploring and discussing with the brands and the event industry is how we can take this to event plus digital. So the example was, there was KBC. It's been running for donkey years on Star or Sony. It has its loyalty. There are focused viewers who come and watch it every day. Now, traditionally, a sponsor would get a BARC rating or a TAM rating. Erstwhile TAM has now become BARC. Will get this rating. But what do they do with it? So they know so many people viewed it. They know, it's a popular show, comes in prime time, highly priced, everything. But now, what more can you do with it? So we created this whole interactivity cell whereby you could play KBC on your phone, right? There is no restriction on, taking it out of an event, taking it out of a television, taking it out of a radio, and going and creating an interactive session on your phone. Our target was 5 million downloads, and we managed to deliver about 30 million downloads by doing this interactive piece. Right? At any point of time, there were about 3 to 4 million of active users, and there were total 30 million downloads. You can imagine the kind of success this does. After this, we did a Hotstar play along, we did an IPL play along. KBC is now happening in regional. So TV plus digital has very successfully worked. There is time to explore this and explode this rather for an event industry. And we're talking about IPs. IP is a goldmine of data. So you have music festival. What is the music festival all about? It's about data, people who are loyal to coming to this festival again and again. Moving on, how can you help drive customer engagement through IPs? By creating communities, right? What do? You've created a community. What is the Jaipur Lit Fest, right? People of similar ideologies, people of similar passion, people of similar taste, people of similar interest all come together. So you are creating a community. Now this community has to be taken to the next level, create a data which can then be explored with the brand and the sponsor to engage in a much higher depth is what I would say. So you basically make the CMOs or the brand guys look good. They have particular KPIs to deal with. If you go back to a brand and say, hey, listen, while I'm doing this activity, you're putting so much money on this incremental money, I'm also going to give you data. So it's all about data. So digital marketing is all about data. You guys have it. You guys are the IP owners. You guys have put all your mind, money, sweat, effort to establish an IP and get to that level where now you can take this to another level using digital. And that is what a digital IP is in my mind. Shyam, sorry, I ran through it.
No worries. So Amya, I think it's a great example of going TV to digital, and I've also seen a lot of models going TV to OTT. What we're seeing currently, right, and I think this is what all of us are trying to do, we're going events to OTT, right, which no one has ever thought of, right? So we've all used digital marketing somewhere in our lives to kind of push and promote our engagement. But this is a complete different model where we're taking an event onto OTT platform, right? I think it's a great spectrum to look at. And the only difference I see here, and I think this is a point we should, I think, talk about, is that today our measurements have changed, right? As event managers, we always had this point that, we talk about footfalls, we talk about production qualities, but we never had a metric to measure, what the output was. So if you look at the metric for digital today, right, people talk of UVs, VVs, we talk of CPC. Where do you see, I would say, the maturity and life cycle of this process in the event industry currently? Because while we're all trying to pivot, we're all trying to transact, different, I would say, modes of doing digital. This is also one very important, I would say, learning process, which is important to success.
True. I agree. So it's a journey, Sham. Even on television, we tasted success only after about, I think, 8 or 9 months of continuously following up. And the number of concepts we have churned out to make this work is tremendous, right? So you need a trusted brand who trusts you, and you have that relationship, who is ready to take this plunge with you, right? Experiment a bit. In bits and pieces, or go all out, depending, like GeoChat went all out on this with us, right? So that maturity will come once people understand in the true spirit of what digital IP is, or a digital media spend is. Today, the understanding is Facebook live streaming, great. Share and likes, great. I have all these metrics, but if I am not generating data, which, then my brand and sponsor could use, right, then I'm really getting them to a point, but not making them cross the line. This is how I see it. So in the marketing world, they just run short.
So I think we've also said at Event Capital, while we're trying to evolve and also pivot into digital, and I think that we use this word pivot very frequently. The way I look at it, I think it's going to be a hybrid model. Events will continue, but we got to, of course, ride the digital wave. We've gone ahead and kind of put a live show out, the first live show, which went on to Hello. I think it's been a great case study, and it kind of fits on very well with all your 3 pillars, right? Of acquisition, retention, and transaction. Because it worked all 3 ways, right? It gave artists an opportunity to engage with their fan base, right? So you're engaging the artist community back to the fan base and to a new fan base on Hello. It grew the Hello fan base to kind of talk to the Hollywood Music Project audience.
Absolutely.
It grew our fan base to kind of talk to a new audience on Hello, right? So it gave us a 3-way engagement. And I think that they were great data points. We actually, on a half-an-hour show, we had 5.5 lakh UVs. For a half-an-hour show, I think that's a great point to make on the numbers. At the same time, there was also a revenue transaction at the back end, right? So I think if we modulate our businesses in this method and go from a event to OTT, spectrum, I think we've got a great game going. So I think I see a lot of positivity. I think we're running short on time. There's a hard stop here. So, but I think to summarize, I think I think great learnings from you, great insights. I think the industry, all of us collectively, are driving towards digitalization and taking the and riding the wave. So I think positive notes for all of us here.
Great.
Yeah. Thank
And I'm back. And why am I so happy? Well, I'm working from home, and you give a working mom a scenario of working from home, she's going to be happy. It's all dilly on my face right now. I know heels too, so that's an added plus. Okay, I was reading earlier somewhere that Palau Islands in the Pacific and Antarctica, I think so too, are regions untouched by COVID-19 coronavirus. Any flights going there, guys? Want to put me on one? No, but seriously, jokes apart. Every region, every country in the world is, as we speak, affected by the COVID-19 coronavirus. 31.3 lakh people across the globe are infected. And I don't want to talk about the numbers that we've already lost. The coronavirus is not just ravaging human bodies. It's also ravaging the economic foundations of the world that we live in. It is being estimated now that the economic impact can be worse than World War I and World War II combined. Yeah. The shockwaves from this tectonic shift are going to be felt by the world and by every industry around the world, including ours, events and experiential. So what's the plan post-COVID-19? Are IPs the answer? Let's dive right in. On this panel, we have four heavyweights from the Indian experiential zone, and talking to them is Suresh Venkat, who is a journalist and content designer who comes armed with 20 years of experience in media across television, digital, and radio. He was previously technology editor at CNBC TV 18. And he's talking to Brian Dellis, co-founder and group CEO, Fountainhead. Brian is coming to us from Mumbai. Martin DeCosta, founder CEO, 70 EMG, also coming to us from Mumbai. Harindra Singh, chairman and managing director, Persep Limited, coming to us also from Mumbai. And Roshan Abbas, founder, Spoken Fest, coming to us from Mumbai. So, Suresh, if these guys don't have the answers, then no one else will. So go on, talk to them.
Thank you, Geetika. Okay, let's dive right in. Gentlemen, my first question, I'd like a one-sentence answer from you in the interest of time. We have half an hour and lots of ground to cover. The first question is, are IPs the answer to the current problem? Roshan, let's start with you.
Not exactly. I think building communities is the answer to the current problem.
Martin, your one opening sentence. Are IPs the answer to the post-lockdown crisis?
Well, no, clearly science is the answer, but IPs eventually will have a significant role to play in cheering everyone up after this, frankly, chaotic and disastrous mess we found ourselves in. But Roshan's right. It'll be about building and developing communities through this period and then meeting them afterwards, face to face, I hope.
Brian, you're next. Are IPs the answer?
I'm tempted to say ditto, but, IPs take a while to aggregate communities, and we can do so digitally. It isn't the all-consuming answer, but yes, one can start, getting aggregating community, and then, of course, take it to commercial fruition later. So it's half an answer if you want.
All right, we'll come back to the other half in just a second. Harindra, your turn. Are IPs the answer?
I agree with Roshan. He's right in building communities, but how do you build communities? You build communities through IPs. You build an IP, build an idea, people follow that idea, they follow you, they love you, they hang with you. That's how you build the community. So, the answer is you need to build an intellectual property, you build an idea, that's how you build the community.
All right, those were the opening salvos from Roshan, Martin, Brian, and Harindra. Harindra, first question on the panel for you. You run one of the biggest music festivals in India and one of the biggest in the world. If any agency wants to replicate the success that you've had with Sunburn, what are the top 3 things they need to do as homework?
Number 1, talk to Nikhil Chinappa.
Okay. All right.
No,
Lights out.
But listen, this has been, I would say, a 14-year journey. And to sum it up in 3 lines is really, really a tough call. I mean, you got to first study the consumer. You got to study the people, the masses that you really want to consume your idea. You need to study what they want. You need to try and create an idea around it. You need to then, create the content. But then listen, I mean, to build an IP of a level, of a size that Sunburn is, you need to cover a hell of a lot of other things. I mean, it includes administration, bureaucracy, politics, states. There's a hell of a lot. But if you have a strong idea and a strong will, I think you're going to finally get there.
All right, Brian, second question to you. You've built some spectacular properties like the Mahindra Blues Festival and the Adyam Theatre Festival. You're also pretty friendly with Anand Mahindra and Kumaramangalam Birla yourself personally. How important is CEO buy-in to create properties like those?
I think it has to. So, firstly, creating properties, there are various ways you can do it. As Harinder said, one way to do it is to focus on communities and what they need is and what their ask is, and aggregate communities around that. Brands will automatically want to attach themselves to it. We've chosen the other path where we've actually looked at a brand, looked at its life cycle, looked at what they want, whom they want to talk to, and in what medium of engagement. And we've used that. So, yes, in our scheme of things, it's exceedingly important that the IP resonate very strongly with the brand or the conglomerate that we're talking to. Extremely important that the CEO or whoever it is that makes that decision has a buy-in into it.
Martin, motorbiking is a niche activity. It's not like music or Bollywood or cricket. What are the rules of creating an IP in a niche area like motorbiking?
Well, no, motorbiking per se is not niche. I mean, I think most Indians have ridden a motorbike at some point in their lives. Leisure motorbiking, when we started, it was niche. But it was, what made the difference was that it was peopled by incredibly passionate practitioners and lovers of leisure motorbiking. And it was that passion that we just saw, that we saw it, we felt it ourselves, we were bikers ourselves, and we just knew that we could develop it, build it. And we knew we could take it across the country and grow it, build it. And that is in fact what we've done. It possibly may have started niche, it's certainly not niche anymore.
I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Harindra. What are the top 2 or 3 things any agency should do as homework before they start building an IP, especially a niche IP?
Well, it's obviously, it's the obvious ones. Okay, so you come up with the idea, you make sure it's marketable, and you also make sure that you've worked out more than one revenue stream. If you're trying to create an IP based solely on a corporate sponsorship deal, then to be brutally honest, that IP is not going to survive very long. So you need to figure out something that people will pay money to attend, that the people who are attending can afford to buy food and drinks and spend at that festival or IP. And you need to make sure that you've got a buy-in from whichever industry vertical that that so-called niche IP is being developed for. But the most important thing, and I think all of us here will agree that, and if you look at the IPs that we all represent, the most important thing is passion. You have to be personally passionate, and you have to make sure that there are people in your organization that are equally passionate about building it. Because let's face it, it's not an easy road to drive on, building IP in India in a situation where it's very difficult to make money from ticket sales.
Roshan, your turn. I'm going to talk about Commune and Spoken Fest. Commune is an online community and Spoken Fest is an on-ground festival. How does the online and on-ground tie in with each other?
So, when Harinder was talking initially and I said that, you need to first build a community, we actually are a very strange case here, because we discovered in 2015 that spoken word was becoming an art form that people were interested in. So we started doing micro events, which were 15 to 30 people, but the output of those events was what we started putting online. Because of that output, we ended up creating first a small community, and thanks to one of our co-founders, Gaurav Kapoor, who was fully about digital, because he said that Ankur Tiwari and I are both performing artists, and therefore 100 people clapping and we are excited. And he said, I am not that kind. I really need to see. He says, I record a video and it reaches millions. That's what I want us to be. So thankfully, because of that, we created our presence on YouTube and Facebook and Instagram. And because of that, we built from 2015 to 2017 first an interest area, which was spoken word. And from that came the idea of saying, if people are interested in spoken word, then let's aggregate this passion of authentic, vulnerable spoken word content, where we integrated music, and we went with very, very light music, which was again more words, less music. And we immediately defined a space where we said this is a tune-in festival. It's not a tune-out festival. And therefore, we just put a couple of these caveats, and that became the curation principle of the festival on ground. Now today, the Spoken has a 60,000 community on Instagram, and Commune has about a 70,000 thing. So we have physical communities and physical as well, and we have 10 city chapters as well. So my entire assertion is that with everyone who is here, if you build on-ground chapters, a great online presence from which multiple IPs, I mean, we've got 3 other IPs that we would have done now. We may now delay it by a year, but because we now represent a niche passion, from within that passion, there are sub-genres that are emerging. That's how we take the offline and online together.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Second part of the discussion is called monetization and beyond. Harindra, first question goes to you again. Give us the top 3 mistakes people make while trying to monetize an IP. You've got a great idea. You've created something online. You're ready to roll it out. What are the mistakes you're likely to make?
As I think Brian pointed out, you can't really depend on one revenue stream. Sorry, that was Martin. And when we created Sunburn in 2007, we didn't really rely on a client sponsorship. At that time, nobody even thought in India people would buy tickets. I mean, even today, people are not ready to buy tickets. So 14 years ago, there was no question of anybody buying a ticket. We believed in the idea. We build a community over time. As we speak now, in the current year, we'll have about 1.6 million people attend Sunburn live on ground. And our digital reach crosses, I think, 253 million. So all this has happened at the strength of the idea. The revenue streams open up, because you have a community on ground, you have a community online, sponsors then want to ride you. We didn't build this property because we believed a particular sponsor will want to use it. So an idea that is strong will attract sponsorship. An idea that is strong will eventually get people to buy tickets. We do sell a lot of tickets. I mean, you can ask Book My Show, but we are one of the largest ticket sellers after cricket in the live event space. So you cannot rely on one revenue stream. I mean, I would strongly believe that if you build an IP that was strongly relying on one corporate sponsorship, if that corporate sponsor pulls out, you're dead. But if you've built a strong idea that multiple sponsors can latch on, I think you've got space to go. And as Roshan pointed out, you have to finally move online. I mean, today with the current scenario with the lockdown, we took Sunburn home. We launched a new brand called Sunburn Home. We also launched another one called Volleyball Home. These two are doing brilliantly. We have a few 100,000 people tuning in every evening, 4 hours, and hanging with us, listening to music, partying with us. So we're giving people a reason to stay at home. And we've been able to do that because we had a strong idea. Some of our sponsors who saw value in this community online followed us. So they're supporting this initiative. So at the end of the day, the idea needs to be strong. The content needs to be strong. People will come. They'll pay for it. Sponsors will come. Sponsors will come and go. You can't really rely on one sponsor taking you through.
So if I have to paraphrase Harindra's answer, top 3 mistakes would be starting out with a weak idea, depending on one revenue stream, and not integrating online and offline at the start of the idea. Those would be the top 3 mistakes anybody would make while starting an IP. All right, Brian, next question for you. Tickets and sponsorships are the 2 big revenue streams for any IP product or IP event or experience. What's your thinking on emerging revenue models? What's outside of tickets and sponsorship?
Well, listen, India is a country that is...
Sorry, Harindra, sorry to interrupt you. That question was for Brian. Sorry,
you didn't say that.
Sorry, my bad.
No
Brian,
problem.
that question is for you. Outside of tickets and sponsorships, what are the other revenue models that are emerging?
May I rewind a little bit to tickets and sponsorship? Just, because oddly enough, the couple of IPs that you mentioned, both Adyam and the Blues Festival, are IPs that we created for brands. Okay, and one of which is 10 years old, and the other is 6 years old. Okay, so I want to debate, not just now, but I want to debate the opinion that if it is brand driven, it doesn't have legs. I do agree that if the sponsor pulls out, in this case, there is no IP. But that I just want to bring to the table that firstly, there are both possible. If you aggregate, if the idea, I think the most important thing is the idea needs to be right. And then the brand won't leave it either, because people will automatically gravitate. If the idea is right, if the idea has legs, I think it can work. Coming to your question of, what is the mix between consumer sustenance or, consumer input by way of revenues and brand input by way of revenues? There are mixed thoughts on this. Since we are more focused broadly towards, brand revenues, I was told it was 75-25 brand versus, ticket sales, but I know that is way, way wrong when you talk about IPs that Harinder and Martin have created. So that's the other side of the coin. Now, I was told in a webinar day before that it's now more or less 50-50. So it also depends on the idea. It also depends on how you want to approach putting out this idea. Talking about additional revenues beyond, should we say, ticket revenue and sponsorship revenue, which is the nucleus of your question, I think there are many ways to monetize it. To use one of the examples that we kind of use, we've taken the Mahindra Blues online, okay, and we have over the last 10 years created one of the largest active online blues communities in the world waiting to be monetized, okay, and there are thoughts and plans. I don't have the luxury of getting into it just now. So one way to do it is through the community that you've aggregated in very many ways. It could be an online, Roshan spoke about it as well, one leading to the other. So you can monetize the online community that you've aggregated. Obviously, there are the regular stuff like your food and beverage, you're getting further sponsorships on board, be it barter sponsors or be it financial sponsors coming in more and more. You create verticals. I think some of the IPs that my co-panelists have created have brilliant arms that you can monetize beyond key sponsorships, and there are many ways to, just so long as the two ingredients are in place. You have to have a great idea, and when you say great idea, an idea that could be scaled, that is very critical if you want to take it, depending on how you approach this IP. Is the idea scalable? Which again, many of the properties we're talking about are. If you create an idea that's scalable and can have amplification and monetizable arms, I think you're sitting right. Depends on what the IP is. I can't get specific because that depends on what the IP is and how you take it out.
Roshan, next question for you. We're going to live in an online world for a while. Look at all of us attending a virtual IP conclave. How difficult is it to monetize an online-only event?
So, something actually strange happened with us, which is that after we finished Spoken in Bombay and we'd done Delhi before, we had a brand that was not able to come on board for Spoken Bombay and said that Women's Day is a great opportunity, Franklin Templeton at that time. And they said that, listen, we want to do something and we'd like to do a Women's Day festival online. We did an entire festival online where surprisingly, and because, we have a niche community. I'm not saying that we are, as mass as what Harinder would possibly have. But what happened is that with that niche community, we figured out a hybrid where we did a one-time festival online, and then parts of the festival became content pieces that then every 3 days would rest on our channel. And with some amount of performance marketing put behind them, today they stand at a 20 million reach and about 7 million views. Now, that is something highly monetizable, and we've been paid really well for it. Now, having seen that, we then ended up we always get brands which come to us saying, hey, listen, there is striking content that is delivered by creators at Spoken. Can they create a brand content related piece? So because we've now started representing a niche of influencers or creators, and we are a creator festival, our connect with creators allows us a constant pipeline of revenue. The other thing, so for example, Spotify came and became a part of the festival because they wanted to encourage, along with Anchor, podcasting. Now we are running every week a podcasting masterclass, a podcasting pitch fest, highly monetizable. There is money being paid to us. We are now going to start running masterclasses. If we get 50 people together, we are getting scripts written together and then pitching them to Netflix and the likes. So it's just the power of being able to engage with your community. So, for example, Martin represents this wonderful place for biking. Vijay Thomas from Harley is putting out a story every day, and it's a beautiful story. And I was just talking to him yesterday, and I said, why is this not a podcast? Why is this not a coffee table book? So, there are so many opportunities as long as you don't get into the panic mode of what's happening right now, which is at 8 p.m. everyone presses the go live button and does whatever they can. And that I just don't agree with, because that is neither curated nor created. It's just, I want to tell you I'm there. And I don't agree with that. I feel that it needs to have a little more legs. It needs to be thought through. So I think there are enough and more. We created a play that's now been sold to a brand. It's an online play. It's been created for an online world. So you just have to apply. The people here are masters in engagement, entertainment, and being able to tap into people's passion and do it brilliantly well. Now, all you need to do is be able to convert that emotion into a virtual emotion. It won't be 100%. We're all sick of now sitting at home. But, there is a part of it that you can convert into, as long as it's a virtual emotion that you can extract from it, somebody will pay for it.
Martin, what's going to happen to rock gigs and touring acts? What's the mood across Europe?
Well, I mean, essentially, it's come to a screeching standstill, and I don't think there's anyone on the planet currently who knows when our business is going to be allowed to open up again. We're all hoping that a cocktail of antiviral, anti-inflammatory drugs will come about so that it will reduce the mortality rate, or a vaccine will come into play, and at that point, then we will even then probably be the last people to be opened up as an industry. So it's pretty brutal, I would think. Certainly, everyone I'm speaking to. But then, having said that, Live Nation, which is one of the world's largest live concert producer, it's listed in on the S&P in the US. Their share price is up 40% from the lows of 2 months ago. So someone somewhere is extremely hopeful that it'll be back with a bang.
Harindra, Sunburn relies on a lot of musicians flying in from around the world to perform. What's the future of Sunburn going to be with the restrictions on air traffic?
Well, listen, this is like $1 trillion question. Who knows where this thing's going, man? When we started off, it was supposed to be one day of Tali Bajao and, Mombatti Jalao. And then, it became a week, and then it became 2 weeks, and became 4 weeks. So, and one day I read an article that there's a vaccine tomorrow, and then another one says that it will be 2022. So listen, if anybody had an answer to this, honestly, I'd want it. So please tell me which way this shit is going to go. I mean, all that you read about it, I was reading somewhere the 1918 Spanish flu, wave 1 killed so many million, wave 2 killed like 5 times more, and that happened 6 months later. So listen, nobody knows anything where this shit is going. All we can say is take it day at a time. We are strong on our idea. By the way, I must respond to your earlier question to the panelists briefly.
Okay.
Sunburn has managed to sell T-shirts with Sunburn name on it at 10 times the price of the product.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Sunburn is actually producing not Sunburn, but there is a web series being planned on one of the major OTT platforms inspired by the Sunburn story. So that's going into content, and that's going to be an ongoing thing. It'll probably go on for the next couple of years, because every time we do an event, we've actually created a story, because every event is a challenge. So there is a lot that we are doing in terms of creating, revenue streams which are beyond the traditional ticket, sponsorship, F&B. There are many, many more, and it's continuing to open. We are doing a lot there. So listen, about the future, we are ready. We are ready. As and when people can move around, the fans can move to the festivals, we'll take them on. If the fans can come to the festival, the artists will come here as well. The last time we had an international artist, you'd be surprised, was for Holi. That was mid-March. And it was already ripe and happening right then. So listen, I think the artists don't enjoy sitting at home. As soon as they get an opportunity, they're going to be on a plane to come here and perform. I mean, not here, everywhere. So, but we don't know when. If you have an answer, Venkat, let me know. Call me offline.
All right, I will.
Well, can I just add to that as well?
Yes, Martin.
If you look through history, including the 1918 Spanish influenza, the Black Death, periods like this, pandemics like this, have always been followed by, years and years of almost frantic live madness. It's when this thing gets fixed, and it will get fixed. We are all going to be back with a bang.
Yes.
All right. So, Roshan, next question for you. Let's go with Martin and Harindra saying this thing will be fixed, a vaccine will be found, life will get back to normal. That might be 3 months away, it might be 2 years away. What's your survival strategy till then? How do you run your agency till then?
You're talking to me?
No, to Roshan. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So I wear 2 hats, as you know, Venkat. So one of them, of course, is when I look at Encompass, I realize that there are some parts of what we do, which is shopper planning, creative, and content, which still exists. The mainline events and activation are almost at a standstill. We are planning for the future, but these are plans with hardly any dates in mind. I mean, there's a September plan, there's a July plan, there's a December plan. I do not know how much of that will be implemented. I have also asked Ranjit, who runs our day-to-day operations. He has created a great digital team called Prodigy, which is doing digital experiences and saying there is a lot that we understand in live entertainment that can be taken digital. So we are working with that as a strategy. So there we are trying to find some kind of survival, because without revenue, you cannot have such a large workforce, and we have to figure out ways. How long will your parent company be able to support you is one thing. At Commune, we are thriving. I cannot tell you. I mean, I swear to you, it is just every day. What this has done is work from home has made one thing. Artists normally are, when you used to come into office earlier, people would ask them what they were doing, or you would say, I'm working on this, I'm working on that. And one would not sort of follow up because there was a frenetic nature to the live industry.
Mm-hmm.
But now that they are not sitting in the room, there is a Monday morning, what are we going to do this week? And I keep saying, don't try to climb Mount Everest at one go, take a tiny step every week. So we make a weekly plan. Everybody fills an Excel sheet on a morning saying, this is what I've done, this is what I intend to achieve. And we follow it on a day-to-day basis. Productivity is through the roof. There are times I have to tell people saying, take it easy. Tomorrow is a holiday. So tomorrow is a holiday. It's like, take a holiday, take some time off. Because I don't know. I find it, and I'm genuinely saying this to everyone who's there. If you are into experiences, build whatever level of community you can. There are enough unexplored niches. You will thrive off them and live off them, because I don't think this is a 3-month phenomenon. I in my head, I'm not saying anything is going to happen before early next year.
Martin, I'm going to come to you with the last sentence from Roshan. He said his organization is extremely productivity and it's going through the roof, and he's telling his people to chill and take a break. Do you think this pandemic is going to change the way we work permanently, especially in the event and experience industry?
Yeah, I do. I'll segment the answer into two parts. One is I don't think it's going to necessarily change long term. Mm-hmm. Certainly short, medium. I think Roshan's right. Much before January, February, March next year, nothing much is going to happen. But eventually, when it does start happening, people will want to rub shoulders and will want to gossip. And,
mm-hmm.
We've all read the book *Sapiens*, right? The gossip was the reason why why human beings evolved. It was the ability to gossip with each other, and you can't gossip in this format. It's just bizarre. Zoom doesn't work for gossip. So live events will come roaring back at some point. Sorry, what was the second part of your question?
Do you think there'll be a lasting change, or will this be a temporary change?
Yes,
Let's say the pandemic lifts.
In terms of how we work, yes, I do believe so. I think, we're already hearing about TCS putting 70% of its staff working from home most of the week. And I think that'll be followed in quite a few industries, but not all. I also do think that, the days of flying to Delhi from Mumbai in the morning in order to talk to someone from BMW about, mm-hmm. I don't know, some part of an engine, and then flying back in the evening. It was like, it's just so wasteful. It could have been done online like this. We're all getting used to it. So hopefully, thankfully, that part of the business will change. We won't have to have so many sort of useless
face-to-face meetings
and so on. Yeah, I'm hoping that does make a permanent change. But I don't know about you and the rest of the panelists, but I, for one, am heartily sick of webinars and Zoom calls and seeing people in their homes. Mm-hmm. I want to see them dressed properly in offices, in meetings, mm-hmm. and I want to have a laugh with them face to face.
Oh, noted. You have a lovely home on that note, Martin.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, I've been told we have 5 minutes left, so I'm going to come to closing comments, starting with Brian. It's the same question to all four of you. And the question is, if we were doing this conclave 3 years from now, what would we be talking about? Brian, you first.
I'm just going to make it brief. I think much has been said. I think 3 years from now, we'll be looking back and figuring how strategy planning and proactive measures actually saved the day for us.
Okay. Harinder, your turn. What will we be talking about 3 years from now on this conclave?
Well, listen, every time we sit down to plan things, we plan. There's a saying, man proposes, God disposes, something on those lines. Mm-hmm. So we've planned a lot. We do hell of a lot of strategy meetings and, open house discussions. What really rolls out finally, what really hits many times is not really the way we wanted it. 3 years now, when we get together on a panel like this, I hope it's not another screen. Because I'm not the screen guy. So listen, just answering your earlier question, for as long as I'm working, I'll make sure we are in the office, running around, taking flights, meeting people. I'm not doing this shit. So Martin, you can sit at home and do your meetings online, but I'm flying to Delhi because I enjoy the whole experience. That's how I live, and that's how I think I will. 3 years from now, when we sit down, we're gonna say, somebody said, this is how it's going to be. Somebody said, this is how it's going to be. We're all going to be shocked how it really turns out, because none of us have an experience of anything like this. None of us have lived it. What happened in 1918 was a time and era where science was way behind. Technology is taken over. What's going to happen now? None of us have the ability, honestly, to predict. It's all going to roll out and surprise us and shock us. We just hope we're ready to deal with it.
Roshan, would you care to make a guess about what we'll be talking about 3 years from now?
We'll be all sitting physically together watching a virtual conference and laughing at it. But three things I think will definitely happen. A very dear friend of mine, Rajesh Sawhney, put it out saying that a perfect storm actually throws up things that you've never seen before. This is a great time to either incubate or innovate. This is a great time for many of us to come together. And actually, 3 years from now, we'll be sitting together and said, we did this together. We all came in and we found new solutions, but we did it together.
Martin, you, 3 years from now?
Well, I think it's a combination of what all four of the panelists have said. All of us will have set up new business streams, I think. I mean, I know that at 70, I think at the last count, we've got 4 new business streams which are being online. And who knows? I think at least 1 or 2 of them may survive. We will be looking back and wishing that virtual reality, fully immersive virtual reality, had been a thing instead of this awful bloody Zoom thing. 3 years from now.
Right. Don't go hating on Zoom that much. We are on Zoom right now. Okay. Brian, Martin, Roshan, and Harindra, thank you very much. That was an entertaining and informative panel. Geetika, I'm going to hand it back to you for the closing statement.
And we're back. I'm Geetika Ganjudhar, and I'm delighted and excited to be hosting the first digital event IP Conclave that India's ever seen. It's the biggest, it's the best, and it's coming to you from all over, from all across the country, from various destinations in the Middle East. We're coming to you from Australia, from Europe. Wow, this is exciting. Okay, the next session coming up focuses on independent musicians and touring. Now, for independent musicians out there, the COVID-19 pandemic has sort of been a second cataclysm, after what happened 5 years ago with music streaming services finally triumphing over all other ways of delivering music. Look what's happened out there. I mean, musicians are intrinsically linked with live audiences, with large experiences. What's the foreseeable future for them? What's going to happen? What's going to happen in terms of creativity? What's going to happen in terms of revenue? Let's find out. Steering this conversation is Swaroop Banerjee, who is a COO and business head at Z-Live. He's joining us all the way from Mumbai. Now, he's been in the live entertainment business for the last 20 years, and he's built 15 plus business models with live original content and IPs at their core. Like, for example, Art, a Culture Fest, the Windmill Festival, Bollywood Music Project, VH1, Supersonic, and many more. And Swaroop there is going to be talking to Prateek Kuhad, who's joining us from New Delhi. Prateek is a very popular musician, and we thank him for joining us and giving us his time this evening. So that's the action right now at the Digital Conclave. I'm going to hand this over to Swaroop. Swaroop, it's all yours.
Thank you, Geetika, and welcome everyone. Thank you, Deepak. Thank you, Event FAQS, for hosting the Event IP Conclave. Welcome, Prateek. How's it going, man? How's Delhi? How's the lockdown been?
You know how it is. I think it's pretty much like the same for everybody. Staying in, staying safe.
So for those of you who, that don't know about Prateek, let me tell you that this is one of the most loved musicians. Before I get into larger adjectives, most of you have heard him and all his songs from the past. A few of us know his journey because we've had the honor of working with him very closely. From the beginning, Prateek, everything that you've kind of achieved, all right, the adulations, whether it was the beginning when you started learning music. And I'm just going to frame the question a little longer so that the audiences get the maximum from your answer. And we're talking about the beginning, much before South by Southwest, much before Token and Charm, much before Cold Mess, much before you performing across the world. And we'll come from there all the way down here. But the beginning, Prateek, obviously everyone knows the wiki side of it, raised in Jaipur, went to New York, and then the rest is history. But what was it like? What is it like before Prateek Kuhad was featured in the Obama's list of favorites, and suddenly all of us took that to heart and pride? But give us a little bit about what it was like before.
It's been... I guess I mean, you already talked about I don't want to get into the basics about, college and what happened after that. I mean, for those of you out there who don't know, I mean, I wasn't initially planning to get into music. I actually was studying math and economics in college, and then it almost kind of happened with accident. I think the one thing, I guess, that's been kind of a recurrent theme throughout these 7 to 8 years when I've been doing this full time and professionally is that it's been a lot of people think that it's you set a goal for yourself or a dream and you're okay, I'm gonna get there, but it's actually been more steps. It's been when I started out, there was no experience, no exposure to how things work in the music industry. I didn't come from a music background, so everything was learned slowly by trial and error. By just reading and talking, and it was tiny steps. The first record I put out did a little, made a tiny bit of noise. The next record made a little bit more noise, and then it's with every passing year, you get a little bit more confidence in yourself. So I think it's taken a while to get to a point where even where you never have a big goal in the beginning. You have a much smaller goal, and then when you hit that, it's when you realize that, oh, you know what, I can actually probably try to get even there, which I had never imagined in the beginning. So it's been kind of that, essentially.
So you didn't plan on getting here, but you got here faster than most people, and with a lot of love from all fans across. Most of the people out there in the music industry, and I'll give it, I mean, we're usually talking to fans, and both of us have done a very large tour together. We've seen how fans react. But for the industry that's here from around the world, you're looked at someone that has actually sort of crafted this while you say otherwise. It looks like from the beginning to the first album, and from there to the MTV Europe Music Awards, the indie albums honored at iTunes. And it sort of looks like, Prateek ne na, ekdam, I mean, he's done it step by step. It's come one after the other, all the way from there to the solo touring, which currently is hailed. And I speak to owners across multiple countries, and I've been, yeah, Prateek type ka tour karwa de. Can you help us do a tour like you did with Prateek? But the industry thinks that you've crafted this. You've kind of done one after the other. From the moment you started the Adulations, from the songwriter that you are, and everyone, for those of you who don't know, this is the maximum that Prateek has spoken in the last 3 minutes that you've heard him across 11 cities that we toured over 4.5 months. But for the beginning, when you crafted this journey, when you started winning, and let's just call it that, right? When the awards started coming, the press wanted to speak to you, all the way from there to the cover of Rolling Stones. The journey, when you started seeing things happen, like you mentioned earlier, and that phase, and your connect as pure as it is to the fans, talk about that.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, I feel like it feels that it's been crafted possibly because it was how I just described it as being fairly organic, when you like take decisions based on shorter time frames. So it's like, when I was at a certain point in my career, I took decisions according to that and try to make the best of that and do my, when, for example, I mean, if it's a smaller tour and it's like, we have fewer resources to make a record, then you do the best with that. So I think when you build a career like step by step like that, it just ends up like at the end of it, when you look at it from a distance, it just looks like it's been crafted and it's been done like step by step. And it's been a whole like massive plan, but actually it was just kind of built organically like that, like at every step you like decide, okay, what's the next step I'm going to take. So, and I think that works if, or I think, I mean, to whatever extent it has worked for me, is because then even however small that step was on each, every passing month or every passing year, like I was short. I mean, I gave it my whole, I made sure that like that step was taken like as, with as much like, planning and hard work and like surety and certainty behind it as much as you can. I mean, just try and be as much of a perfectionist and about everything you do. So even if it's like a small release that I did right at the beginning when like nobody cared and there was no press and nobody like, you're still like asking people to like review the record or like, put me like, put a piece about the record in their magazine or the newspaper. Even at that point, like, I still tried with whatever limited resources I had to make sure that my record sounded as good as I possibly could make it. And that's really like the only thing that's been constant. A lot of it has changed over the years. And like you said, experientially it changes from a point where nobody notices you to a point where you get where like you start getting adulation and you start getting attention. And then you're a different person and then you take decisions differently, based on your current reality. So that's the only, that's all I have to say about that, I guess.
Wonderful. Let's come to and for the benefit of the industry here, that a lot of owners, a lot of promoters here tour with some of the largest talent. I personally know 10, 15 of them over here that have tuned in, and a few from the Middle East and Australia, and they tour with some very, very large artists. The questions that I have is straight away to the winter tour. And when Orange Juice, Big Bad Wolf, you, us, all of us came together, the India side of it that Supermoon kind of helped with, and it was amazing. And then the entire world side of it, for someone in the shortest time crafting a solo tour and ensuring with that confidence that fans across all of these countries are going to come together to listen to the song. Wasn't it a risk? Was it too early? Was it would you have done it earlier, or was it at the right time? or were you trying to do this for a long time? Because I certainly know you've always been the perfectionist. You knew you had songs. You only knew that there's a certain kind of sound. But then getting across the world and India, indoor and outdoor, and this is what's going to help other songwriters that are tuned in right now. How do you craft and come to the winter tour side of life?
Yeah, that's a really good question about whether it's a risk or not. And I think I'll get to that first. And last year, before we were planning this whole thing, it was definitely scary. I mean, I'm gonna this is the first time it was very scary because obviously you try and sell so many tickets. I mean, we effectively tried to sell, I think we calculated roughly 30,000 to 40,000 tickets across the whole world effectively. And that's a lot of people. And, I had never done anything even close to that as big. The only thing is that so it was definitely a risk. It was definitely scary. That being said, I had been touring for a while and, it was on a much smaller scale, but there was always, I'd been consistently touring pretty heavily since I would say 2015. Till 2013 is when I really started doing this from scratch. For about 2 to 3 years, it was very sparse. It takes a while to, start getting gigs regularly and actually get in the flow of things. But I think around 2015 onwards, it's pretty regular. So every year, I think I just got better at a performer. I mean, so, you get a little bit of confidence in yourself the more you do it. And then, I mean, it was definitely a risk, man, but I would say it was like a calculated risk. I mean, we had seen some success on smaller shows an year ago. So it was based on the fact that, okay, I did end up selling out 1,000 capacity show last year in 2 years ago in Bangalore. So hopefully maybe I can do a much bigger show. I think in 2019, 2018 early, actually, I think, 2019 early, we did a show in Bangalore and that was a 3,000 capacity show and we sold it out. So that was one of the first indicators of the fact that, okay, if this is happening, then it's possibly doable in 5 cities across the country, simultaneously. So that gave a little bit of confidence and it built up slowly like that. So yeah, like I said, it was a risk, it was scary, but I mean, you got to try these things, there's only one way to find out.
And then we saw what, 40,000 people just in India? Between indoor and outdoor, and on the Super tour, there was it was phenomenal for me as well. And I remember a few instances. If we can tell everyone's watching here, Delhi especially, Bombay. Everyone used to tell me, and this is for the venue owners that are here. You get an artist, a large artist, you put them at the Geo Gardens, spend $1 million, and kind of get 10,000 people. And we went to a corner of Bombay. We said, okay, what matters is the fan and the experience. And we brought them to Juhu, and you saw what, 9,000 people, 8,500 people there. How was that? How was Bombay, Delhi, the largest shows, people coming in 4 degrees out? In that cold day in Delhi, I will not forget for a very long time. It still gives me.
I know, that was insane. Actually, both the Bombay, I think Bombay was almost 6,500, 7,000 people. Delhi ended up being close to 9,000 people. And it was kind of bizarre because it was like Bombay, for example, was just a beautiful show overall. I think that day was just perfect. We had great sound, great light, everything worked really, really well. And I have to say there's so much that goes behind putting a show together. And for a listener and an audience, they don't know, but in terms of every little thing, and this, I'm sure, but in terms of producing the show, not just from musically, the rehearsals that go into it, the lights, the sound, the tech. So seeing all that come together pretty much close to as close to perfect, I guess, that you can hope for, was really amazing in Bombay. And Delhi was again the same thing. I mean, I think Delhi was definitely a more challenging show to do because
call people out a few hours in advance on the same day and they're still obliged. That was
and Delhi was the venue was a bit odd, it had a few levels and all, so it was not the most comfortable venue for people. Right. Yet 9,000 people showed up, and like you said, it was 4 degrees Celsius. It was really, really cold, and people were there, people were happy. It was a great vibe. So definitely I mean that those shows were pretty much the highlight of last year, I think.
The songwriters that are now in this, I mean, let's come to the last part of this, which is the current situation, right? We toured, all of us, we toured with you, all of us did our stuff. We're now stuck from here, the uncertainties that are there. What does a songwriter, what does a singer, what does an independent musician at this point of time do? Do you start focusing on your streaming deals? Do you start focusing on writing more? Do you start saying, hey, this is how it's going to be? Is it more uncertain in terms of yaar khulega, nahi khulega? What's going to happen later? What does the league do at this point of time? And what's your let's say your suggestion or proposition to other songwriters and musicians that are tuned in?
Look, I mean, I think it, first of all, one, it's a personal call. It depends a lot on what you really want to do. But I will say that it depends a lot on your context. I think if you're at a place in your career where you can, afford to just live for the next 6 months, because there is uncertainty, there's no question about it. But if you can, and you've built your career in a way, or you have whatever financial reserves in a way where you can go through it, I think this is a great opportunity to actually be creative. I mean, especially if you're a songwriter, I think just not having any distractions, not having to engage in music business related activities, or all of that stuff, which I think most artists don't like doing. I mean, I don't love doing that stuff. I do this because I love the creative and the songwriting part of it. So I think it's a great opportunity to do that. Other than that, I think it just really depends. Like I said, it depends on your context. There's no right or wrong answer here. I think what's exciting about today and 2020 in general is that there are there's so many options in terms of how you want to monetize your music. Like you said, streaming is one way. People have started doing lives. I mean, you could be if you're interested in teaching, you could be doing that. There's just so many ways that internet has enabled us to connect with our audiences, with fans, with people individually. There's so many ways you can contribute that if you apply yourself and if you're creative, then you can find a way to keep yourself at least keep yourself being productive. And I think that's the most important thing. Sitting and hoping then things will get better is not going to get you anywhere. What we can do is make the best of the situation. There is uncertainty. It's unfortunate. It's a weird situation, but it is what it is. So the best thing we can do is to just kind of make the best of it, I think. That makes sense.
We're a bunch of questions coming in, and I think we'll go there. We wrap up, I think, in 3 minutes. Timers 4 minutes, I think. So, Granvilla, if I'm reading this right, how did you tackle the obstacles faced with cancelled shows? And I remember Bangalore wasn't the one that we're doing together, but as while with my earlier guys, I think their couple of shows got cancelled, and I knew you did next day. Then you and I saw Bangalore because of Section 144 moving out, and we went back. So how do you deal with cancelled shows?
I think this guy's asking more in context of right now, because so many shows are getting cancelled. But I mean, what you said is a good example, because it's pretty much the same thing. Actually, there is no way to deal with it. I mean, I have to be honest, it just sucks when shows gets cancelled. It's challenging, and you have to make the best of it, like what we did in Bangalore. I mean, just rescheduled it. There were fans who were upset. There were fans who were not. People were okay with it. I think we lost a bunch of people. I think we would have possibly had more people the first time around. And I think we still had a really great crowd in Bangalore, but I think it could have been more, because obviously the cancellation affects us. But that's the kind of reality of the profession we're in. Right now is an unprecedented situation where everywhere shows are getting cancelled. But even otherwise, I've had so many times when shows have got rained out. Even before this, touring at a point when every show mattered, and then having just crazy rains just rain it out completely. It sucks, but just got to get on with it, to be honest. I mean, yeah.
I think that's a great answer. And Charlie Wright has asked a question for event planners. We should look at this downtime as an event. I'm just going to sum it up. It's a longer question, but I think right. What are the best event platforms and event tech tools available to the event planners? I don't know whether it's for us, but I think they're asking about the current. Are you going to do a lot of live on the internet? Do you plan to host new music at this point of time?
Yeah, I've been doing lives for sure. I've not been doing them there's all across. There's artists who've been doing lives almost every day. There's certain artists who are like doing it less infrequently. I've been doing like I think like almost like every week or every 2 weeks. I think this guy's asking about tools and all. I actually don't know about specific tools, but like I will say
Yeah.
that, like this is
Yeah.
a cool this is a cool situation where like everybody's online. I mean, I think we have an unprecedented number of people online, a lot more. So it is almost like an opportunity for people who are trying to get discovered to almost have maybe more chances of being discovered, which is cool.
Wait, I'll try and wrap it up with a really nice one that everyone has and as heartfelt as that could be. And it was a lot of pride for a lot of us, right? The being featuring in Barack Obama's list. And how did that feel as a person, as someone who wanted to achieve something in music, as a musician? And this is a list that everyone, it was just not because he's the ex-president, but this was a list that everyone always looked forward to every year.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, even when it happened, I was at a loss for, loss for words, pretty much. I don't know how to really like, it's really cool, man. And like you said, it's just, apart from the fact that like, it's a list that everybody looks forward to and all, I think like, it was just totally unexpected for me, I mean, a lot of times like things happen which you plan for, which you really work towards. And whether it's having a successful release or like any of these things that we work towards, like but with the Obama list, it's just completely out of the blue. And I think the special thing about it was how organic that was. I mean, I didn't have any presence in a very limited presence in the US, at least. I wouldn't say any, but the fact that like the internet enabled that song to reach to him so easily was very organic and like nice, and I think very should give a lot of hope to people.
Mind blowing. That's it, guys. I mean, that's a big part for you, and thank you from both of us to the Event IP Conclave for hosting us today. And if there are furthermore, I see a lot of questions coming up, but I think it's time to wrap up. And if there are any else, you can reach out to him on his Insta. I think he's most quick on those handles, and you'll get your answers. Pratik, thanks, brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. See ya.
So there are good things happening out there too. Let me tell you a little story here quickly. In northern Thailand, in Chiang Mai, in the Maisa elephant camp, 78 elephants have been freed of a very heavy wooden and metal carriage that's been fixed to their back every single day. This is the very first time in 44 years that camp officials have decided that when business opens and it's moving as usual, they're not going to be strapping these heavy wooden and metal carriages onto the elephants' backs. The elephants are now going to be allowed to roam freely in the camp habitat, and the tourists can come in and take a look at them in their state of joy. Now, no prizes for guessing why elephants like coronavirus more than they like us humans. Okay, this next session coming up is going to be talking to you about audience engagement during pause and how to keep IPs alive during this period. Now, isn't that what the Global Citizen Concert was all about recently on the 18th of April, when where they broadcast a special digital stream curated especially for frontline healthcare workers and the World Health Organization out there. This was curated in collaboration with Lady Gaga, and one saw the kinds of Andrea Bocelli, you saw Chris Martin, you saw Stevie Wonder, David Beckham, Kerry Washington, Priyanka Chopra Jonas, and our very own Shah Rukh Khan come in and do the job. Well, this was stellar content curated to engage audiences during this pause. Steering this session is Roshan Abbas. He is founder of Spoken Fest. He's coming to us from Mumbai. He's really truly one of India's leading orators. He's also a wonderful radio jockey. He's also a fabulous theatre actor. He's a very successful entrepreneur. He's a skills live host. He's a writer, a film producer, and now he's a very, very proud founder of the platform Commune and the word festival he's put out there, Spoken. Roshan is going to be talking to Sharon Cohen, EVP Nickelodeon Experience, and she's joining us from New York. Roshan, I especially, kind of agreed with what you said in the last session that we were on about building communities in the future. I want you to take this session on and go on and give us more of your gyan, knowledge, and insight.
Thank you so much, Gitika. It's really, really wonderful to be part of the IP event Conclave. I think Deepak and the entire team have done a fabulous job. And the kind of people that they've all put together, I mean, whether it's Girish, whether it's Karishma, Vishal, everybody, I think phenomenal job of the people you put together. So firstly, my compliments on that. And getting someone like Sharon all the way from New York with us, where I think it should be around afternoon right now. Sharon, what is it?
No, it's in the morning, actually.
Oh, it's morning. It's the morning. Last time when I called you, it was the afternoon. So
exactly,
it was. But I when Sharon became a part of the IP Conclave, I managed to have a pre-call with her, and I was telling my team that it was one of the most engaging conversations I had, and the ideas with which she shared and the honesty with which she shared them was fabulous. One more thing I'm going to add, and though we'll not talk about this much, is that we're all thinking about how we're going to survive COVID-19 as a business. Sharon has survived it as an individual. So, Sharon, firstly, congratulations. And, do you want to just tell everybody saying things will be fine, you'll get through things?
Sure. Well, first of all, I really want to say thank you for inviting me to participate. I'm incredibly honored to be able to share our thoughts and views. Yes, I am a COVID survivor, and I'm living in New York, which is the epicenter of COVID in the United States. So I'm here to tell you that you can get through it, most people, and I'm just excited to have a conversation with you about how we can help move our businesses forward during this time.
Yeah, no, I'm thrilled to be doing this because as EVP for live experiences for Nickelodeon, suddenly when everything is shut down, you said Broadway one day was just shut down. What were the first problems that came your way?
Of course. So we had numerous theatricals and live tours in market. And clearly the first thing we needed to do was quickly, the imminent shows. And then we quickly looked to reroute them. I will say that in the United States, each city, each state was responding on their own. And so we had to really evaluate the individual municipality and what was happening there in order to do so, because in some cases, our partners, because sometimes we license our IP, were waiting to have the mandate come from the government, because obviously that was better for their insurance, et cetera. So it was a enormous flurry of activity to, again, shut down notified ticket holders, and then work to try to quickly reroute all of these live tours. And we didn't know how far to push them. Whether, do you push them a month? Do you push them? We went through stages of pushing them out till June and then till August. And now we're looking at 2021. So it's a constantly evolving process for sure.
And that's what happened, I guess, to many fair people here. I know of people who were fighting venues to just get their money back, because even venues didn't know, should we give the money back? Should we be humane about this? Should we protect our livelihood? But I think the one interesting thing is that Nickelodeon has a vast ecosystem. It's not just that you have linear television. You've got apps, you've got an online presence, you've got games, you've got characters, experiences, etc. And what did you do to keep the fans engaged? You've got SpongeBob SquarePants, you've got Slime Fest, you've got Ninja Turtles, Dora. There's so many of these. First question:
Sure.
How did you keep?
Well, certainly the opportunity, because we had an enormous ecosystem, had a lot of possibilities. And, we tried to pursue a few discrete strategies. One of them was, okay, how do we make sure we don't disappoint ticket holders? We have people who have made an overt decision to purchase a ticket to one of our experiences. So how do we keep them engaged until we're able to have them come to the experience live? And, we've taken a number of approaches. So whether it was for Paw Patrol Live, for instance, creating content that was sort of snippets, bite-sized, things that were appropriate for a kid audience, sing-alongs and behind the scenes, and making those available. To, on the full other opposite end of the spectrum, we had the SpongeBob musical, which is a Broadway show, and we had previously taped it. So we've shown it across our ecosystem, on linear, on demand, available even for purchase. But also we've created unique ways to watch it, whether it was a sing-along version, almost like karaoke with Follow the Bounce Ball, as well as engaging the original Broadway cast to do viewing parties and talk about their experience while they watched it. Again, we really wanted to try to engage the ticket holders, make them feel like they had some value for the purchase that they had made, and hope to entice them even further. So ultimately, when we are able to be back in market, that they'll be even more compelled to come and see us. So that was sort of, one strategy that we were taking. You mentioned Slime Fest. Slime Fest is a 2-day family-focused, half music festival, half Nickelodeon party that we have all over the world. With that particular case, because of the audience, it's such a participatory experience. You're not just listening to a concert, you're jumping on inflatables, you're getting slime, you're doing a bunch of things actually that are in person. We felt the best approach was helping the audience recreate the experience at home. And so we spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to provide tools and materials and sort of instructing kids and their parents. I know you can't come, to the California footprint, but how about if you make this at home? So, go in your shower and slime yourself. Virtual concessions by going in the kitchen and mixing in some green food coloring and sliming, your cheese to make slime pizza. Or, you can't jump on the inflatable, but maybe you can go on your mom's bed. So, again, we have a very playful audience and we really embraced that. We felt like it was an opportunity to combine our thoughts with kids' imaginations. And we've had a lot of great response to that. So I feel really proud about that piece.
I'm going to stop you there for just a second because of two things. One is that I hope my daughter isn't watching and getting ideas about what to do with the glue at home now and to go into the shower and do a slide fest at the age of 12. But, to everybody who's listening, here are two great strategies that Sharon has spoken about. Keep the ticket holder engaged for one. Keep the fan engaged. When she talked to musicals, she said you could do watch parties. Watch parties is a great idea. It's a functionality that's available on Facebook. You can see that there are apps that are allowing you to co-view as an extension on Chrome as a browser. And people are doing that. Youngsters are already doing that. You can do that. The other thing of saying, releasing a taped version of the show for people to be able to see. There's a musical for everybody to be able to see. Then being able to do sing-alongs. Look at that idea. So there's one way of keeping the fans engaged by providing that experience in one manner. But the second strategy, which I think is absolutely brilliant, and all of you who run experience-led festivals, if you can convert the experience into, if you see what Sharon just talked about, there are two things. She said, Slime is about playfulness and kids, and therefore they took the playfulness and converted that into activities at home. So find the core of your festival and convert it into activities that can be done at home. Now these are two parts of you've got the fans engaged, you've got the festival almost having some part of the festival coming home. But then there is this whole thing. I mean, this entire conversation would have been so much better if we were sitting having coffee together with everybody in front of us, people coming and rushing you at the end of this, trying to sell you their wares and say, can we do work for Nickelodeon? But we're doing this virtually. How do you convert live to virtual?
That's absolutely on the forefront of our minds. It's funny you should say that, because we have an award show that we've had in place at Nickelodeon for more than 30 years, which was intended to be in March and was obviously disrupted. And we've worked quickly to recreate or essentially evolve that live experience into a virtual live experience. We are this Saturday night actually having Kids' Choice Awards live, Come Together, I think is the title. And we've created a show, or it's going to be a live show that employs a bunch of technologies that are out there so we can aggregate various people in multiple locations. We sent out the awards in advance, and we had people pre-record and or be able to provide a live acceptance speech, which we think is going to be incredibly fun, and recreate some of that enthusiasm, because it will be, they'll be there and they'll be able to express their appreciation. We've tried as much as possible to tap into creative production strategies. There, as you mentioned, there are so many new technologies emerging. And the nice part is, I think that for most audiences are incredibly receptive to technical glitches, et cetera, and they appreciate they appreciate people making tries and taking chances. So we're gonna do that. And then the third thing I would say is that in order to encourage celebrity participation, which we have a huge roster of people participating, it's important that the content have some kind of pro-social component. People are suffering. There's so much economic uncertainty. There's so many people who are working so hard, first responders, and it's important to acknowledge that in an appropriate way for the audience. And we're making a donation to a kid-targeted No Kid Hungry Foundation. We're having celebrities come on, accept awards, and talk about what they're doing. But I think that that's critically important too, or you run the risk of being a little tone deaf.
No, I think that's really important, because sadly India lost two of its very well-known film stars over the last 2 days, and I saw a bunch of people who were doing campaigns quickly reposition the campaigns and become. I mean, this is so important. Don't be tone deaf to what's happening around you. I've been seeing virtual concerts happening almost every day, and even here people have gone after the first responders, the migrant laborers, as people who they're trying to support. But I think even the way that you engage with celebrities and what you do with them is incredible. You mentioned to me that, kids being your core TG, you all have actually gone out and even done something as wonderful as, this lovely idea about kids, what kids have on their mind, and answering that. Could you tell us a little about that?
Sure. I would echo your sentiment that it's important to reflect what's happening, but I think you have to think a lot about who is your audience, who is your target, and what's important to them specifically, or it comes across as generic versus relevant to them. So as Roshan mentioned, we quickly, as soon as this happened, we put together a live town hall experience, and we solicited research and questions from kids, because there was a lot on their mind, and they're not adults, and they're not necessarily worried about being laid off themselves, but they certainly are worried about their parents. But interesting question that surfaced that I think you were pitching me to talk about was this idea of the run on toilet paper. I mean, kids were panicked that there wasn't going to be enough. And so we actually went out to a manufacturer and spoke to the head of the supply chain, and she allayed kids' concerns that actually the toilet paper supply chain is fine and there will be enough for everybody. It sounds funny, but I think it reflected a sensitivity to the concerns of the specific audience. So whatever the live event is that you're producing, you have a core, and they have concerns and they have interests. And I think tapping into that is what's most crucial and will keep them engaged during this period.
Yeah, you could, of course, have also told all the kids about the Indian method, which is very different. So a water nozzle is something they could learn about, but maybe in the next episode. How do you're remaining top of mind, you're keeping your audience engaged, you're giving fans an experience. Is there any way to monetize at a time like this? When do we go back to monetization?
Well, certainly, initially everybody panicked, and there was certainly a number of redemptions for sponsorships of our events. But the truth is, we're having constant dialogue with those partners and sponsors, and they need to keep their names out there. They need to keep in front of their audiences. And so we've tried to have creative conversations about how to integrate them into the things that we're doing. They can be incredibly additive. I mentioned the supply chain piece, but P&G they gave us footage. They supplied an executive to explain. I mean, that was a really creative sponsorship, and it wasn't that we were shilling. It was really important. It was a symbiotic relationship that benefited both of us and our partner. We have people who are very interested in telling the audience what they're doing. We also have people who are very interested in just talking to kids and reminding them that they're still kids and have fun, and we're still making toys and we're still making movies for you. And so again, there are creative ways to keep those relationships alive. And having an engaging experience is a terrific platform for your sponsors and partners. That said, I'm not going to lie, we certainly had some people pull out because of their economic challenges or their corporate decisions to wait and see what was going to happen.
Yeah, but I think that's something that's par for the course. We all will face something like that to a certain degree. At some level, with all of this that's going on, there was you had a lot of uptake in your linear formats, right? People started watching a lot more of content. Were you able to leverage that in any way?
Yes, I think it harkens a little bit back to the good old days where there was only like 3 television stations in the United States, but you have an opportunity for sampling to really encourage people through lead in, lead out, integration into the content to have people learn about your new ideas, your new IP. So we think that that's been a tremendous opportunity for us to market new characters, new shows, generate awareness for things that we were doing. One of the things that we had learned pre-COVID days was that when people are in an experienced mindset, they're having a great time and they're eager to think about, okay, when am I doing this again? What's my next experience going to be? And so we were thinking through strategies of how to integrate awareness around our other experiences while on site at a current one. So that's something we're trying to keep alive, even in our virtual experiences. So they're experiencing Slimefest or they're experiencing Kids' Choice Awards. Let's let them know about the next thing that we're doing so that we can keep them perpetually engaged again until we can hopefully see them live and in person.
No, that's such a great point, because many of the people who would be watching this might have individual IPs. But as you were saying earlier, it may be a great time for everyone to partner and say, hey, while you're doing your IP, sample a little bit of mine, come to mine, get a virtual experience of what I'm going to do. Collaborate. Yeah. I think collaboration is going to be key.
Right. We talked about in the beginning, you mentioned that Nickelodeon is fortunate in that we have a tremendous ecosystem. But I don't see why individual IP owners couldn't partner with like-minded media platforms, even other live experiences, to create more of a virtual ecosystem. To some extent, we're all in this together. More surviving is better. So finding other outlets to where people who have the same interests is a great way to, again, have platforms to generate awareness for your own experience.
Great. We've been talking a lot about how we are handling this currently. What is it that you miss about live experiences even today? All the IP owners earlier were saying we are sick of just being virtual. What is it that you miss the most?
I want to see somebody in person. I want to be able to, breathe fresh air and see them and have a casual conversation. Just seeing the square of the Zoom, I'm curious to see what people are wearing on the bottom. I like shoes. I don't know what's going on with anybody's shoe game right now.
So true. And that's the day when a reporter was caught wearing just a jacket and shorts on television. So I think waist up fashion is going to, of course, be something major. We're on our last couple of minutes, so I wanted to ask you. Events are never going to be the same again. The new normal is not going to be the same again. We are not going to go for so many physical meetings as before. We will choose. What do you imagine a post-COVID event world to be like? What are the changes you see? What are some pointers you'd like to give us that you may be thinking of?
We are doing a ton of thinking on this topic. I agree with you. They're not going to be the same. I do hope people will want to experiencing things live. There's nothing that can replicate that feeling, but we're going to have to be cognizant that people will be concerned. They'll still be a little skittish and apprehensive about attending live experiences. And you need to acknowledge that and and be overt about. So whether it's reducing density so that, potentially you do an experience over a longer duration so you can have less attendees in any one given day. Perhaps it's that initially events are outdoors versus indoors, because I do think people feel a little bit more comfortable with that. You have to be incredibly overt, I believe, about what your sanitation measures are. It doesn't sound sexy. It's the kind of stuff that we used to hide and put behind the scenes. And now I actually think having that front and center is going to be important. Your cleaning crew and having them emblazoned with, having a holster with Lysol, et cetera, I think will be almost as important as who's performing on stage. People will really want to know that you're taking care of them and having those facilities available. I think contactless and cashless will be key. People are not going to want to touch things. They were going to want to make everything as seamless as possible. Even rethinking a concession line. Who's going to want to stand online for hours for a hot dog? You're going to want to how can people potentially pre-order food or allow them to bring their own food or
do a drone delivery.
It's yours. I love that one. Exactly. But I mean, I think the key to events is always in the details. And we always joke that if you don't have enough bathrooms, that can ruin an event. But I do think that these details are going to be critically important. How people can experience a live event and feel comfortable. Integrating technology in a new way. While you want them to be live and on site, possibly the way they engage will be virtual. It's virtual scavenger hunts or games that open when you go to various places within the footprint, because then you don't have to touch the inflatable or or the hands-on stations that we have included for so long. So a hybrid of that will probably be what we see coming out of it. And then lastly, unfortunately, there is an economic impact to this pandemic and people will potentially have less money to spend. So figuring out how to make your events accessible, possibly tiering your ticketing, possibly providing a virtual tier so that people who don't want to come can experience it and you can have a revenue stream that way will be important. But I think that we're going to have to be creative and we're going to have to acknowledge people and their fears and their apprehensions, but still encourage them to come and participate, because I'm sure all of us in this whole, conclave will agree that there's nothing like a live event.
There really is nothing like a live event. I must tell you that Rodney Barnes, Dev Bhatia, Ravi Sabnani from all across the world. These are people from Delhi, from Bombay, from Dubai who are tuning in and sending me messages on the side, which is why I looked down for a second. I thought, in case there are any questions, we'll try to take a question. But the one comment is that events are built on content. So we need to redefine interaction now, and we need to redefine the feeling of community. Do you think that's something we need to do?
I could not agree more. Ultimately, we're content creators. And the way that we express our content is through a live experience. But what the live experience means, whether it's virtual, whether it's in person, is up to us. But you're right that it's all rooted in an incredibly good idea. And so I think that it's important for all of us to understand what our audience wants and create content that's important and relevant to them.
Fabulous. Sharon, it's been phenomenal talking to you. I think we are dot on time. And thank you so much for doing this all the way from New York. Stay safe. Stay
My
sanitized.
pleasure.
And
I
I
really
hope
appreciate it.
we'll see you in India soon and hopefully bring you to one of our experiences. Last
I
one
can't
thing.
wait.
When do you see live events happening again? I mean, just give me your projection. When do you see it happening, starting again?
In the US, I think it's going to be summer 21.
Summer 21 in the US. So guys, there you
so.
have it. No, that's what I wanted. I just wanted somebody to have someone to put a date onto this, because I've been saying nothing before December here, and that's summer 21. So guys, either see you in the US or see you with some IPs over here. Sharon, thank you once again. Thank you once again, and lovely talking to you. Some fabulous points that you made, which will really be helpful to our audience. Thank you.
To you as
It's almost 7:30 p.m. here in India, and we are streaming and waltzing towards the end of the first ever Digital India event, IP Conclave. And for this fantastic digital production, we must put our hands together for virtual production partners. Tag Labs. Thank you and well done. Okay, the next session coming your way, everybody, is the future of global touring. Now, the concert industry across the world, we all know, is in a state of flux. Across the board, we've seen cancellations, postponements of festivals, gigs, and tours, whether it's the Winter Music Conference or the BMI Latin Awards or the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards, so on and so forth. As coronavirus spreads across the world, so do the ramifications for the music industry. Financial analysts and experts are pegging the losses at immeasurable amounts, billions and billions of dollars. What's the future of the global touring industry? I want to hear in on this one. Steering this session is Nazif Muhammad, Creative Head, BTOS Productions, and he's joining us from Mumbai, and he will be talking to Dan Miner, Senior Agent, Concert Division, Paradigm Talent Agency, who's joining us all the way from California. Hey, take it on, Nazif. Make some music.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Dan. Can you hear me?
Hi there. How are you today?
Thank you for coming, Dan. It's early morning for you. I'm jumping in right away to the most important question of our session. And we are hopping on the keyword adaptation. It started with panic. It started with uncertainty. While the uncertainty is still on, I think we've all adapted to what's new, adapted to what's uncertain. And on that adaptation, I have a question that has two parts. I'll start with the first part. So as a leading global talent agency, adaptation-wise, what is Paradigm offering to its artists as a solution maybe through this current COVID times and for the near future?
Well, adapt is a very good word. When I was thinking about our time today, I was thinking of other words that are important to me, innovation and responsibility. But adapt is actually the first step. And what I saw is that in the beginning, when this all began, what we did is we panicked. We stopped everything and we didn't know what to replace it with. Now we've had some time to gather ourselves, and we've gone through, in our case as an agency, we've gone through steps. And the first step was sort of getting everything back to normal, taking care of tours that had been canceled, making sure that people were able to get their money back, making sure that we had the beginning of a conversation about how we were going to plan for the future. And that was the settling in period. And then what we found, what I'm observing, is that I find that in our company, people are shifting their job responsibility. For example, we had a very active marketing department, which was very involved in tour planning. And obviously, they're not busy right now. And they've become very active in finding online opportunities. We get daily, email and meetings, Zoom meetings, to discuss new opportunities, new things that artists can do during this period.
Wow, that's nice. So I think the takeaway from that is shifting job responsibilities. Again, comes under adaptation. But I have something more specific so that we can understand how you've adapted, even without your own knowledge of adaptation. Like Paradigm as a company was running the Billie Eilish tour, which was a sold out concert tour. The North American concert tour was completely sold out. The numbers projected were already in your inbox, were already in your bank. And after 4 concerts, when Billie Eilish had to call off her tour, it was so sudden, obviously, and how did the rest of the tour, the cancellation, the winding up, paying people back, the ticket money, refunds, production, venue. I know most of us who had plans to do stuff in May, June, July have found ways to adapt to the next year or postpone it effectively without losing much or changing much. While you were in the thick of things with the Billie Eilish tour, which was a sold out, it was an amazing thing to even watch. But how did you adapt so quickly? What were your methodologies? It's something that you want to take home.
Well, the methodology is panic. There was one show, and I think that what happens is that everybody to the last moment wants to believe that things can go on.
Right.
And all of a sudden you come to the moment that there's no alternative. You have to take it down. And thankfully, everybody involved in the Billie Eilish tour, from the international promoters to management to production, they're all mature people in the business. This was not, at this point, her career, she was surrounded by professionals on all sides. And so the tour was taken down. I think the ticket buying community realized that this was the time. There was, already immediately plans to move it to next year. It took time. I think in this this all happened so fast. We're not used to changes from one day to the other. And so a lot of the first responses are not the final ones, and they're not the best ones. And it took some time, but it was to take the tour down, to assure everybody that we would all be back, not just Billie Eilish, but that the entire business would be back, to make the ticket holders comfortable that they would have the first opportunity for the next tour, that if they wanted their money back, they could get their money back, but if they wanted to keep their place, keep their seats, to stay with us.
Wow. And how did the venues react? Because I think artists moved on quite fast. I know you love working from home. All of your colleagues are enjoying this time, adapting to the new work from home technique, like how you and I are right now. But I know a lot of venues come under your business. How are the venues reacting, and when do they think they'll see sunlight again?
Well, let me first how they're reacting. And that was, your word was adapt, mine was responsibility. That was the word I kept thinking about when I thought about our getting together today. And what I saw is that, there was this first moment of panic. Everybody, we had a situation, no solutions. And then what I saw, and it's very important for the present, and it's very important for the future, is a sense of responsibility by the people that have a lot to lose. And I saw venues immediately stand behind their local governments and immediately understand that their venues would have to be closed until the proper time. A lot of the venues in the United States the big ones are sports venues and concert venues. And we all got, and I think it's very important that the community, everybody sees how others respond. And what I found is that the venues responded, the sports teams, the leagues, they all responded by saying, we would love to be in business, we'd love to make money, but the health and welfare of our clients, of our customer base is essential to us. And so I think that was one of the first calming things that happened, that there was not a feeling of panic within the business. It was a feeling of we have a big problem and we have to figure out what we do next. But for now, we have to make sure that everybody is safe and sound.
And how do we tackle with the stigma of people not wanting to arrive or gather or concur at places with large audiences? And our businesses thrive on audiences only. So venues with 10,000, 12,000 and higher capacities, obviously that also means that people are going to be a little wary about joining us in such places. Is that something we address with alternate methods of putting shows together in the same venues, or are we just going to wait for this to settle down and get back to normal when it has to get back to normal?
Well, I think it's a combination. I mean, and again, I think a lot of this is like a science experiment, a chemistry experiment. You try something, and if it doesn't work, you try something different. And what we've done, we've gone through all sorts of versions of what the future looks like. The first thing we did was, and just so the process, the first thing we did was we took down shows that were booked for April, May, and moved them to August, to July. And then we realized that probably wasn't, that might not be enough time. We also realized that venues that had, using the guidelines, venues that had 10,000 capacity would, in theory, could be down to 3,000 capacity. And so that's, so one of the considerations is just literally getting smaller. The other one is, and I think we're all in the middle of it now, is coming up with, first again, I want to use the word responsibility and trust. And I think trust is a very, very important thing. The concert going audience has to trust us. They have to they have to believe, because it's true, that we have our best interests and their best interests at heart. So clearly, the vaccines are going to be a very important part of it. But I think out of this terrible situation, we're going to come up with other ways of things that we didn't have to consider before, that we're going to have to think, to come up with ways to make ourselves safe. Years ago, when security became a big issue, all of a sudden there were security gates in airports. There were security gates in concerts. And one of the things that could come up would be a way of testing people to see if they're okay. And it's important for the people who get in as well as the people who don't get in. And so many of these things that we're going to be experiencing in the next year are ideas that people have had for a long time, but there really wasn't a need for it, you know. Right. And now there's a need, and all of these people are coming forward with ideas that they had in mind. And a lot of them, in this case, I think, were based on the security industry. And they're realizing that these ideas that they had for a different problem, for a different time, are going to be very, very important for us.
When was the last time you saw the back of a ticket for terms and conditions? And how much do you think will change right now when we print the new ones?
The ticket or the price?
I'm coming to the pricing next, but in general, you know, because when you said security, I know things started changing at the back of a ticket, you know, cancellation laws. I'm pretty sure a lot of it will be amended even now, but do you see a couple of points that for sure will come into the back of a ticket right now?
You know what? I don't. I mean, I think that, you know, the language on a ticket and the language on a lot of warnings are less important than how people are treated, regardless of regardless of what it said on the tickets from the canceled shows. Everybody was faced with a problem that they'd never had to deal with before. It doesn't matter what's said on the back of the ticket. The show's off. And it's how you treat the audience coming back. I think that's the big thing. I think it's beyond now legal. I think what we need right now, and I think it's a general issue, is people have to have faith in us as an industry. That's the most important thing. The artist is there. The artist has always been there. And we have to live up to the standards that the artists always live. Our artists always give their best, and what we have to do is we have to give our best. We have to shuffle from where we were before to a new way of doing business.
Right.
Not exactly an answer to your question, but
no, I know. I also had this next question, which was a little about budgets, etc. So, assuming that we'll have to not depend on other industries to determine our own industry, what do you suggest should be the models we need to adopt to make our business thriving again? Could it be artist pricing? Could it be lowering experiential elements just to make it more affordable? Will we need more cooperation from venues? Do we have to tie all of these elements together, you know, with a new yardstick to make, because we are going through a tough time, so we need to come out fresh. So do we build a new system altogether to make our own industry thriving, irrespective of brands and sponsorships and other elements that could play a part in the success of a show or not?
Well, I think on some levels, the concert business is going to be starting all over again. The concert business, what was, you know, when I got into it, was pretty simple, pretty basic. And it got sophisticated over time as we all learned a lot about the other side of everyone's business, and we got very sophisticated. And I think, and production got very elaborate, and audiences loved it. In the beginning, it was completely a luxury to have a big production, and now it's become essential. And one of the things that before people go back to concerts, they're going to need to have continue their relationship with the artist. And so a lot of the things that need to be done, even before you get to the concerts, is the continued experience that the audience has with the artist. And it's not about, it's sort of, again, getting them, the artist and the community were one. And there's a separation. People who had gone to shows, in some cases, more than once a week, haven't had anything like this. So it's going to be starting over. I think, clearly the price of tickets, money, everything about money is going to have to be reconsidered. Everything's going to have to change. And the one thing that I believe we have to remember is if someone gets less, we all get less. And that's just something we have to face. So if we have a concern that the quote consumer is going to come back and won't have the resources that they had before, and will pay less for can't afford to pay the same amount and will want to pay less, it means that we all have to understand that there will be less. It means that the venues have to understand it. It means the production companies have to understand it. It means the productions themselves may have to be limited more to some degree. It also may mean on a positive level that, again, innovation, that people will figure out ways to do more with smaller budgets. So It's a combination.
Right. Dan, I have 5 minutes. I'm being warned by the moderators. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions and I'll let you take over. Question number 1 is online services versus on-ground services. I've had this dilemma and I want to throw this dilemma on you. Where do we draw the line? Right now, there is a desperate need to be alive online. There are people who are doing quality services for free. Some of them are charging. People are putting up concerts. People are chatting live. People are getting overly accessible. Is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? Is this going to affect tomorrow? Because if you are so accessible, I may not want to come buy a ticket for your show because I've already seen so much of you. These are all thoughts in all artist managers' heads. That's question number 1. We'd like to hear from you. The second one, more importantly, because a lot of our Indian promoters and artist managers are logged into our forum right now. North America is a massive hub for Indian performing artists. How do you think the market will be able to receive us when the time is right? Over to you, Dan.
Okay. Well, online versus on the ground. I think it's what you give the audience. For younger artists, for emerging artists, I think the viral experience is almost like a club tour. It's really a way of introducing themselves to an audience and creating a relationship with an audience. And the way artists break is they develop at the smallest venue size level, and they increase their fan base, and eventually they're able to play bigger venues. So I think that for younger artists, that this is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for them to do, first of all, what they couldn't afford to do otherwise. They can go be seen in everywhere in the world at one time, and which I couldn't do before. We would book club tours, and if a club tour hit 40 markets in North America, which is a pretty big country, that's it. And so probably the limit was, a few thousand people would see the band and get the ancillary. So I think that's part of it. For the bigger artists,
are feeling down. Yeah.
So for the bigger artists, it's about giving the audience something that you have not given them before, but understand that you can't duplicate the concert experience viral. And again, this is a situation where you take a negative and turn it into a positive. And instead of doing a concert in everyone's living room, you give them a part of your life that they haven't seen before. You may introduce them to a new song. You may introduce them to things that are important to your life. There's been a lot of charitable
probably
events.
By audio and streaming.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think that again, this is another area. I'm going to try to be quick. This is another area where you learn as you go, and what you observed is very true. If people give away their entire performance, first of all, it's not going to be as good as the live performance, and second of all, it probably will affect the audience when you return to the stage. In terms of your last question about Indian audiences, I think they're going to be welcome. I think if people can't wait. We had this situation on some level is better for artists coming over because it's another year for people to wait for their favorite artist. Number one, and had some of these tours gone on now as opposed to, let's say, next year, people would have had a lot of more concerns, and that we should get past we want people to enjoy the experience. We want people to go to an event to feel secure, to feel safe, to feel healthy, and to see their favorite artists. And so I'm convinced that the audience, the Indian audience that in the United States is going to can't wait for the return to international touring.
I think that's good news for all of us tuned in. We can't wait to take our flights to the US.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much for the opportunity, for answering all our questions, and we look forward to touring again.
Well, and thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan.
Okay, bye.
Whoa! Time has flown. It's already time for the closing note at the first ever Digital India event IP Conclave. Just like that. What a fantastic day this has been, and what a fantastic first edition. May I say congratulations, or let me just hang in there and wait a bit. It's time for the closing note, okay? And it's befitting that this man, renders the closing note of the conclave. Once this closing note is done, it will have opened your mind to a whole new future out there. For those of you who are watching or from the Indian experiential zone, you of course know him as one of the founding fathers of the Indian experiential industry. For those of you from other shores, let me tell you that he is the co-founder and director of Bistraft International Entertainment, a 30-year-old pioneering agency, one of the most influential agencies in the business across the world, in the business of brand activations, MICE, weddings, digital and content creation. They are the creators of the IFA Awards, India's largest entertainment property that's been staged across the world for the last 2 decades. He's also a General Secretary of the India Media and Entertainment Skills Council. He served on various committees at FICCI and CII, Confederation of Industry in India. He's also founding patron of the Event and Entertainment Management Association of India and was its president 2 terms in a row. His tenure gave the organization a whole new baritone. Remember Steve Jobs said that our job is to put a dent in the universe? Well, he certainly put a dent in the experiential universe. He could easily be anointed into the Live Industry Hall of Fame, but kya kare, he's bang middle there, a part of the action. It is such a pleasure to invite Sabas Joseph to render the closing note of the first ever Digital India Events IP Conclave. Good evening, sir. Thank you for joining us. It's all yours.
Hi, Gitika. How are you? Lovely to see you at all these sessions from the morning, from the afternoon, actually. Let me start by congratulating Deepak Chaudhary, Karishma, and Vishal Nagdev for having put together a fantastic conclave. I think they've brought together some of the brightest minds from across the world on multiple panels, on multiple discussion boards, and really brought in focus the IP business, brought in focus the challenges that COVID-19 present, also looked at some of the opportunities, and more interestingly, I think really opened minds to what we can possibly do over the next few months and reinvent ourselves. The focus of my closing keynote is fairly simple. Forget the upheaval, focus on the opportunity. And with that, let me welcome you to the age of disruption. Be it the collapse of Lehman Brothers or the Twin Towers, the Florida cyclone or the Kashmir earthquake, floods that engulf New York or the floods in Chennai or Kerala, nearer home, 9/11 or 26/11 terrorist attacks. Disruptions seem to happen at regular intervals. So, whilst this disruption is what we're dealing with, be prepared. The next disruption could be on its way. All of these disruptions have provided opportunities during their crisis, and some of them even changed our lives and behavior, providing a new set of opportunities. I will take 2 of them as examples, which are nearer home. 26/11, the terrorist attack on Mumbai. Terrorists struck, besides hitting various parts of the city, 2 of the most prominent hotels, the Oberoi and the Taj. What did it do? As a consequence of that, security grew multifold. Scanners, cameras appeared everywhere, at hotels, office buildings, clubs, wherever you, even restaurants. You couldn't do an event without thorough security checks, scanners, sniffer dogs, cameras at every vantage point and at every point, and police monitoring those cameras. As part of getting your license to do an event, you had to have cameras, and you had to agree to have the police monitor all of them. Let me take you to the second one. Demonetization in 2016. This completely paralyzed us, brought purchasing cycles to a standstill. Cash, money became scarce. Lines grew outside banks, and the cash economy in India almost collapsed. This became the trampoline moment for Paytm and the multiple payment apps. And all of us found it easier to use Paytm or Rupai or PayPal at the point of sale. COVID-19 and the global lockdown is a similar disruption. And let's not bother about the scale of the disruption at this point. And the scale of the disruption should not scare us either. We must understand the impact, focus on consumer needs, and begin to ensure that we can augment our resources to meet them. We must look at life in periods of 3 months at a time, and we will understand our opportunities and innovation periods much better. I promise you, we will be back. The event industry will be back. The physical will be back, irrespective of how strong the digital experience is. Human touch and connectivity is best experienced in person. So let's look at the first 3 months which we are within. Lockdowns everywhere, with a global lockdown. What do we have going just now? No touch. For God's sake, no touch. In 3 to 6 months, we will move from no touch to low touch. In 6 months, we will move to controlled events and controlled environments. The digital and the physical will begin to morph. In 12 to 18 months, larger events, mass gatherings will be back with a vengeance. You have a PAN card, you have an Aadhaar card, you have a passport. I promise you, from somewhere, a COVID-19 card will also appear, certifying that you're immune, certifying that you've taken the vaccine. All of that will be something that you'll certify and get admission to a place. During this period, the event industry will have transformed into an event digital form, wherein digital, virtual are completely merged into one. We are in a period of transformation. Everything is right and nothing is wrong. Mutation, evolution, and revolution are all underway at the same time. How best to deal with this? And the one thing that keeps us going, and the one reason why all of us are in business, the one reason why we create IPs, events, initiatives, is for the consumer. Understand the consumer. Follow the consumer's needs. Find a way to meet them. And when you meet them, that could become your business plan. Our consumer is at home, unable to meet others, unable to go to a restaurant or experience life as he or she knew it. Our consumer is looking for engagement and personalization, searching for community and fellowship. Notice the growth in social media consumption, content, and especially interactive gaming. While engaging with our consumers, we must be conscious that we are dealing more and more with millennials. We need to understand them. More often than not, they've already experienced what we believe is unique. Use AI, data analytics to get a better understanding and keep adapting to the feedback that the data throws to you. Let the analytics guide you. Most often, and I promise you, numbers don't lie. What is the next big turning point or key to our success? Content. Ideas get transformed into content. Content is the big differentiator. Technology will empower these ideas. Technology will make these ideas happen. Innovation in content will be the key to success. Interactivity will redefine the experience. Linear formats will become boring. After this, the host will host you. Imagine, and then you come into one room and then you're speaking. There are a few questions. It's all very linear. The new formats will think multiple streams in the breakout rooms, designed as multiple stages, live at the same time in an event suite. Yes, the location is home. Geography has become history. And the banquet hall, the event venue, has been replaced by an event suite. More often than not, it's a bunch of virtual pods that everyone has booked themselves into across the world. Immersive content in virtual pods will become the new normal. Immersive will become the new demand when the new normalcy returns to. So immersive is not going away. Live events will be streamed live with key sections developed as interactive sessions. AR, VR, haptics, and the forthcoming 5G will play bigger roles in user experience. As more people join the digital bandwagon, internet bandwidth will be increased. Pipes will come to play. The internet pipes will grow and they will become more economical to consume. Event production, TV production, digital production, which we've always seen in silos, they will be designed to be mellifluous, designed by one team, completely fused together as one experience. Years ago, there was a second life. Today, that second life could become a reality. James Cameron's Avatar seemed to foresee the future, much like H.G. Wells and George Orwell. Digital avatar could become a regular feature. It's time for digital avatars to take center stage and become regular live performers. Japan has already shown the way many years ago. They have their own digital superstar Hatsune Miku, who performs for thousands of people as her audience in concert halls. And concert halls, city after city after city across Japan. We, during this time, have the opportunity to create similar stars and host our concerts. Holographic, AR, VR, mixed reality, you can use all of it to create great experiences that the consumer flocks to. Today, we can't stop talking about Travis Scott's concert at Fortnite. An engaged community of 12 million experienced a concert in their virtual gaming paradise. When dealing with the new normal, no format is sacred. New formats and innovations are welcome. They will define the future. Travis Scott and Fortnite redefined gaming. They redefined concerts. They redefined and created a new format. Stop thinking of taking your ground event IPs online. Your IPs, put ground event IPs. Reimagine your IPs for a community that is stuck at home. Create new IP formats. We need new formats that are interactive, immersive, and steeped in gamification. Why do we have ideas and consumers? It's for engagement. And I'm going to talk about direct to customer. The greatest valuation that any brand can demonstrate is its ability to reach customers directly. What do Facebook, Google, Amazon, Netflix, and those direct-to-consumer brands have in common? They go direct to the consumer and they have the highest valuations. Engagement, fan-to-fan engagement, e-shopping of merchandise and experiences, serving and consumption of special offers, unique, compelling content will help define and amplify your direct-to-consumer value, what I call the D2C value. If you achieve this, your valuation will soar and your bottom line profits will matter less. Artificial intelligence will help us to engage with our attendees and provide our sponsors better connectivity to consumers. Will help our sponsors understand their consumers better and be able to serve them better offers, faster, and be direct and varied at the same time. This will help us to monetize our experiences and IPs better. When it comes to monetization, don't expect all your streams of monetization to kick in at the same time. Begin with a few and grow the others organically as demand grows. As your demand grows and your success with engagement will get defined in numbers, will get defined in stickiness, and your community will belong to you. This success will bring in money. You're not a success till you are able to monetize in every which way. In summation, we need to meet consumer needs. In meeting consumer needs, we will create the next big opportunity for ourselves. We all know everything begins with the idea. Use this time to incubate and innovate. Create anew and create the new. Empower your idea with technology. Digital technology as well as event technologies. Use this time to understand consumers, technology, how best to make your idea real. Engage and build a community, and finally monetize it. Use technology to engage with your consumer throughout the. We must remember that at the heart of what we do is the consumer, who is human with emotions and the need to connect with similar beings as part of a community that shares a few common interests, but is at variance on most aspects because each individual is unique. Find common ground among the maximum number of individuals, irrespective of geography, and you'll have a strong community. Keep them together. Remember, they don't just belong to you, they belong to each other too. Get your idea to trigger the right emotions, and engagement will happen for a community. Know your community. As the numbers grow and your understanding gets better, monetization will happen. Bottom lines will get healthy and your valuation will soar. For God's sake, and for your sake, and for our industry's sake, don't look at COVID-19 as a curse. Make it the opportunity that changed your world. This opportunity can change the way you look at business and redefine the future. I hope you've had a great IP conclave. I hope you've seen and heard the minds of some of the leaders of the industry from across the world. I enjoyed listening to Five Currents. I enjoyed listening to Thomas Overson, Brian Tellis, Harinder Singh, Roshan Abbas, and each of those minds brought in a whole bunch of stories. If you heard Ashish Hemrajani right at the top, or Sanjoy Roy right at the top, they spoke about giving back. They spoke about being responsible. And with leadership, that's what comes with it. You need to be responsible, we need to care, and we need to use the opportunity that we have today to be able to give back and give back responsibility. Make the opportunity, rather make this time and this opportunity the time that changed your world. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand you back to the studio where Kritika and the team from Event FAQs and the IP Conclave is waiting for you. Thank you.
Hey, and that was the closing note of the first ever digital edition of the India Event IP Conclave. Oh, let me rephrase that here. The fantastic first digital edition of the Event India IP Conclave. Okay, it's time now for the man to come forward and say a big thank you to all his partners, to all of you watching, to everybody out there. Now, this guy is the IP's man of the Indian subcontinent. That's what I call him, the IP's man of the Indian subcontinent. Whether it's EMDI, whether it's ISM, Event FAQs, Event Capital, or whether it's the Windmill Festival, the Bike Festival of India, the India Games Fashion Week, WOW Awards, or whether it's the book Staged. All of them have one name in common, his. He is a serial entrepreneur who's diversified one successful business after the other, one successful IP after the other across innumerable genres. He's really truly built the Marcus Aurelius column of the Indian IP business in this region. Everybody out there, I'm going to tell Deepak Chaudhary to come on to camera and take a bow of this day. Today has been fantastic. Deepak Chaudhary, co-founder and director, Event Capital. Over to you.
Thank you, Gitika. It's been a long day. You know, we can't sit idle. We can't keep sitting silent. I think the idea of this, we've heard many our Indian friends, Indian event industry many a times. Idea this time was to bring in different people from around the world, sharing their experiences, what they are going through, and how they're making a change out of this time. I think through the day, we started at 2:00 in the afternoon. We saw 38 speakers from 7 countries. We had people from Singapore, Dubai, Hong Kong, Saudi, New York, California, and India. 4,000 people have come in on through the day, in and out on various platforms. I really miss on ground. I miss on ground. So you can see my kids have made something behind me. I want to see those emotions back. I'm missing those emotions. We see that in the family more often now. I'm taking understanding those emotions also as we've got time. But I want to really get back to live events. Word of thanks. I want really, it looks easy. Digital ground, I feel, is much easier than digital. I think it was a tiring thing sitting in front of many laptops through the day and listening people and not feeling them and saying hello, but saying hello digitally. Thank you everybody who's made this work for us. Starting from speakers who've come from different time zones. Some got up very early, some are awake till very late. Thank you, every speaker. I don't want to name everybody, there's a shortage of time. Gitika is changing laptops, changing the digital rooms. I think you do a fantastic job with the same smile. Tirelessly amazing work every time. Our association with our own event association, EMA, I think the EMA has grown with time. I think we all are part of the association. We're doing in these times also many things. Support us as EMA. Thank you, EMA, for supporting this event again. DLF, my continuous partner, continuous support on this. We've created this together. Lux Media Group, we are a company owned by Lux Media Group. Thank you, our parent company. Lux Live Studio, bringing videos and content to you. Whistling School of Event Management, pushing our marketing, getting students on board. Live 101, hosting some of the artists, which you'll see later today. Tag Labs, I think we thought it's one person's job, but 20 people behind Tag Labs team. Special mention, Hariom, Lakshay, Naren, Sanchit, and 20 more, those people who have been on this through the day. Event FAQs. This year's, we've gone in partnership with Event FAQs. You can see the quality of work, the clarity. Special thanks, Vishal and Karishma, to make this possible. And this one girl, Ananya, who's been, again, working very, very hard on this. Sudhir Sayal, coming from Dubai, bringing a lot of people from Saudi and Dubai. Amaya, to create a great, you'll see the research. It's a survey done by a lot of event managers. Those reports will be sent to you. It'll be mailed to your IDs now. Thank you to EY and Amaya. Suresh Venkat for a super moderation of the Indian panel. Some of the people who helped to get speakers, Ajay Nair, Samit Garg, and Swaroop Banerjee. Thank you so much. BTOS, I don't know if you saw the Rahman sir's video. I think a lovely message to all of us to get back again. Thank you, BTOS, to do that for us. Umesh for lovely creatives. Girish has been running this project very effectively. Thank you, Girish. Special mention and a big thank you to the team of Event Capital. They keep working on various ideas. We'll be coming back soon on a lot of new ideas. Guys, it's not got over. We have Benny coming in. Special performance as we close with Benny. Thank you, Benny, once more to do this. Thank you. We'll see you in the ground event again. We don't want to do live again and again. Thank you so much.
Hey, what a fantastic day this has been. Absolutely fantastic. And it's going to get even more fantastic because we have Betty Dayal in the house. The talented, the super talented, the super duper talented Betty Dayal. Yeah, the same guy who can sing in what are the languages, the same guy who toured the world with A.K. A.R. Rahman, and the same guy who's sung major songs for major Indian films, the same guy who's won the R.D. Burman Award for Best New Music Talent at the 54th Filmfare Award. Betty Dayal is here to entertain us at the end of the first ever Digital India Events IP Conclave. Guys, enjoy. Benny, it's over to you, yeah? Have fun.
Hi everybody, this is Benny here. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm so happy to be a part of this. Thank you, and Conclave, for having me over this time. And I just can't explain how happy I am to be part of this. I'm going to perform a few songs for all of you, and I'm sure you guys had a busy day of listening to everybody talk about this situation, how we're going to go forward with our industry, and to just cool down the whole situation. Eventually, here I am. Thank you so much once again. And I want to start with a song that actually made me want to become a musician, and I dedicate this song to my mentor, Mr. Rahman, and he's the reason why I'm here. And this is the song that made me want to become a musician. So here we go. एक सूरज निकलना था, कुछ पाया पिघलना था, एक आंधी आई थी जब दिल से आह निकली थी, दिल से रे। एक सूरज निकलना था, कुछ पाया पिघलना था, एक आंधी आई थी जब दिल से आह निकली थी, दिल से रे। ओ दिल से रे, 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 दिल तो आखिर दिल है ना, मीठी सी मुश्किल है ना, पिया 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 पिया, जिया 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 जिया, दिल से കണ്ണീരേ കണ്ണീരേ സന്തോഷ കണ്ണീരേ തേടി തേടി തേന്തേനെ വീണ്ടും കൺമുൻ കണ്ടേനെ പെണ്ണേ 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 പേസായ് പെണ്ണേ കണ്ണേ കണ്ണേ കാണായ് കണ്ണേ ദിൽ സേ पत्ते पतझड़ के पेड़ों से उतरे थे, पेड़ों की शाखों से उतरे थे, फिर उतने मौसम गुजरे, वो पत्ते दो बेचारे, फिर उतनी ही चाहत में वो सहराओं से गुजरे, वो पत्ते दिल 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 थे, वो दिल 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 थे। हो दिल है तो दिल दर्द होगा, दर्द है तो दिल भी होगा, मौसम गुजरते रखते हैं। हो दिल है तो दिल दर्द होगा, दर्द है तो दिल भी होगा, मौसम गुजरते रखते हैं, दिल से दिल से दिल से दिल। कन्नीरे कन्नीरे संतोष कन्नीरे कन्नीरे തേടി തേടി തേന്തേനെ വീണ്ടും കണ്ണും കണ്ടേ പെണ്ണേ 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 പേസായ് പെണ്ണേ കണ്ണേ കണ്ണേ കാണായ് കണ്ണേ ദിൽ സേ Thank you so much. That was Dil Se. You guys all know this song. The next song I'm going to be singing today is going to be a very special one. This song has like is like how a host Gitika announced like my R.D. Burman Award was won because of these next two songs that I'm going to be singing, and definitely it's composed by Mr. Rahman. And this song is a very very important song in my career, and I really want to tell you that this song has been very close to me, because I had the opportunity to record this song with Mr. Rahman, Prasad Joshi, Amir Khan. Now you would have guessed which song it is. It's Kaise Mujhe from Gajni, and I want to present a version that I always play when I sit at home for my friends or when I gather around. So this is the version I play for everyone. Hope you enjoy this version. All right.
कैसे मुझे तुम मिल गई, किस्मत पे आए ना यकीन, उतर आई झील में जैसे चांद उतरता है कभी, हाले हाले धीरे से गुनगुनी धूप की तरह से तरन्नुम में तुम छू के मुझे गुजरी हो यूं, देखो तुम्हें क्या मैं सुनूं, तुम हो सुकून तुम हो जुनून, क्यों पहले ना आई तुम जिंदगी सितार हो गई, रिमझिम मल्हार हो गई, मुझे आता नहीं किस्मत पे अपनी यकीन, कैसे मुझको मिली तुम। क्यों पहले ना आए तो
Thank you so much. That's Kaise Mujhe from Gajni. Hope you're all enjoying the show so far. I can't see hands up or thumbs up or claps, but I'm hoping that you're all enjoying the show so far. Thank you once again for having me over. Moving on to this next song, like they say, very few lucky opportunities come to singers where they get to witness magic in a studio while making a song. These are a couple of the songs that I've been fortunate to witness some magic on stage and in studio. And for me, this next song is utter magic, because I worked with like 3 incredible legends recording the song. This was Tu Hi To Meri Dost Hai from Yuvraj, and like very few times a young singer like me get an opportunity to, like, at the age of 22, 23, get to work with Rahman sir, Subhash Ghai, Salman Khan, and Gulzar sir, the legendary Gulzar sir, in one room recording for them, and being at their presence and them guiding me to bring life to the composition. And I really want to owe the song to them, and I just want to dedicate the song to everybody because it's really special for me, and I hope you all enjoy this.
पे बिठा के ले चलूं तू ही तो मेरी दोस्त है। हाँ आवाज का दरिया बहता हूँ मैं नीली रातों में, मैं जागता रहता हूँ नींद भरी झील सी आंखों में, आवाजों में। आजा मैं हवाओं पे बिठा के ले चलूं तू ही तो मेरी दोस्त है। आजा मैं खलाओं पे बिठा के ले चलूं तू ही तो मेरी दोस्त है। हो रात में चांदनी कभी ऐसे गुनगुनाती है, सुन जरा लगता है तुमसे आवाज मिलाती है। हो मैं ख्यालों की महकूं गुनगुनाते एहसास पर, हो सके तो मिला ले आवाज की ये साज पर। हो आजा मैं हवाओं पे बिठा के ले चलूं तू ही तो मेरी दोस्त है। आजा मैं खलाओं पे बिठा के ले चलूं तू ही तो मेरी दोस्त है। आवाज का दरिया बहता हूँ मैं नीली रातों में, मैं जागता रहता हूँ नींद भरी झील सी आंखों में, आवाज़ों में। हो
Thank you so much. That is Tu Hi To Meri Dost Hai from Yuvraj, and I hope you all enjoyed this one too. This next song, I think, is going to be a little bit of a classic. Let's see. Hope you all enjoy this one. I don't want to say much, but it's one of my favorite songs, and it's one of my favorite singers. It's by Kishore Kumar, and I hope you enjoy this one.
मेरे दिल के चैन आए मेरे दिल को दुआ कीजिए। ओ मेरे दिल के चैन आए मेरे दिल को दुआ कीजिए। हो अपना ही साया देख के तुम जाने जहां शर्मा गए। अभी तो ये पहली मंजिल है, तुम तो अभी से घबरा गए। मेरा क्या होगा सोचो तो जरा, हाय ऐसे ना होने भरा कीजिए। ओ मेरे दिल के चैन आए मेरे दिल को दुआ कीजिए। ओ मेरे दिल के चैन आए मेरे दिल को दुआ कीजिए। हाँ 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 हाँ
Yeah, and that is O Mere Dil Ki Chain. Hope you all enjoyed that one too. Thank you so much once again for making me a part of this conclave and part of this final performance before we close the night. But yeah, I have a few more songs to go. A few more amazing songs that I've sung. I'm going to sing an amazing song which I had done a duet with Mr. Rahman in the movie Delhi 6. Hope you all enjoy this one.
तू है जैसा तू, ओ थोड़ा सा दर्द तू, थोड़ा सुकून, हाँ रहना तू है जैसा तू, धीमा धीमा झोंका या फिर जुनून, थोड़ा सा रेशम तू हमदम, थोड़ा सा खुरदुरा, कभी तू मर जाए या लड़ जाए या खुशबू से भरा, तुझे बदलना न चाहूं रत्ती भर भी सनम, तेरा सजावट मिलावट ना ज्यादा ना ही कम, तुझे चाहूं हो जैसा है तू, मुझे तेरी बारिश में भीगना है, गुलजारा है, तुझे चाहूं जैसा है तू, मुझे तेरी लपट में जलना राख हो जाना है, रहना तू है जैसा तू, थोड़ा सा दर्द तू, थोड़ा सुकून, हो रहना तू है जैसा तू, धीमा धीमा झोंका या फिर जुनून, थोड़ा सा रेशम तू हमदम, थोड़ा सा खुरदुरा, कभी तू अड़ जाए या लड़ जाए या खुशबू से भरा, तुझे बदलना न चाहूं रत्ती भर भी सनम, मेरा सजावट मिलावट ना ज्यादा ना ही कम, तुझे चाहूं जैसा है तू, तुझे तेरी बारिश में भीगना है, घुल जाना है, तुझे चाहूं जैसा है तू, ओ मुझे तेरी लपट में जलना राख हो जाना है।
Thank you so much. That is Renatu. There's an amazing story to Renatu from Delhi 6. The best part of the song is that I got to record the song one night before the song released. It was releasing on a Friday, and on Thursday night around 8:30 in the evening, Mr. Rahman called me to the studio and he says, like, hey, I have this song and it's releasing tomorrow, so we need to record it quickly. I was like, wow, this is just insanity. And the perfectionist, he still extracted the best out of me on this song, and I got to be a part of a duet with Mr. Rahman, and what a great honor for me. Just can't thank him enough. Now moving on to a little peppier stuff. I think I'm going to sing something really fun right now, and for this I want to thank two extraordinary people, not two extraordinary people, three extraordinary people who made this song really famous for me. One is Preetham Chakrabarti, the wonderful Preetham Da, Amitabh Bhattacharya for writing the lyrics of the song, and the wonderful Ranbir Kapoor for performing the hell out of this song, and performing incredibly in the song, and making it a blockbuster that marked my career. It was like a second homecoming to this industry for me after singing so many songs with Rahman sir. This is the other song that really marked my career once again globally. And thank you, Preetham Da. Thank you, everybody. And once again, whoever's watching out there, thank you for watching this performance. This is going to be fun. Let's go.
Hey, pan mein pudina dekha, nakka nagina dekha, chikni chameli dekhi, chikna kamina dekha, chandni chita, hoke cheat kiya to sare tale bole gili gili akha. मेरी बात तेरी बात जलवा तेरी बात खानी ने कटोरा लेके आलू भात मोड़ी भात मेरे बच्चे किसी मेरी पीठ किया तो साला मेरे तेरे पे मारा बुक इस पे भूत कोई चढ़ा है तैरना जानना अब तो क्या बुरा क्या भला है फर्क पहचानना जिद पकड़ के खड़ा है कम बात छोड़ना जानना हे बदतमीज मारे ना हे बदतमीज मारे ना ये जहान है सवाल है कमाल है जाने ना बदतमीज माने ना हमें हमारा देगा ढिमका बना देगा सीखा सिंगाना खा के शेर का गोला देख पूरी दुनिया बोल बोल चक्कर लेके मेरे दुनिया को मारा धक्का ए बॉलीवुड हॉलीवुड मेरी जॉलीवुड खाए के पहाड़ पर 3 फुटा ले ले फुट मेरे बीच किसी ने रिपीट किया तो सारा मेरे दिल को भी मारा मुफ्त इस पे भूत कोई चढ़ा है तेरे ना जानना कंबल भी बजाए शर्म का ओढ़ ना जानना ए जिद पकड़ के खड़ा है कंबल पे छोड़ ना जानना हे बदतमीज 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 दिल मानना बदतमीज दिल मानना मानना ये जो हाल है सवाल है कमाल है जाने ना बदतमीज दिल मानना.
Thank you so much, and thank you once again, everybody, for listening. It's been amazing. So, talking about Ranbir Kapoor, I know we had like a very sad news we started today with the demise of the great Rishi Kapoor ji in the industry, how we call him Chintu ji. So sad to know an incredible actor like him, was we lost such an incredible actor to our industry today, and it's one of the most craziest nights where we mourn a lot. Before we go into anything, I just want to do a small just dedication of a few lines. This song marked everything for me in his face more than anything as I was a kid growing up. I want to sing a few lines. मैं शायद तो नहीं मगर हंसी जब से देखा मैंने तुझको मुझको शायरी आ गई. That's a dedication to Rishi Kapoor ji, and thank you so much for listening to me. I think it's going great as of now. I have one last song to do, and that is from the movie Kapoor and Sons, which was Rishi Kapoor ji's one of the most acclaimed performances in the last few years. And this is Let's Nacho. Let's go. Sutamana paatu mulla sutamana sei mulla sutamaga cake mulla kandu budichom kaad mela maati ippo satam konjam yethi ippo sutamaga cake thedi kandu budichom kaad kulla cake mulla rathathila podum mulla nenjukkulla thaakum mulla kandu budichom mottathila suttathilla akam pakam bakkathilla idappola edumilla kandu budichom. अरे होने लगा सनसेट भाई तेरा फुल सेट मोशन भी देखो मेरा बनने लगा. अरे देखो तो हसीना को वाना भी करीना को मोकों का फीवर है चढ़ने लगा. थोड़ा हार्ड सा होके थोड़ा जेंटल सा होके थोड़ा सेंटी सा होके थोड़ा मेंटल सा होके सारे और डांस खुले रोमांस खुले और डांस खुले ये बात सुन ले और डांस खुले रोमांस खुले तो बात सुन ले. Thank you, everybody. My name is Benny Dayal. Thank you so much for having me a part of this. And I love you all. Thank you to the entire community for having me on this show. And to all the organizers, I'm so glad I did this. I feel so gratified. And good night, everybody. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Benny Dayal, for coming on. You made our evening. This is Geetika Ganjudhar saying it's a wrap, but before we wrap, I'm going to thank our partners for their amazing support. The first ever Digital India Events IP Conclave, an initiative of Events Capital in partnership with Event Ethic US Media, in association with EMA. our media partner, Republic Fluid. We'd like to thank our knowledge partner, Whistling Woods International, supported by DLF Shopping Malls, powered by Marriott Bonvoy, virtual production by Tag Labs, with geography by Lakshya Lab Studios, and this was a group initiative by Lakshya Media Group. Thank you to the whole team behind the scenes. 3 cheers for all of you. Thank you for everybody who came in and watched. I'd like to leave you all with this thought by Yuval Noah, that this storm shall pass, humankind will survive. I mean, we will live to see another day. We'll just inhabit a new earth. Everyone out there, stay at home, stay safe. We'll see you at the next edition of the Conclave. And remember, hashtag India Fights Corona. Jai Hind.